Hello, everybody. We're back. How's it going? How we doing? How we living? I haven't streamed from this setup for a hot second, so there may be some technical difficulties. Just let me know. But I think other than that, we should be pretty good to go. We've got new, not new, but we have a different iteration of stream streaks, travel stream streaks. I have some trailers to review. I've got some fun little stuff. And then in about an hour and 8 minutes, we've got the zero point 0.5 announcement. Everyone has been eagerly and impatiently anticipating this reveal, and it is finally time. What do you guys think we're gonna get? I'm hoping for new classes. I'm hoping for a better end game. I'm hoping for specifically Shadow. Shadow. I need Shadow. I want Shadow so bad. When Druid came out, I was like, okay, yay, Druid, but secretly hoped Shadow would appear the entire time. And now here we are, 6 months after the last release. Mind you, they promised a release schedule of 4 month seasons, so they've taken an extra 2 months to cook up whatever it is they've cooked up. So I have the feeling today's announcement is going to be nuts. I am so freaking excited. Let's go. How are you guys? How's everybody doing? Keeks Gaming indeed. Thank you so much for the 25 months. Wow. So like 2 years and a month. That's crazy. Appreciate that. Exoteric, thank you so much for the 6 months. Let's go. Let's go. I hope that we start to see all of the PoE2 community friends come back. Silencer, hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I bet you're looking beautiful today too. Hero Wolverine, hello. Are you guys excited? Are you freaking stoked? Are you friggin' stoked? I'm so friggin' stoked. I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what to do. Hi, Keeble. What did the shipmates find in the toilet? The captain's log. So the captain's like a dirty little boy who doesn't know how to flush. What the helly? Dude, okay, so one time we had a house guest come stay and collaborate with my partner on some stuff. And I left back to LA, so I wasn't here. But I was in LA and this person was like using functionally what is my bathroom here. And when I came back, they left like poop stains all over the toilet. I was like, how do you as someone's house guest just leave like shit streaks in a toilet, especially if you know you're using a girl's bathroom. Like is my bathroom that I use here. There's girly stuff everywhere, and yeah, this person just fucking, it was so nasty. Anyway, how's it going, Keeble? Welcome in. Stretch and hydrate reminder. I know we're gonna be locked the fuck in today, but everybody get some water. I'm gonna run an ad break. While everybody goes and fetches their water. We need to be stretching. We need to be hydrating. I just flew yesterday, 2 separate flights, and so I feel so dehydrated and like dry. And I want you guys to hydrate with me because like health is wealth. Sorry about all the suitcases and everything, but streaming from a closet / bedroom. So yeah. Did I ban him from coming back? No, I wish I could. I mean, no, I don't wish I could, but like, it would be nice. You know what I mean? Anyway, let me run this ad break. Go get your waters, guys. Go get your waters. I'm gonna ad Max running a 3 minute ad, so don't leave. Um, what the fuck is up? We need to watch the little teasers that have come out. I haven't been able to stream from my place in LA because my internet has been so bad, and there's no way for me to get fiber. I called and asked. Maybe I'll check again. It's been about a year since I last called and asked, but yeah, it really sucked. My download speed was fine, but my upload was so borked. So I could watch everyone's stream. I could watch stuff on YouTube. I could do whatever, but I could not actually stream. And so it sucked. The last like 3 days I've been not able to stream, but now we're here. I have probably what's the best PC to be streaming off of. It's super fancy. We've got fiber internet. We're just giga chilling, dude. How's it going, Witch? How you doing? How's everybody doing? Are we excited? Are we stoked? I feel beyond stoked. It's gonna be lit. It's gonna be so lit. What are your guys' hopes? What are your guys' expectations? What do we want? Also, I've installed Diablo 4, so in the meantime on this PC, so in the meantime we can grind some D4 out while we're awaiting impatiently awaiting PoE. Has anyone still been playing D4? Like how's it been going? Should we check on GGG's site? How's that going? Check them out. Got the countdown. Got the countdown going on the PoE2 client. Let me launch it on Steam. Oh, and then I need to remind... Anyway. Yeah, let me open the PoE2 client so that we can update that too. What's crazy is having internet that I can like do a full download on while I literally stream. It's insane. Wow, my last played was February 2nd. I'm so sorry, PoE2. I'm the worst. I am the worst. I'm an abandoner. I literally have jumped ship. Do. 30 travel streams. Oh, we're reset. But you know what, Keeks? That reminds me. I should go ahead and change that setting now, right? I've got to figure out what it was. I mean, you're not going to get to 100 yet, but I'll... Currency rank inventory. Oh, I found it. Okay. Default max amount, it was 99. So let me save it. So now it goes up more there. I made it 10 billion. Anyway, how the hell are you guys? I'm so excited. So yesterday I packed up, yesterday and over the past few days, I packed up so much stuff. Do you want to see how much luggage we had at the airport? It was nuts. It was crazy. It was absolutely insane. Thank God my boyfriend has a media pass. Yeah, so this is, got an influencer hand. This is how much we had at the freaking airport yesterday. Actually crazy for two people. It was nuts. But luckily it ended up only costing 150 total, so that's really great. We each had 2 checked bags because we have status. And then Mr. Wobbles has a media pass. So with media pass, you can check a lot of bags as long as it's like recording, broadcast, whatever, musical equipment. So yeah, you can check up to 30 pieces for only 50 each. So that was like major key. Obviously all of it gets reimbursed by like tour people, but still, like if you're getting a stipend, not reimbursed, you get a stipend for travel, but if you're getting a stipend, why not maximize how much of it you keep in your pocket? Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was an interesting travel day for sure, but we made it and here we are. Wow, Witchin' and Keeks gotta close the gap. Gotta close the gap. Do you guys want to see this thing I've been obsessed with lately? It's so stupid, but it's called Your AI Slop Bores Me, and that's what I wanted to play when I was streaming the other day. I don't know if they have like a night mode. I think it's just like white only. So it's kind of like a flashbang, but you know, what can you do? Let's check all of our sources. Okay. So first we've got some of these to react to, but I'm waiting for Celiac to get here. I don't know where Celiac is. Celiac. We have some reacts to do. Like I haven't watched all of the the only teaser I've actually watched was this one. But let's just run them in order. And then there's Twitch drops that'll start, I'm assuming, in about an hour when the announcement starts. And then now they're live, so we've got the countdown. Are they muted? Yes. We've got the countdown active. People are going. It's going to be so lit. It's going to be so lit. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Like, I'm like, it's been 6 months coming, you know? Insane. It's about time. Okay, so your AI slot bores me. Sorry for the flashbang. Basically what you do is it's human AI, so it's not AI. But this is real people answering questions for you. So you can ask any question that you would ask to like ChatGPT, Claude, whatever you use. I'm going to just make it smaller because it's so bright. But yeah, you could ask any question, open to suggestions, and then you can ask up to 2 questions, you get credit, and then you have to go answer questions for people, and some of it is drawing, and I'm really bad at drawing, but you know, what are you gonna do? Should I leave this like in the background? Should we go into theater mode? Okay, we'll leave that there. Oh wait, wrong side, you can't see me. So there. And then we've got this here. Okay. So like you can ask it literally anything and a real person has to answer, which I find hilarious. Like, will they announce a new class for Path of Exile 2 today? And so just be convinced that you're right. And yeah. And then in the meantime, while we're waiting for someone to answer it, we can answer another one. Because I think it gives you like 60 or 70 seconds. I don't know. It gives you like some finite amount of time to get a response. So in the meantime, we can pop over here and LARP as AI. 60 seconds. We've got 1 minute. I don't know how much of a delay there is, but that really impacts what we can do. Let's see. Let's see what we get. Hi, Alucard. How's it going? I'm gonna mute this. There's 9 people waiting. Oh my god. Let's see if we got an answer here. Nope. They're still thinking about it. We can also ask it to draw us pictures. We need a prompt, though. Oh, okay. So their question was, oh my god, did you just cheat on me? Should we be nice or should we be mean? No, I'm so sorry, baby. I love you. So you just submit bullshit, and now you can ask another. You can get asked another one. No, the AI said no. Sadly, they will not. Try doing something else, Chud. The fake AI called me a Chud. That means a human called us a Chud. How's it going, Peacekeeper? I'm good. I'm good. Had a crazy travel day yesterday, but we made it, and we're here, and we're chilling. We're chilling, big chilling. I'm so excited for the announcement and all the trailers. It's gonna be so good. Think they're gonna add duelists today? I want them to add Shadow. Let's answer and ask another question. What up, TDG? I really want Shadow. I feel like Cantopop is very underrated. Okay, bye. I believe. I don't know what Cantopop is, but I'm just going to give them a positive answer. Playing a crap ton, did Uber Arbiter yesterday. Oh my gosh, I need to pick back up because I have that crazy bow so that I can finish Poison Burst Pathfinder. I still have this crazy bow that I'm like, I needed to get to like level 75 or something to use, and I'm at like 72. So I should hop on and finish that. But I'm also kind of like into this Diablo 4 run that we're doing. It's super fun. The Bladestorm, not Bladestorm. The I was thinking of Last Epoch. The oh my god, the Warlock that we're doing. It's so fun. It's like skull blades. That's why it feels like spinny blades. Cast on Crit Comet Blood Mage. Oh my god, I still have not gotten. I haven't made a Blood Mage. I've only ever done Infernalist Ascendancy. I haven't logged into PoE2 since February, so I've got to like really get back in it. How's the economy lately? Like in terms of being expensive for Mirror, like because the temple thing was kind of abused, right? And so people were just farming divs like crazy, and it kind of like borked the entire economy, and there wasn't like much going on. And so that's part of why I kind of stopped playing for a bit. Like I got two characters up to endgame, but then I was just like, this sucks because anything remotely useful is so expensive because it's been abused. Let's ask a fake AI. All right, let's see. Will the economy in Path of Exile 2 be better in the new season? Hi, Shoei, welcome in. Everything is so expensive. Exactly. I was just like, this is so frustrating. So then I started doing variety stuff. But I feel like I do that every league. Like regarding stream and my stream habits, Path of Exile 2 is like my favorite game ever, and I'll always play that upon new season release. But after like a month and a half or 2 months, I kind of get bored. And I stop playing. So I need to do better. But I've been doing the rounds with other ARPGs. Like Last Epoch was so fun. I'm still very into Diablo 4, so we might play some of that today or tomorrow. I just got in last night. Like my flight landed at midnight, and then it took like 30 minutes to get an Uber because I'm in a small town in the middle of nowhere, and so it took forever to get an Uber large enough to transport myself. What up, young bloke? It took like an hour to like not an hour. It took like 30 minutes to even get a car, an Uber or a Lyft big enough to transport all of our stuff because look what we were traveling with. So that's 4 giant check size bags. Hold on, let me go back here. That's 4 giant checked bags and then a Pelican case of equipment and then a piano case, and then a banj-tar, which is like a banjo and a guitar, had a baby. And then we each had 2 carry-ons. It was nuts. It was a whole lot to travel with. It was a whole lot to travel with. It was a whole lot. I know, I'm so excited. How's it going, Zero? Are you streaming right now? You should be streaming, dude. You should be streaming. Getting withdrawals. No, same. I cannot wait. I definitely like I said, I rotated much like TDG. I mean Zero too. Zero Witzer's been doing it. Also, guys, go follow Zero. She's an amazing streamer. She used to play a lot of shooters. Now she plays ARPGs. She's been playing. Have you been playing Diablo 4? Yeah, you have. And so yeah, I'm super excited for the reveal today. Metal Fingers, what up? How's it going? What up? Yeah, I am so excited. I really hope that we get Shadow. Please. 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 You're a Beyblade, spinny blades. I don't even know what I want to like what I want to do. I mean, I feel like my go-to is usually to start with a witch, a minion witch, but I feel like maybe we switch it up again, like we did for 0.4. Liking, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. Or is it Lee King? Lee King. Hello. Welcome in. How's it going? Never thought you'd like it so much. I know, it's crazy. It's so addicting. Leaking. Oh, I see. Are you leaking? Is something leaking? The last time I felt this excited was Christmas as a kid. No, seriously. Oh yeah, so I was gonna say, so we landed at like midnight, and then it took us like 30 minutes to even get a car because it's a small town in the middle of nowhere. And then we get home and we have all these bags to take in, and then of course it's like I've got like my hair in one, my like skincare in another, and like whatever. And mostly like at this house I have like everything I need anyway, but it was just like stressful. And so I didn't end up going to bed until like 4 in the morning. Um and then woke up at 10:30 because I had to like do some more unpacking, get some stuff together. I still haven't finished unpacking. These suitcases back here are all full. I have to unpack them. Um, but I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna start stream first so that I'll do all that later. It was a hellish travel day. I'm gone for 2.5 months. When I left my apartment yesterday, I kind of like in LA, I kind of looked into it and I was like, buy house because I'm not gonna see it for 2.5 months. There's a small chance I may need to fly back for like a couple days for like a show for UMG, but if I don't get booked this month, because I think they said they're gonna skip a few shows, if I don't get booked for this month, then that means yeah, I'm basically gone for 2.5 months. So South Dakota right now, and then we go to Sweden for a week, and then we go to France, and then from France we'll be driving all over the place. Although, pause. Are you guys following the news on this hantavirus thing? Because I'm a little bit worried that there's a chance that we may not do anything in Europe at all, because if this is a super contagious thing that broke out on a cruise ship and then is transmitted, it does have human to human transmission. I don't know what to do. Like, I don't want another pandemic. That fucking sucked. That I know a lot of people liked the pandemic, but I did not. I did not. Bieber hole, welcome in. Try to go to Oslo, Norway. I would love to. How far is that from Stockholm? So mode of transmission, humans contract hantavirus from mice or rats, but there is one strain that there's a rare strain that it can mutate into, called the Andes variation, and that's the only one that's spread by human to human contact. The other problem is it has a very long incubation period, like 2 weeks before you'll start to see symptoms. And I was reading that there's like a 40-something% fatality rate. And obviously, when COVID started, it was super fatal, and then it became less and less bad as it, developed. But yeah, I'm a little bit worried because on this cruise ship, like 3 people died already. 3 people are really sick. No country was allowing them to dock because it's like a plague ship. And then finally Spain let it dock. This is like happening right now. Like this is like yesterday, today, like 2 days ago, Spain agreed to allow it to dock in the Canary Islands, and they medevaced a bunch of people and whatever. But the problem is it's like a super long cruise. It was like $35,000 for this crazy like 30-day cruise. So a few weeks ago, like 15 people disembarked. They left the cruise and went back to the US, to wherever, to multiple countries. And so it's like, holy shit, if they picked that up, then we are cooked. And I don't want to do another pandemic. That was so nightmarish. Yeah, so I'm a little bit worried. Should we ask our little fake AI about it? Is hantavirus going to cause another lockdown? Okay. What should we should LARP as AI. Let's answer a question while we wait for the answer to the other one. Oh, also, I have this thing to put together. We've got 45 minutes until the announcement starts. Do you think I could put this together while we wait? It's like a little keyboard extender tray to go under my desk. Oh gosh, SpongeBob putting all his holes to good use? What a question. Okay. I don't know why I gave him vampire teeth, but okay. I have 28 seconds. Okay. Ah! And then I'm gonna put hearts in them. He looks like he has tumors. I don't know. Fuck it. There it is. I wonder look give me a thumbs up for that one. That was fucking awful. That was fucking awful. Alright, what is our fake AI? Well, I heard they got some patients that were critical on land for treatment, so who knows, it might spread this time too. Fuck! Fuck! Shit! Fuck! Shit! This is awful. This is awful. Oh my god. Might not get done. I might as well start. Okay. And then we also need to watch these, but that's like, you know, we can watch that within like 10 minutes before starting. Really boils down to each country's containment. Super true. Remember, like, in COVID, how, like, Finland basically all but contained it pretty much instantly? I feel like here in the United States, we have the very wrong administration to handle another pandemic, another global pandemic. So that gives me a lot of fear and a lot of pause. I never thought I would say this sentence, but I will move to South Dakota if another pandemic breaks out. Like I will just, there's no reason for me to be in a massive city like Los Angeles paying $2,500 a month for rent when everything is shut down. But yeah, let's manifest that that doesn't happen because, dude, millennials have it so hard. We've lived through the internet technology boom. We've lived through one pandemic already. We've lived through the housing market becoming so insanely unaffordable that our parents or our grandparents were able to sustain a family of four on a normal single income job and buy a house with that, to now I have friends in LA who five of them got together to have to buy a house. Granted, it's like a big house, but no one can afford a house on their own anymore. Life is a nightmare. So I really, really hope that this doesn't become an issue, because how much more do we have to take? How much more do we have to live through? Not sure if you guys even remember this, but SARS was scary. Yeah, SARS was so crazy. We also lived through D's Nuts and 6-7 too. Very true. Okay, I'm gonna get this chair out of the way, and then let's look at this thing and see. Also, I have limited tools. I have this and I have this. So I hate that I was born in the 90s. I kind of got screwed as an adult. I mean, yeah, like it's not ideal what we've lived through, but the point is we are living, right? Like, we're still living. So yeah. Oh, ASMR. How's that? Package opening ASMR. Ah, I just stabbed myself. I wish I had like a knife or some scissors. Just like a blade. I don't know. Can't be that complicated. Watch me like cut to me like 45 minutes from now on the floor crying. Oh my god, the bit of the screwdriver came out. This is tool time with Vivi. Tool time with Vivi. Welcome to Tool Time with Vivi. We're gonna do so much stuff. Perhaps some things too. Warball, thank you for the 11 months. Oh my god, almost a year. Ah, fuck. Okay. Step 1, open the box, complete. Wow. 11 months of embracing the chaos with Vivi. You're so stoked you're continuing the journey for another 4 months. Your support is legendary. Okay. Product issues? No. Look, it's called a Viv. It's called a Viv. Just needs a screwdriver. I kind of want to just do this on the ground. How long do you think this will take? I don't know. Let's find out. We have 39 minutes. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Hi guys, can you see me? Okay. Okay, we take it all out. We've got all these. We've got all these parts. Oh my god. Oh my god. I feel like this is gonna take me far longer. But let's see. Just kidding, it's not. We're gonna be so fast. Okay. Trash. Just out of the way. Just go out in the hallway. Alright, we'll deal with that later. We're in a rush here. Okay. Oh, I gotta move my mic down. Can you guys hear me? Am I yelling? Am I yelling loud enough? Connecting brackets is B. Is this B? Ah! What do they look like? Oh, they're these thingies. No? I'm already cooked, guys. I don't have any of... Oh, these. These are the connecting brackets. We've successfully identified B. So step 1. Why aren't these labeled? These are small chode boys. Oh, these are tiny ones. Okay, we can do this. We've got this. I have faith. I have so much faith that we can get this done. Bieberhole, thanks so much for the follow. The 5x12 screws. So we should have 8 of these. I mean, some are bigger than the others. Like, they're not sorted based on, I don't know, man. We'll figure it out later. I'm assuming it's like this. And then we put this. Oh, you guys can't even see. Okay, so like this. I wish I had scissors so I don't break a nail trying to do this. Ugh, okay. Wow. Alright, what's next? Oh, so it's just like this. It's just like that. Where's my screwdriver? I'm trying to put this together before it starts. We have how much time? We have 35 minutes and 42 seconds. I think I can do it. I think I can. I'm the little Vivi that could. The little Vivi that could. The giant Vivi that could. I don't know. I wish I had a power drill. That would make this so much easier. It's also really interesting. It's really interesting to do this with super long nails. Once I'm all in. I'm all in. I'm all in. So, how have you guys been? What are you guys most excited for? Have you guys ever put together a sliding keyboard holder for under desks? Okay, I'm gonna tighten these all once I have everything done. No. I think because I'm rushing, I feel like it's struggling. Oh, thank you, Zero. Yeah, it's been so fun, and we were talking about like what are we gonna do? I mean, he's fine, obviously, but I'm not. Like, what do I do while we're in Europe for like 4 weeks, and so we're gonna start doing more like lifestyle and IRL content. I mean, he is truly the funniest person I have ever met. Like, he is so fucking funny. And he brings out, I think, a side of me that was like, this is gonna be so lame, but I really think he brings out a side of me that was like hidden for a long time, because I was just so depressed with, like, I mean, a lot of you guys remember everything that was going on with my life, or early 2025, etc. So yeah, I'm excited for, we're gonna get like an IRL stream setup dialed in. We're gonna get, a cooking stream setup dialed in so I can cook here. And then I want to cook in France too. I'm really just excited to go to France and eat a shit ton of bread, if I'm being honest. Like, I love bread so much, and the bread over there is just insanely delicious. But yeah, have any of you guys heard of Mr. Wobbles? He's the shit. Also, what should I cook for a cooking stream? Or should I do like a sub goal for like a cursed cooking stream? I don't know. You know what does suck? Is, you're going to Barcelona. Oh, for Primavera, right? Who's the biggest people on the lineup? Are you like super stoked? Maybe we do like a cursed recipe cooking stream. I don't want to waste food though. That feels it feels crazy to like waste food when there's so many people who don't have any. So maybe not. But I do want to do like a cooking stream for sure. How much time do we have? 32 minutes. All right, we're cooking. We're cooking. We're cooking hard. This would be so much easier if I had a drill. My wrist is going to be aching. But that's cool. We've got this. What's next? Attach keyboard tray stopped F to the underside. Alright, can I get an F, anybody? That's an R, that's an R, that's a... Wait, why are there two R's that are vastly different? Blooded, thank you so much for the 31 months! I'm trying to assemble this keyboard tray before the announcement starts. I need F. This is F. Okay. So you go here. You go like that. But how am I... Okay, I've got to, like, put it like this. Because it, like, hangs over. What are you supposed to do? What does a tool inclined person do this? Oh my god, that's an insane lineup. Massive Attack, Gorillaz, the XX, Cure, Doja Cat, My Bloody Valentine. Oh my god, dude, Pink Panthers. I would love to see her. I would love to see Massive Attack and Gorilla and all of them. That's fucking amazing. That's insane, dude. I watched Pink Panthers' Tiny Desk concert the other day. It was amazing. Hi, Mr. Wobbles. Thanks so much for the sub. Zero was just here saying how she loves our content that we've been putting out. We have 30 minutes until the announcement, so I'm just trying to, like, do this. It would be faster with a power drill, but here we are. Here we are. I saw her when she toured her first album. She was fine. I mean, yeah, I'd be curious to, like, hear back as to, like, if she's better this time around. Okay. Slider brackets to keyboard tray. What? C. These are all L's. There's no C's. What? What? Huh? These aren't labeled properly. It only took you 30 minutes to do your full setup? Well, yeah, because you're used to the... Are these the slider brackets? But they're named... Oh, it's L and R, not... Oh my god, okay. With the tray flipped upside down, the bracket with the R sticker will go on the left side. Okay, so this is the back. Okay. with the R sticker will go here, and then the L will go here. Wob the Builder, you're inspiring me. But that's great that it only took 30 minutes because the setup and break, I mean, you got your rotations in, you know? Is good. Okay, so you're gonna go here. Right? No, that can't be right. How is this wrong? Oh, it goes like this. Huh. Okay. Do the arrows point to the back? Is this how it goes? Or is it, I mean, that's the only way it could go, right? Because they're not inside, they're on the outside. Yeah, that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. I'm just gonna trust that it is, and if it's not, I'll just beg Mr. Wobbles to go fix it. What up, Big T? How's it going? How we doing? How we living? I need a scissors, but I got some teeth. We have 28 minutes. We're chilling. We're so chilling, dude. Getting screwed. I hope I'm doing this the right way. If I put these on backwards, I'm literally just gonna quit. I'm gonna rage quit this thing. Where the hell is Celiac? Everybody say his name 5 times fast and maybe we'll summon him. 6 times actually. Oh. Alright, we're making progress. Ugh. Okay. Now this guy goes on this side. And then it was like this. Right? Yes. Stay still. Got this. How are you guys doing? What do we think is going to happen today? It's been 6 months since the last announcement. It was supposed to be a 4-month-long season. So I hope they've cooked up, and I hope they've cooked up something nice for us, but if they haven't, that's also understandable. Do you think we're going to get an announcement as to like full release, like actual release? Because remember when it first came out, they said that it was going to be, hi Pocky, how's it going? They said that it was going to be released in the second half of 2025. So why not? Why has it not been? Ah, fuck. I wish I had a power drill. It's okay, we get strong wrists this way. Yeah, I wonder. I wish I had time to have like done like a wheel or something. No, my chat is zoomed in like to 400%. I did finally order more contacts today. I was out of contacts for like a long time because I didn't have health insurance, and I still don't. But I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna order. I just spent the money on contacts raw. It was very expensive, but we'll have vision again, so that's pretty dope. Okay, that's done. The slider brackets. What? Oh, yeah, duh. Okay, we did that. Okay. 2 assembly options. No, I don't want options. I don't want to have to make decisions. Oh, I can just choose how long it extends. I don't want that much. Okay. So we go to the this chart makes no sense. Okay. D to slider brackets C. Oh my god, this is where it gets complicated. Okay. Wait, where does it? L goes which way? Okay, L is on this side, and R is on this side. Easy peasy. How hard could it be, Z? 23 minutes left. I challenged myself. I said we could do it. Oh, it's got like these thingies. Interesting. Okay, so we want to attach these to the front too. Right? How does it go? This is the back. So this has to face this way. What? Wait, because it's gonna be like what? Okay, this is the back. So this will be facing this way. So this will have to go onto these. Okay, that's easy enough. That's easy enough. Okay. Please. What if I just stood up for this part? What have you been thinking about? Okay. Please. Am I using the wrong screw? I think I might be using the wrong screw. Hi, Seegers. How's it going? Fine. Oh, I'm using the wrong screw. Yeah. There's too many screws. Ugh. Okay. Maybe we stay down for this one. Buying contacts, ew. No, they're so expensive, seriously. I want to make sure I'm doing this the right way. This is the front bit. I hope we're doing this the right way. I'm gonna feel really stupid if I'm doing it the wrong way. Okay. Like, it's gotta go like... it's a little keyboard tray. Like a pull-out keyboard tray. Yeah, that makes sense because it'll clip on like that. Ah! But the problem is I don't have like any power tools. Hi, Rosneros. So if I just keep it like this. Oh, and then the other problem is my nails are super long. Okay. Got it in the hole. Got it in the hole. Got it in the hole. No, it's out of the hole. Alright. I think we're cooking. Oh my god, look at that. We're cooking. We cooked. Ugh. Okay. Dude, we're locked the fuck in. We're locked the fuck in. Got all this trash everywhere, but that's okay. And then like this. I don't even need to look at the guide because I remember. I hope I don't fuck this up. Wait, which ones did I do it on there? The back two. Okay. Okay. Find the hole. Find the hole. We found the hole. What are all the other streamers doing on their pre-stream? This is like a little keyboard sliding tray. It goes under my desk. Okay, we did it. Okay. somewhere. There's a couple more stuffs we have to do, but I don't remember. Oh, look at that. But this mess is driving me crazy. But we're almost there. How long do we have? 18 minutes? Bro, amazing. Prada's watching Rax play chess. I mean, I guess that's cute. That's lit. It's like a boys club that I'm not in. Okay. For the last little bit, assemble clamps. Oh, we did that. Oh, these are pads. I see. Okay, look, we did it. 18 minutes left to go. Woo! Okay. Y. Stick. There we go. I think we did it, guys. And then we just clamp it on, and then we've got a little tray. You haven't played for 2 seasons? Why? Where have you been? What have you been playing instead? What have you been up to? Oh my god, we're almost back. Sorry. I've got it. I've got this. Sliding it all the wrong way. Okay, we did it. And I didn't think I could. Now we just have to put it on. Look it! We did it. It's not undone enough. Needed a detox? That's super valid. That's super valid. Oh, wait. That is super, super valid, dude. Okay. Gotta do some unscrewing. I also feel like we should put on some, like, hype music. We're so excited. We shouldn't be listening to sad stuff. Whew. We should be full of joy. I'm sweating. That was a lot. That was a lot. Alright, bass music. Drippy Flow Thursday afternoon? No. I don't know if I like it. I like this one a lot. There we go. Hi, Eamon. How's it going? Went back to your Toxic X League of Legends. Oh. Ooh, you got back with the X. What's your main character in League? Deacon, hi. How you doing? Welcome in. Sorry, guys. I was just putting together a keyboard tray. We have 15 minutes. We're gonna rewatch the teasers right before. Oh, these take forever to unscrew. Actually, though, I don't even know that I want to put this on today because... Actually, yeah, I do. Warwick Jungle, Morta top. Oh my god, Mordekaiser toxicity. You pull everyone into your little death thing and you think you're so cool and you can kill them in there. Actually, just kidding. When I play Mord, I can't. I still haven't killed anyone successfully in his ult. I'm really bad at League, though. Iron 4, baby. Let's go. I main Sona support, and that's probably about as good as it'll ever get. I'm super excited, too. I can't wait. It's gonna be lit. Okay, can I get this on here now? Let's see. Yes, we can. See supporter. Oh. All right, we got it. We did it. trying to make it super tight. All right, we did it. Check us out. Well, you can't really check it out because you can't see it, but I got it, and that's lit. I play Broken Champs to carry your ass. That'll do it. What just happened? What did I just do? My audio just stopped. Can you guys still hear audio? I don't know what to do. Do. Okay, it's still working for you guys. It's just not working for me. Love that. Love it here. Yeah. Should we watch the teasers before? Or does everyone want to take a break? We have 13 minutes. Does everyone want to go grab a water? Do what you gotta do. I'm so excited you're back, Raz. You've got 12 minutes. All right, let's ad max really quick. So I'm gonna run a quick ad break, run to the restroom, and then I think it'll be time. We'll rewatch the trailers, and fuck it, let's go. We've got all these things. All right, quick ad. I'll be right back. We're back. 10 minutes. We've got 10 minutes left. Razneros, thank you so much for the resub. That's some serious dedication to embracing the chaos. Welcome home. Let's test out these teasers so we can see how the audio is. The only one I've seen is this one. So let me just test on that one so I don't spoil with bad audio. Wait. I'm so glad I got this thing set up. Look at me go. Oh my god, 9 minutes. I bet the chat is going crazy right now. I have no idea. No, my chatbot just is dumb sometimes. All right, how does this sound, guys? Oh, I think I have the site muted. Let me know if it's too loud, too low. Let's just troubleshoot with this one. do we feel? If I'm new, no, I've been streaming for 6 years actually, and I've been playing PoE 2 since day one of early access. Woo! Dude, this is lit. This is lit. You have a 2-month subscriber badge, Raznaros. I wonder if maybe you were gifted a sub from before? I don't know. Wait, Zero, are you not streaming this? How's it going, Quiddus? Quiddus is here. I'll close that out for now. Okay, so I've seen this one. Have not seen these. Oh, you're here with us.
I've traveled far to learn the origins of my craft. For knowledge is power.
He had 2 blades in his hand, it looks like.
To uncover these
Oh, just one. Ooh. Mage. What is... Oh, it's a dagger. Do you think... Are we getting Shadow? Dude, I want Shadow so bad. Oh my god. Jack, thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, Quiddus. Hi, Kevin. How's it going? 4 months of subscription. You're not just a viewer. You're a vital part of the Chaos crew. Thanks for sticking around. Wow. I want swords. I want Shadow. I want daggers. All right, and then we've got this one.
I am called from my mountain.
What was that staff?
We must stop this insanity.
Please, save me.
Oh. What is this? Why was there a child locked in a tree? What is happening? Oh my god. Okay. I still haven't done a plant build, actually.
The threat looms over us still. But with his rebirth, our time has come.
Is that a freaking katana?
Will you join the war?
What the hell was that? What? Oh my god. Okay.
I require a champion.
What are all these ectoplasm
A
beings? It's like
champion to
2
face
worlds or 2 states.
the darkness below.
Quiddus! Thank you so much for the 5
Will
gifted!
you be our champion?
Burns, Ghost Dog, Deacon, Axer, Sock, fed you. If you got a gifted sub, say thank you. Dude, this, I have no idea what to expect. I have no idea what to expect. This is crazy. We have 5 minutes and 15 seconds left. Do you guys want to check out the drops and see what they are? Quiddus, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. That is so sweet. I super appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Should we do, what do we do to celebrate? Do we do squats? We have no music. But we don't need to mute for the drops. So here's the drops while we do some squats. We're gonna drop it, and we're gonna drop some squats for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Quiddus. Do them with me, guys. We're about to be sitting down for 2 hours, just like watching this thing. So subs here equal fitness. All right, healthy. Summer bods are made in the winter. We've got less than 5 minutes. Let's go. Let's go. I bet their chat is going cuckoo bananas right now. Oh my god, how many people are watching? 70,000 people are watching right now on Path of Exile 2's channel. That's fucking nuts. That is nuts. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Quitters, you're at 738. Was that the color of a gifted sub that you didn't like? Dude, people are going nuts. Their chat is going crazy. Yeah, Deacon, I think you must have been gifted a sub in the past. Here goes nothing. All classes, all ascendancies. Yeah, that's a big manifest. That's a big manifest. Dude, the chat is going crazy. Do we think they have audio on? You think they have like PoE like music on? They do. We got some ambient stuff. Let's go. Thank you, Warhawk. Oh my gosh, that's so sweet. Are you here from the video? Thank you. Big copium. Hopium for sure. I just want Shadow. Maybe some endgame would be nice, but yeah. Welcome in, Warhawk. We were actually just on YouTube and I saw the video. So for those of you who don't know, my partner, Mr. Wobbles, recently hit 1 million, not only on Instagram, but also on YouTube. So Celiac Bandit, our editor, and I put together this like really cute video for him, like showcasing his entire like glow up career, and then at the end I got like videos from all of his friends and family, coworkers, and put that together. And so he posted that yesterday, and it's so cute, it's so sweet. Yeah, it's so friggin' sweet. I know the comments are amazing. I don't want to like self-glaze or anything, but I cried so much putting this together. So if you guys want to go watch it, please check it out there. You may have been in the description or something, but your face at the end of the video reminded me that I saw you were in his Rest concert. Yeah, I was wearing the W egg. I mean, Celiac Bandit did this whole video. He made this possible. I would not have been able to do it without him. I just aggressively threatened multiple of Austin's friends and family to get me their videos. It's crazy. Each video is like no longer than a minute tops, but the amount of like corporal punishment I had to threaten in order to get people to send me their videos was insane. But I'm glad we got it done. I'm really, really proud of how it turned out. Always self-glaze. You know what? You're right. Should never talk down about yourself or put yourself down. I know, Shoei, I'm losing my mind. Less than a minute. Oh my god. Countdown. Oh, please be good. Please give me everything we need. Oh god. Did I play PoE for a long time? Yes. Pretty much since day one of early release, actually. Day one. Old school. "15 seconds. All right, let's go. No, I didn't play PoE 1. I played D4 straight into PoE 2.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim the Red Queen's font hideout decoration.
Yeah, make sure you get your drops.
Okay, so with that out of the way, time to roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, Return of the Ancients.
Oh!
Those in darkness.
What are these hieroglyphs? They're like worshipping something.
Return.
Big mean statue man. Oh, it's a lady. There were boobs. Maybe, oh, the rise of the ancients? Was she like some ancient deity, ancient entity? Oh my god. Civilization. It's like Rock Atlantis. Origins of Divinity Endgame Quest. 30 new endgame arenas. 30! A new pinnacle boss. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ritual has been reworked. Another new pinnacle boss. So that's how many so far? 2? And 3 new endgame quests. Oh, what the fuck is Genesis tree? Oh, thank God. Yes, they fixed Delirium. Amazing. Oh my God. Runes of Aldur. Runes of Aldur. 25 new skills. Expedition has been reworked. Good. I didn't like Expedition. We get to go out into the ocean. Another pinnacle boss.
Hunt like it's your last.
Dude, they totally redid Endgame. An Abyss Atlas? 50 new bosses and pinnacles. Oh my god, the Atlas passive tree is huge! Spirit Walker for Druid? Give me a new class. Give me Shadow. Give me Shadow. Alright, that's for Monk. Come on, give me Shadow, please. Please give me Shadow. 40 new uniques, okay.
To face us is to face oblivion.
They didn't announce a new class. They did not announce the class. Maybe they're saving it for the end. Maybe they're saving it for the end. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Natalie, thank you so much for the 13 months.
So
Fuck
as
yeah,
you can
dude.
see, there's just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track of it all. Now, we promised that this one was going to revamp the endgame, and I'm very excited to talk about it.
So the biggest thing they
But
focused
first,
on was
we've got to talk
endgame.
about the League. So to do that, I'm going to hand things over to
No,
Mike.
I feel like they're keeping it a secret.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Now, for those of you who are new to Path of Exile, each time we release an update, we also release a new league. Not only do we have a new economy, but we also introduce new content through
economy,
the
let's
campaign,
go.
which gives you a fresh play
Finally.
experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Aldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell.
Yeah.
After saving him, he introduces himself as Pharaoh, a young blacksmith trying to bring back the ancient art of Ezomite runesmithing. He has been collating his discoveries in a tome and is keen to show you how runesmithing works. By inscribing symbols on these ancient Ezomite remnants, you can create all manner
Make sure you
of
can
old
activate your
magics.
drops.
Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some of the latent power, making for
Oh
a
my.
difficult fight.
Of course they show a dead eye.
After defeating these monsters, Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business. and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially
An
inclined
Ogorb.
to discover these secrets. He lends you his tome and asks that you note down anything you discover when you return to him. In each area in the Runes of Aldur League, you will find a remnant, and as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already present, and some are waiting for you to fill them in. Depending on which symbols are already present, you will have different options for which items you can create using this magic. For example, if you combine Tempest and Lightning, you can create an Orb of Augmentation.
I see. So you're creating currency at these? But at what point are people going to stop doing it because we don't need the lower currency? I guess early on
But
it's
be
good.
careful.
Or if you
The
were
symbols
SSF.
used to craft the items also empower the monsters around the remnant, who will be revived as
see. So
undead
the
to fight
stronger-
again with different properties depending on what runes you used. So, if you use a fire rune in your recipe, the monsters will be empowered with fire. Or if you use a moon rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters.
Oh, great. Love it. We have lunar res. What is Vericium? Is
After
this
the
a new
fight,
currency?
break the remnant to receive the item you crafted.
What is Vericium?
As you get higher level, you will start to find remnants with more
Oh,
slots for
wow.
more runes, allowing you to craft rarer items.
Oh, wow.
As the number of slots increases though, more waves of monsters will be added,
Oh, goody.
with each wave being empowered
Someone
by
in
more
chat said
and
crap
more of the
mechanic.
runes. And this can get pretty dicey, because some of the runes can have powerful effects.
Oh, boy. Dude, this is gonna be nuts.
Like the Oath rune, which will cause
good.
one monster to be nominated as a leader, spawning waves of minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it. Some recipes can
Wow.
get pretty large, requiring 6,
You
7,
make spirit gems.
or even 8 runes.
6, 7. Sorry.
But don't worry,
So where do you pick
won't
up?
have to remember
you
them.
keep the runes?
Pharaoh's runecrafting book will record all the options, allowing you
Okay.
to simply pick which one you want to craft, given the existing runes that are already on the remnant. To expand your knowledge and to allow you to craft more items, Pharaoh has asked that you keep an eye out for signs of runic magic around Rayclast. He wants to document
Oh
anything you
my.
find in order to rediscover the secrets of Ezomite runesmiths of old.
Nosy Pharaoh.
The first of these can be found in Ogham, and reveals to you an ancient secret, buried
Dude,
deep
even
underground.
campaign is gonna be different, I feel like. It's gonna be more fun.
The runic magic which the Ezomites believe to be their own is actually of Kalguran origin. Thousands of years ago, the Kalgurans came to Rayclast to find sources of Vericium, a metal on which engraved runes allow control over reality. Pharaoh is determined to learn these ancient ways
A
and
tuning
gain
fork?
mastery over them. If
I
you can
tune
bring him
you.
more Vericium, he'll be able
Make
to
it
use
easy,
it to
thanks for the
smith
follow.
power into any armor, granting you runic ward.
Oh
The
my
power
god.
harnessed by the Kalgurans since ancient times.
What does Runic Ward do?
Runic ward is a new resource that protects you from death.
Oh.
Should you run out of life, your runic ward will kick in, sustaining your body
For
until
how
your life
long?
can return. It effectively acts as an
Interesting.
extra life pool.
Interesting
Of
for
course,
hardcore.
should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will still die.
I don't know.
Every
Matt
single
Leprechaun,
piece
thanks for
of
the
armor
follow.
in the game can be upgraded
That,
this
it's
way,
like extra life protection.
even uniques.
It's like making it a little easier.
Some
no?
are just a strict upgrade, giving runic ward with no downside. Others
Oh,
are
but they
more
could have
extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of runic ward.
I mean, -3 isn't horrible.
There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely, making them much
it's
more
kind of like a
viable
new
for
way to
higher level
gamba,
play.
for sure.
But the Kalgurans use runic ward for more than just a defense. It can also be used to power many other magics. Instead of using gems created from corruption, the Kalgurans used runes of power and fueled them with
So
runic
you create
ward.
spells from them.
Many of the options available from remnant crafting are new types of Kalguran skills that exclusively spend runic ward to wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself,
Dude, that looks sick.
or with something you
What is
target at
that?
a distance, like Comet.
Oh
There are
my
also skills to
God.
modify existing effects using runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the Ignite into Frostfire, both burning them
Dang, it's
and
like
building
Icy
up
Hot.
freeze at
Icy
the
Hot
same
skill.
time. You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies, to more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion that creates a mark capable of pushing away all
Oh my
nearby
God.
enemies. Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills cost runic ward, and unlike gems, they don't have a color.
Interesting.
This means that they don't care
It's
about
like a new
attribute
resource
requirements
system.
or what kind of weapon you use. These skills are designed to be used on any class, and so often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters. By combining different runes together, the Kalgurans were able to support their runic abilities, and
Dude,
you
this is
can
gonna
as
get
well.
nutty.
There is also a set of runic supports that can be combined with regular skill gems in interesting ways. Concussive Runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns. While Runic Infusion lets you spend ward to directly empower the damage on any skill. Now, there are other quests during the campaign too, that unlock even more interesting crafting methods. Buried deep in the jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge, containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from.
I know, it's gonna be a big relearning curve.
Using this knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge unique weapons.
Dude, this is nuts.
With this technique, many low-level unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage. Now, we've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get there. And it's not just low-level uniques. All Kalguran uniques are able to be runeforged this way too, and they can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get
Gives you
one of
runic
several
ward.
different outcomes. Now, there is still so much more that you can craft with remnants.
Oh my god.
There are
this is
also
nuts.
100 new runes, as well as many other new
A
crafting
100 new
currencies.
runes?
This is the runes
Oh
of Elder after
my
all,
God.
and some of these runes have quite powerful effects. For example, this elemental conversion
'Cause we
rune
needed it
will
to get more
convert all the
complicated,
existing
right?
mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine a weapon with all three elemental
Oh
damage
my
mods
God,
into a single element, making a weapon with massive amounts of cold damage.
Y'all better buy your stash tabs. You better
There
stash
is
up on
also a
stash
rune that
tabs.
lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item.
Whoa. Hi, Major.
And there are even crafting meta runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting. For example, this Rune of Chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots. Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effect duration.
Brother.
You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with verisium, new modifiers not normally available can be directly crafted onto your
Interesting.
items.
These are like essences. I feel
Using
like, kind of.
imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so many options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects. So I
What
think
the
people will be experimenting
actual-
with these for a
I
long
feel like
time.
I want to start crafting more. This is crazy.
Once you get to King's March in Act 4, Pharaoh finally meets Danig, a real Kalguran runesmith.
Oh, then they become
And riddled with
besties.
excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Kalguran techniques with
Yeah,
the
it's, I
ancient
like
knowledge
that.
that he has
It's like
found.
the same as essences. I
From
think it's
here
really
on,
cool.
Pharaoh joins in the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table, the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been going on will change significantly.
Look,
For
someone in
those
chat
of you
said
who
give a
haven't
shout
played
out.
it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering Verisium from them. By choosing where to place the
Did they say what
explosives,
Verisium
you
was
can
for?
choose which kind of challenges you'd like to face, or rewards you would like to claim. But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Eldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic. One very important difference from the simple remnant encounters, though, is that the empowerments that the remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter, stacking together. This can lead to some pretty extreme situations. If you
Oh
stack
my
too many
God.
remnants, you
What is
might
this,
be in
like,
for a
giant
fight beyond
lobster
your
thing?
abilities.
Holy
But
shit,
the
they have
rewards
131K
can be very
viewers.
worth it. Each mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop. Once you get to the endgame, you will
Dude.
find that the Atlas has changed substantially. To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast.
We can
with
go
the
in the
ocean
water. This is
beyond.
like when Animal Crossing got fishing.
King's March has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins. Rog's shop has been destroyed, but he is much more concerned about his wife, Gwenin.
Of course.
He would
Good
like
man,
to
Rog.
launch an
Good man.
expedition deep into the ocean to find her. And this
Gwenin
begins a
of
new major
Troy.
mechanic for expedition, exploring
really, but-
the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a
just go on
logbook,
forever?
you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast,
Oh, I see.
uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwenin. You can hop
Do
from
we find
island
her
to
in all the
island,
islands,
doing
or-
many new encounters. There are islands
Honestly,
with
boats and cruise ship
expeditions,
stuff is a little triggering right now.
grand expeditions, new bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find. Eventually, you will find the island that Gwenin has been holed up on. It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Kalguran, Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside.
It's like the abyss, just jumping down a hole.
It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed.
Oh, he came out of the goop. He's alive. Shit. I was just trying to come explore this hole and maybe get some
Now,
good
after
loot.
you've
I didn't know I
defeated
had to fight
Medved,
the
you
goop
will
monster.
find another logbook. And this time you can use it to choose which direction you want to explore.
I see. So we're on a
The ocean is
scholastic
vast
quest on the
and
islands.
contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook,
Oh, it can just
you
keep
can explore
going.
one sector and you can go as deep as you like. There are all sorts of interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore.
This is nuts.
Many of the islands have expeditions with totally new mechanics. So, for example, here is a
Jam Maggot,
volcanic
thanks for
island
the
with
follow.
voltaxic sulfite.
Yeah, that was off of one, and it
Blowing
just
up the
kept
sulfite
unlocking
will
more.
unleash extra waves of enemies. But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it.
Oh,
On blowing it open, a giant
Oh,
ogre comes
good.
out, and he is
Oh,
determined to eat as much
dear
sulfite
Lord.
as possible.
okay.
The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become.
Great. High risk, high reward. Here for it.
These islands contain all sorts of little secrets that you can find and blow up. Free trapped wisps.
I
blow
know,
open
literally,
brick
it feels
doors,
like a whole new game.
even Ray's ancient precursor technology. And of course, more bosses. There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The the Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker.
Wow.
Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Verisium, which the Kalgurans used to power their ancient magic. And upon defeating him, he calls down a
Yeah, I
truly
hate
gigantic
wisps.
one into the ocean nearby.
Oh my gosh.
On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor
Bro, we
within.
got a lot of fighting
There
to
is
do.
something
There's a
growing
lot
in
of
there,
fighting going on.
and it can't be
Okay.
anything good.
Okay.
In order to gain entry, Danik suggests that the Triskelion Flame, an ancient Kalguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter. But to find
Yeah,
it,
wisps are
you
so
will need to
frustrating.
locate the Tomb of Olroth, leader of the Knights of the Sun.
Dude, there is so much to do.
Defeat him and gain access to whatever eldritch nightmare is growing inside. Now, we're not going to spoil the boss, but one thing you should know is that the Verisium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available for millennia.
Oh boy.
Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danig should allow them to forge some objects of power, the creation of which has been lost to time. So that's the League, and there is a lot going on.
It's crazy.
To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and over 30 new rune modifiers to enhance them.
This is
You can
nuts.
create more than 100 new runes to craft your gear, as well as dozens of other new currency items. And there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options. Rune forging armors, upgrading uniques, dozens of new Kalguran skills and supports, tons of new islands to discover by exploring the ocean, 5 new bosses,
Oh my
including a new
God.
pinnacle boss, and a bunch of new uniques to top it off. But there is still a ton more to come. It's time to talk about the massive changes to the endgame. But for that, I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the endgame atlas is very different now,
Dude,
and the
Endgame
ocean to
is
the
so
south is the least
crazy.
of the
There's,
changes.
like, so much
the
going
entire
on.
area around your starting location is now teeming with new quest lines and things to discover. Will you investigate the strange forest to the west, the cracks in the earth to the east, or perhaps visit the
Abyss,
ruins
let's
of a
go.
Val city in the north?
Abyss.
The atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations, giving you specific objectives that are easy to find. Like before, though, no matter which objective
No,
you
literally,
choose,
I'm
going to
scared.
towers
You know
to
how
see
they
what's
say
out
you
there
need
is
a
always
like
a
a
good idea.
freaking doctorate degree to
first
know
time you
everything
do
about
that, though,
PoE
something new
1?
happens.
Imagine how crazy
earth
PoE
shakes,
2 is gonna be when it's
and a
fully
gigantic
released.
fortress rises from the earth,
Oh my frick!
a remnant of the ancient precursor civilization. The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be
Warren
invoked.
Ziri.
Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates. Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons and disarm them. But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to explore and many new things to find.
Oh my god!
You will power up ancient machines, fight new and deadly foes,
Oh good.
discover many new areas, and uncover some dark secrets. Now, the Fortress is the first of the new
Sick.
full in-game storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the Fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant. Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals.
Oh boy.
Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes. Or this one, which spawns an Ismeri spirit that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to chase it through the entire map.
I hate these wisps, dude. Wisps are not it. Fine.
Now, just like the normal areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress
I'm
each
good.
contain
It can
precursor nodes
run all
after
over the
boss,
map. I'm not chasing
and
it.
activating these nodes will give you points for
Thank
the
you
new
so
and improved
much, but
Atlas
I'm good.
passive tree. Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch.
Yeah, it was
The
kinda
Atlas
clean.
tree now works quite a lot
Holy.
differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree. Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat and move to an adjacent map.
Why would I want
Before
that?
you fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time.
Oh, good.
There are also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways, like this one, which lets Ismeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the
Aw,
regular
man,
monsters
then
that come
maybe
out of
we
them are
will
touched
wanna
by the
follow
spirit,
them.
and the rares are all possessed, giving you some incredible loot potential.
Oh, God.
You get points from every single area you complete in the fortress, and unlike before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yes,
say at least
this whole
this
tree
might
can
have a
be
point.
yours. This change is pretty important since it allows us to be able to create many
So
types
you
of
can literally
bonuses
pick
that we
everything?
wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders.
No, not
allowing you to get
Jamantha.
2
Oh,
crisis
first Jamantha
fragments.
mention.
If we'd done this kind of thing in the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these. Now obviously we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build.
Oh my
So
God,
many nodes in the
dude.
Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node.
Hot? I
but
mean, I'm
which bonus you
definitely
choose to use
sweating.
is up
What
to
up,
you.
Kosher?
Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles? But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot?
I don't know, do we?
Or would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight? Now, I could probably
look
nerd out
really
about cool
cool.
stuff in the
These
tree all
bosses
day.
just look
We
really
should
cool.
probably get back to the fortress. Now, one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky
Yeah,
by finding
there is
keys.
a lot
They'll be in
coming.
fixed locations
There's
and there's
a
a
lot
quest to get
coming,
them.
DJ Kosher.
But the
A
Arbiter of
lot.
Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2. For that, you'll need to travel into the very center of the fortress.
New pinnacle boss. They said 15
An
new
incredible
pinnacle
challenge
bosses,
awaits
right?
you should you choose to
This
go
is terrifying. Look at this guy. This like angel demon.
there. After
Oh
the
my God.
storyline, you still unlock keys
Oh,
for
they didn't
pinnacle
show it.
bosses in the
They didn't show
usual
it.
way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground, containing multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts.
Do we
You
ever
might
really
come
get
upon them
good
in the middle
stuff
of a
off
fight
of
and
them?
be able to
Maybe
take out
during
both of them.
leveling, but I don't know. I
Or a
haven't
map
really
of
found anything
champions that
amazing.
makes all the natural inhabitants
Yeah,
of the area
this
into magic
has
monsters.
really good endgame stuff. This makes endgame actually exist.
Or
I
this
feel
one
like.
that causes all shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used.
Like I feel like the game truly starts after campaign at this point, which
Once you have
was
explored
always
and found
the
your
case,
keys,
but
you can return
now
to fight
there's
the
just so
pinnacle
much
and the
more
fortress
to
again.
do.
But this version of him will be harder. And not only that, he will have new unique rewards as well. Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress, and any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't want to explore the fortress, and instead just
I
race
wanna
out into the
focus
infinite
all the
Atlas,
abyssal
you
places.
still have
I
a way
like
to
the
get all
Abyss
those
guys.
points.
I like going
So
to the
that's
Abyss
the
puppy.
origins of Divinity storyline. It's a huge amount of new content with a ton of new areas, 5 new bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress.
Okay.
But this is just one of the new storylines. So let's talk about the next one now, Masters of the Atlas. Now earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough. You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree. Why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree? Well, that's
Oh,
where the
no.
Masters of the Atlas come in. Throughout
Atlas
Raid class, there are many opportunities
Ascendancies?
for those with the skills to find them.
Oh
Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return. One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures powerful artifacts to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn. At level 1, you could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests, or make it so that all map bosses drop an additional
Hi,
unique
Boudreaux.
item,
Are you seeing this?
or make corrupted waystones have an
This
additional
is
modifier,
nuts.
but at the cost of making them send you to a totally unknown location.
Oh my
Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row of abilities and give you another point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too. For example, Hilda. Hilda is a
Hilda
member
looks
of
cool.
a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate specific deadly creatures around
I
Wraeclast
hate that guy,
and harvest their
Wrathbone.
parts. In exchange, she will teach you her monster hunting skills, like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version. Or this one, which makes Ismarian spirits no longer possess rare monsters, making them go for the unique bosses in the area instead. You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses. But in exchange for that, they always drop 2
those
uniques.
swords.
Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing. As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use
So
to
we
run
can
the
get
map,
all of them?
and all the
And then just
bonuses you have
pick one
selected for that
one at a
master will
time?
be activated.
That's interesting.
This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment. Now, one thing that's been pretty
Oh, yeah,
obvious
running
is that
with
the in-game
Wisps,
leagues
for
we
sure,
created
we
when
will be
launching
doing
Early
that.
Access in 010 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vaal and Rise of the Abyssal just have a lot more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for example. We wanted to do a serious upgrade to all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done.
Wait, does
All
that mean
4 of the
1.0
leagues
is
we
going to be
launched in
next?
Early Access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems,
No.
new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses.
No.
One of the really important changes we made to
Was
all
that
the
a hint?
leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league, along with its Atlas
I
tree
know.
and its pinnacle boss. This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to. So let's use Abyss as an example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the
It's like a
east,
whole map
where you will
section
find
for
these
Abyss
mega
now.
abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well
I
of
don't know.
Souls.
I feel like if I saw all these
All the
green
maps
ribbons, I
along the
would just
cracks
stay
will
away
contain
from them.
abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss
I
Atlas
see.
tree. At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an abyssal depths with the boss fight
Yeah,
for one of the
1.0 will
abyssal
be when they
factions,
release it.
giving you a guaranteed way to fight
This
them.
this does seem
And after
ambitious. I'm,
completing
I'm
all
thinking
3,
about all
you'll
the
get a key for the Well of
potential
Souls,
bugs and
allowing you to
stuff.
fight the Vessel of
But
Kulmak.
also there will be probably lots
This
of
kind of thing
interesting
makes an
things going
in-game
on.
league so much more friendly for new players, giving people obvious goals and a guided experience to complete them. Alright, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium,
7
and its new
hours played?
storyline, The Hare and the Raven.
I
As you
believe
may
it'll
remember,
be free. Yeah.
during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as
No,
Tangmazu,
actually.
the Raven Trickster. Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors, and when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears.
Oh, good. Bugs.
In Return of the Ancients, the first time you approach one of his delirium encounters in the endgame, you will find Elder Maddox
Oh,
locked in a
totally,
trance.
totally.
His mind is trapped in one of
I can
Tangmazu's
only
delusions,
really play the
and you will
29th,
need
the
to
day of
free him.
release, and then the 30th I friggin' fly to Sweden. And then I'm gone for like 2 weeks, so I'm gonna be
Once
2
free,
weeks late
Elder
to
Maddox
the league
demands
start,
that as
but I
you
will
cause
be able
this
to play the
problem,
first day.
you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there,
Oh,
the
that doesn't
Raven
look
Trickster will attempt to
scary
break
at
your
all.
mind.
Let's
Each
go through
map
this
around
sharp
the Withered
mirror
Willow
with
features
both
delirium encounters.
tree bones protruding from it.
Now this is more than a simple quest upgrade. The mechanic of delirium has been overhauled and expanded.
Oh, thank God.
At the bottom of the screen, there is now a bar that indicates how deep into delirium
It's
you
still
are.
it's still screen
You can
fog,
see which
ugly, though.
direction leads deeper by looking at the fog, and the deeper you go, the more challenges you will face. By
Oh,
looking at the
interesting.
bar, you can see how long you have until the delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog. At the end of the bar
True.
is always the boss of the map, but we
Get a
now have a
Steam Deck?
variety
I
of
know,
other
but how do I
encounters that you
stream
might
from
find
that?
as you
I
explore the
can't.
horrors of your own mind. For example, you might
Maybe I'll add
encounter
it
a
to my
purple mirror
phone.
shard that,
It
when
is my
shattered,
birthday,
will
June
cause
8th.
all
If you
the
guys are
enemies to
feeling
become more
generous, we could
nightmarish.
crowdfund for a Steam
After
Deck.
hitting this, you'll notice the delirium demons are enhanced, significantly more powerful, larger, and scarier in general,
this is
along with
nuts.
more rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll be sent into the depths of your mind. And must escape
my
it while fighting
God.
off hordes of your worst fears.
I mean, I do feel like Zero. It took 6 months, so hopefully
If
they've
you are able to do
anticipated
so,
and
you will gain a powerful amulet with
preempted
2
any
instilled notables on it.
issues in terms
Once
of
you
like
reach
loading,
the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox discovers that a shard of the mirror is missing.
lag.
You will need to track
Yeah.
down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope
Hedwig.
of discovering how to defeat him. And that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start. As you do deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to instill amulets to add notable passive buffs to them, but in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well. Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing you to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For example, Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering
Nice.
will allow you to add movement speed or Air of Effect to your jewels. But there are many more.
Massive movement speed.
Once you've done enough delirium encounters, the location of a grand mirror, an entrance into Tangmazu's realm, is revealed. But it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects the map boss for a ridiculous empowered fight, then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness. In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm.
Oh boy.
Consuming the fruit will cover an entire area of the Atlas in fog, and every map you do in the fog will get progressively harder and harder as you explore the deeper reaches of your mind. At some point you enter a new layer. A simulacrum of
Dropping
your
liquid
memories
emotions,
twisted and
dude?
perverted by
Same.
the Raven Trickster.
Is that a liquid emotion in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?
Should you be able to complete the simulacrum,
Sorry.
Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge, and will let you take the remaining shard of his mirror,
Oh
allowing you to
God.
enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow.
This
If
is
you dare to
nuts.
face
It's like
him,
an
it will be a
entirely different
fearsome
game.
challenge. So, that's the new storyline of Delirium. As you can see, it's not only a quest line, there are new mechanics, new crafting
Dude.
options, and new boss fights.
I'm
But
so
one question you
hyped.
might
I'm
have
so
is, what happens after?
I can't believe I'm traveling
Well,
the
once
day
you've
after
completed
it
the story,
comes out.
grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But
We're
this
doing
time,
fruit-induced
the
drug
fight will be
trips?
quite a bit harder. And not only that, the fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline version. We'll show some of those later.
Oh boy.
After doing a grand mirror, the decision of where to spread the fog can be important, because there are some potent
Dude,
emotions
this is
that only come
crazy
from certain
Delirium
map
rework.
bosses affected by Delirium this way. Like all emotions, they can craft special
I feel
mods
like
onto
this
jewels,
is going to
but
sustain
these
interest in
potent emotions
Endgame
can
for a
create
very long
mods that you
time.
can't get
There's
any other
so
way.
much to do.
So for example, potent liquid melancholy is an emotion that can only come from human bosses, and allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects. Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions. They could have some interesting effects, with some powerful notables that do not normally exist on the tree. Like Storm's
Wow.
Rebuke, which makes armor break boost your cold and lightning damage. But also notables from
This
a
game-
clearly
yeah, oh, the
deranged
game is
mind,
stunning.
like
It's
Calm's
a
Blessing.
beautiful game.
This skill allows you to ancestrally
I
boost fire
agree.
spells after using a war cry. How about using an ancestral flame blast?
Although sometimes I have to lower all the graphics settings because it like is too
Now,
much
just
for
like
my
before, you
PC.
can also upgrade the league
But
by
yeah.
getting points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree. But this now works in a much better way and has
I'm a
much
little
cooler
worried. Yeah,
effects.
like Zero is talking
The maps
about.
in the Delirium area of the Atlas give you Delirium passive points for completing them, so it's easy to see how to progress. Some nodes will add new types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums. Like this one, which
Oh
will pause
boy.
the Delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more easily get to higher depths. or this one, which adds extra Delirium
On hard
modifiers to
mode?
monsters when you pick it up. There are also nodes that can add new types of drops, like this one, which modifies Simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which
We
can
gotta
craft
think about
time
what
lost
we want to do
jewels,
for wheel spins for the day
and
of,
nodes that apply to the Atlas
day
mechanics
of
of the League,
release.
like this one, which causes the Grand Mirror to spread Delirium fog over a larger area of the Atlas, potentially containing multiple simulacrums. Alright, so that's the changes to Delirium. The core mechanic now includes a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas. It also has new crafting system for jewels, and over 20 new unlockable notables for amulets. Not only that, we have a new
Wowie.
pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items, and a massively upgraded Atlas tree just for Delirium. But there's still a lot more to come, so let's talk
Oh,
about
God.
Breach next.
Oh, Breach.
When you
okay.
first do a Breach in the endgame,
Completely forgot
you'll
about
find
Breach.
Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame, an
Aleph.
ancient order of monks dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from
Sorry,
entering
we
the
gotta do an
world.
ad.
As you seem to be a keen slayer of demons, Aelith would like to recruit you to the Order and asks that you travel to their monastery to the south. On the way there, you'll start to encounter more breaches, and will notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic. You
I
still have to
know,
kill
I know,
monsters
I
as
don't know
fast
how
as
I
you can to
could.
keep the breach open, but now you can visibly
Smacking
see how
some
much time
booty.
you have left to keep it open, and how each kill extends its duration. Once you've reached
Yeah,
the
I'm pretty
monastery,
sure they'll do
you
a
will
free
learn
weekend
more
like
about
they
the
did last
Keepers.
time for 0.4.
In the 25 years since the events of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1, the war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby. A gigantic area has fallen to the Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to
Oh,
get
no.
inside. Inside
We
the
must
monastery is the
cleanse
Genesis
it.
Tree, a powerful asset to the war effort, stolen from the enemy
That doesn't
and
look
gifted to the
terrifying at
Keepers
all.
by the Dreamer himself. Using the tree, Aelith could
Trees
create a
nuts?
breachstone and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold, but without Hiveblood, the tree has withered. To get Hiveblood, you will need to take
We need
advantage of
high
another new
blood
mechanic
to
of
fix
breach.
the tree.
If you can
Really?
keep
You guys
the
said you want
otherworldly
more
portal
plant
open for long
skills,
enough,
so
the breach will stabilize and will enter a
we're
new
becoming
phase.
gardeners here.
The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you, and the breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping Hiveblood that you can use to restore the Genesis tree.
Lavish womb gift. That's what I'm
In
going to call
some
my
cases,
firstborn.
you may even attract one of the
Here's
deadliest
my
foes
lavish
the
womb
Hiveborn
gift.
can offer, a Marshal of Zesht.
I hope you find one, Basehead.
These monsters also drop womb gifts, and if you take these to the Genesis
I
tree,
feel like
they
you're
can be
gonna-
used to craft
everyone's
items
gonna
to
need
help
to
you in
upgrade
the
their
war against the
PC.
Hiveborn.
I upgraded my PC when
Given
PoE
that
2 was
25 years
released
have
because I
passed
straight
since
up
the
could
beginning
not
of the
play it on
war,
my old PC.
the tree has grown and withered many
and
times.
now I'm
but
at
with
my
each
partner's
cycle,
place
it
and
learns
they
and
gave me, like,
expands
a
its abilities.
They gave him like a
When you
super
first
nice
open the
PC.
Genesis tree,
And now I'm
you will
using
notice
it.
these holes into which you can place your womb gifts.
Place
Each
your
womb
womb
gift
gifts.
can be used to create a different type of jewelry.
I hate that they
and must
call
be
them womb
fertilized with
gifts.
Hiveblood. So, for example, you can place this amulet womb gift into the tree, and it will give birth to a random rare amulet. But
Do
the
we think we're
Genesis
gonna
tree
get
is
anything
capable
good?
of much
Celiac,
more.
hi. Welcome.
As you continue
It's
to feed
okay.
the tree,
You're
its
just
branches
in
will
time.
regenerate and allow you more and more control over what kind of items it will birth.
Have you heard about the womb gifts?
So, for example, this branch of the tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed.
Okay.
And as you go deeper,
Shout
it
out
will
to
even
the
allow you to
womb
create new base
gifts.
types that you can't get anywhere else.
Here, I birthed you something. It's a gold amulet. Here's my womb gift.
Like
I'm
this
literally
one, which gives
referring
you
to
an
every
entire
newborn
spirit
child
skill
as
for
a
free.
womb gift from now on.
Or this one, which has a rune socket in it.
An Ammy with a socket? That's crazy.
To the left and right are branches that will let you control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're higher
This is
level
nuts. There's new trees.
or controlling
there's,
which
oh my
specific
God.
mods that they will always have. With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts. But it's worth noting that this tree doesn't have any cost to
Bro.
respecking it. You can enable or
Nice,
disable the
that's
nodes
nice.
at any time by clicking on them.
So depending on what you're crafting, you can
On
just...
rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well. You have a bunch of new base types like these, but you also have entire new
Whoa.
classes of mods that can be added. The right-hand branch of the ring tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings. From basics like extra elemental damage for spells,
Wha-
or more niche options like this mod that increases
I
the rate
understand
you
why
gain
it took
seals for
6
Unleash.
months. This is crazy.
And on the left-hand side, you can unlock an entire new set of mods for minion characters. This stuff is actually pretty important.
Minion Witch to
because
start?
casters and minion builds didn't have as many slots with interesting item crafting compared to attack builds. The Genesis tree narrows that gap. There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over
We're
them
gonna
too
drop
much
a
here,
Headhunter from there.
but there are all sorts of goodies in these too. Like being able to create new catalysts for jewels, or a belt that gives lightning damage. Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone.
Oh my god. Crazy.
And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion.
Womb gift is so strange.
Once
I hate
used,
that they
the
called
true
it
extent
womb
of the
gifts.
Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear. They have not only transformed the
Yeah.
land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will
Womb
discover
gifts.
breach hives. Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive.
They basically gave us
These encounters
like,
are particularly
fully
rewarding
an
for womb
endgame.
gifts.
We were all a
so you'll
womb
want
gift
to do
at
as
one
many of
point.
these as you can.
Oh, a banded womb gift. So it comes
But your
out
real goal
as a
are the
musician.
sky hives deeper into the domain.
Ah, going sky hive.
These twisted creations are securing the demon's
I wonder
entry
what
into
womb
our
gifts
world.
the sky hive will give us.
Inside the very center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash.
Why
and you'll
does it
need
have to
defeat them
look like
if
that
you want to get
too?
rid of the
Ugh.
foothold once and for all.
Why does it have to be
Now,
called womb
once you've
gift,
completed
and
the
why does
questline
it have to
version, there
look
is still
like
more to do.
a saggy
You will find
nutsack?
other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a
Do
breach
they
stone,
hate us?
destroy the sky hives,
I just...
and defeat the Breach Lords. And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the
Ew!
existing Breach Pinnacle boss, which you can access by communing with the Dreamer himself inside the monastery. While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be
I
gaining points
hate
for the
all
Breach
the
Atlas trip.
everything
And there are
about
a
this.
lot of cool new options here. This node will cause breach hives to spawn outside of the Hiveborn domains on the Atlas.
Oh! Goatsy ass
And this
portal,
one will give
for
Aelith
real.
additional
Oh my
abilities that you can use while
god.
attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all Hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange for
was
way more
that?
items. There are also nodes that allow you to control your rewards, like this one, which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht. Or this one, which lets you control which womb gifts you will get. There's also some nodes that affect
It's
the
like
Genesis tree,
IVF.
like this one, which will cause Zesh to
Controlling
drop
the
his
womb
head,
gifts you get.
which when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for.
this tree.
Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy.
Oh, finally, something
So
to do
that's a
with all of
rundown
our
what you can
excess
expect
breach
from the new
rings.
Breach questline. There's a new stabilization mechanic for breaches, hive encounters,
Yeah. I'm just gonna ignore
and
this whole
Hiveborn
section
incursions on the
right now.
Atlas. But you also have a huge new crafting system and new bosses as well. Alright, so let's talk about the Rite of the Nameless storyline next.
Okay.
When you
talk
first
about
complete a ritual in the endgame, Aoife, a lost spirit, will appear. She appears to need your
Aoife.
help, but isn't able to communicate more than a few words, beckoning you to come to the Wildwood. Like the other leagues, Ritual now has a place on the Atlas to call home. The Wildwood could be found to the west. When you first arrive there, Aoife's spirit will guide you in, where you will discover that inside the Wildwood, spirits can take physical form.
Oh,
Aoife has been bound to this place by the King in the Mists, and requests
gotta
that you
save
free
Aoife.
her. But in order to do so, you will need her body, currently in possession of the King. To reclaim it, you will need to gain an audience with him. Inside the Wildwood, there are many ritual encounters to complete. Like before, in each area, triggering rituals will resurrect the nearby bound monsters to attack you, and killing the monsters will give you tribute. In addition, each ritual you do in the area will add the monsters from the previous ritual,
Oh,
making
good.
the encounters much more challenging the more rituals you
oh,
complete.
good. Love it.
Once you've completed them, spend your tribute to get items. Now, an important change to the rewards of Ritual is that all the items in the reward window are now uniques or omens, making
Oh,
this league's
interesting.
rewards much more valuable than before.
Yeah, so you don't have to hover over a bunch of
In
bullshit.
order to gain an audience with the
That's
Nameless
dope.
King, you need to sacrifice tribute to him.
Celiac, I think you're gonna have a heart
Any
attack when
remaining
you
tribute
see.
you don't spend can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar.
You missed a bit.
Once you have enough tribute for an audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless Shrine. His location will be revealed deeper in the Wildwood, and you will need to make your way to him, kill him, and get Aoife's body.
Thank you, Omega Damage. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Using her body, you can attempt to release her spirit, but this is
I
when you
had to
learn
say
about
thank
the
you
true
somehow.
threat of the League. The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was
Let's
granted
go
it
into
by an
this
ancient being
bloodbath
of
together.
darkness
A
known
little
as the
bloodbath
Bodach,
jacuzzi.
and the Nameless King's use
Could
of
be
this power
romantic.
has
It
been
actually looks
causing
like the
prison
thing
to
that
weaken.
they heal in Dune.
In order to prevent the Bodach from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and beat him back. But those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you will need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League, the Rite of the Nameless. The rite will begin in a nearby forest.
Oh no.
At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss,
So we got 30 new
and defeating him will
bosses,
give you a piece of the
15
effigy
new
onto which you
pinnacle.
will
I
transfer
believe
your
it's,
name.
it's nuts. New Atlas tree, the endgame Atlas tree is
But the
nuts
ritual
now.
is still not complete. Once the map boss is
Yeah.
defeated, the Atlas will open,
I'm
and you
sure
will need to pick another adjacent
the
map to
VOD.
continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, if you go in this direction, you gain significantly more tribute. But if you go in this direction, the uniques in the reward window will turn into currency instead.
Bro,
You can
I feel
also
like I'm gonna
sometimes get
be
offered
the
specific
meme of
items
the
that will be
guy with
added
the
as
whiteboard
rewards.
with the red
So in this
strings
case,
connecting to each
you'll have
other.
to choose
Like,
if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood. A difficult decision, I'm sure. Now, as this is one continuous ritual, the encounters in the next map won't start from scratch. They contain all the monsters that were gathered from the rituals of the previous map as well, making them harder and harder. And that includes the map boss too. You will need to defeat both map bosses in the final encounter for your next effigy piece. And it still doesn't end there. Pick another map, another reward,
it's
and add
always
another
sunny.
map boss to continue until the ritual of the Nameless is complete. It will take 5 maps in all, and will be an incredible challenge. But once
5
complete,
bosses at the
you can
same
return to the Wildwood
time?
to perform the final rite.
Talk about
Transfer
5
your name to the
guys.
effigy, adorn the crown of the Nameless
Oh
King,
my
and enter the
gosh.
prison.
Yes, let's go down this little pool.
Now, of course, once the Pinnacle boss is complete, the League doesn't end there. As you do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to give tribute to the King in the Mists for another audience. Pick another forest to begin the Rite of the Nameless once more, and this time with a harder Pinnacle boss and new unique items to find.
Great.
Of course, we've also significantly upgraded the Ritual Atlas
Look
tree.
at this massive tree.
Get points by completing
Stretch and
maps in the
hydrate while
Wildwood,
we watch.
and you'll be able to unlock some pretty cool nodes.
Have a sip of water.
Some of them
'cause,
affect the Rite of the Nameless.
this update
like
is
this
leaving
one,
me
which
thirsty
extends
for
its
sure.
duration. You thought fighting 5 map bosses at once was hard? How about 6? Or this one, which makes maps during the Rite have more reward mods, often having 2.
Oh my
You also have nodes that allow things to combine with other content, like this one, which gives a chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles, adding a random boss to the ritual encounter. There is even a node which adds a new type of possible ritual, the Audience with the Queen, which causes the Bride of the King to sometimes appear. Okay, so that's ritual.
I see.
But let's have a look at what this means for in-game content as a whole for Path of Exile 2. When you include the expedition changes made by the League,
Yeah, we can go
have
to
a
the
total of
ocean now.
5 new in-game storylines, each of which has a hub, crafting systems, areas to explore, NPCs, and a pinnacle boss as a capstone. Not to mention the Masters of the Atlas storyline as well. But more importantly,
2 new
you now have
ascendancies as
immediate
well.
quests as soon as you arrive at the endgame, and goals with obvious progressions that you can see how to finish. Each in-game questline has a progress bar that you can pop out from the side of the Atlas screen at any time that shows you how far through you are, and
this
buttons
is
that will take you to the
insane.
hubs for them. Overall, it's just a way better in-game experience with a significant number of fun objectives to complete. But just in case you didn't have enough goals, we did have one other thing that you might want to complete this league. These are called challenge leagues after all. Where are all the challenges? Well, players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to the fact that each league comes with a series of challenges that you can complete in order to prove that you are indeed the best. We haven't done these yet in Path of Exile 2, but it's time to change that. If you're able to complete them, you'll earn pieces of the Knight of Alder armor set. Opening the challenge screen will show you a series of 8 challenges. After completing each one, anyone in chat or in the forums will be able to see your prowess.
They can see
In
your
addition,
skills.
you'll get a statue to put in your hideout showing anyone you trade with how many challenges you've completed.
Wow.
You'll earn the first piece of the armor set after doing 2 challenges,
Oh,
and
you
the
also
full
get a
armor set
statue
after
that
completing all 8.
drops for the statue are on
So
here.
that
make
covers
sure your
all the
Twitch
content you'll encounter in
thing
Return of the
is
Ancients.
connected.
But what about some new tools to fight against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some new Ascendancy classes as well, but to introduce them, I'll hand you guys back to Mark.
As Jonathan said, we have 2 new
New
classes to show you today.
Ascendancies.
The Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist. Let's start with the Huntress's new class, the Spirit Walker. The Spirit Walker has
Spirit Walker
developed an
Huntress.
affinity with the Asmerian animal spirits. She is able to infuse the power of multiple spirits at her choosing. On the bottom part of the class, you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with, be they primal
So I'm never
Vivid
gonna choose this because it's all
or
wisps.
wild.
So this ascendancy is basically
Each one
out
can give
for
you
me.
different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear. Each ability gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The stag allows you to summon stampedes when you attack.
Wow.
The owl grants boons in the form of their feathers, which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill. And
Dude,
the
Prada's
bear
gonna go off
simply
with this
summons
one.
a giant bear companion to your side. The bear will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to debuff your enemies.
Bear minion.
Now you can specialize more into each of these wisps, but if you want to
Dude,
combine all 3 of
yeah,
them,
Prada's gonna
then a
lose his
new hidden
mind.
power will be unlocked. The power of the sacred wisps. This node is free
I hate
and
wisps
enhances
so
the
much.
quality of
I
all 3
just
of your
don't
spirit
want anything
animals.
to do with them.
Your bear will take some of the damage you take and grant you life regeneration. Your stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies. And your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all. The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps. Such as Idolatry, which can give you large bonuses for using
Idolatry?
idle socketables in your equipment.
Oh, so you get you get
And
punished for
this
not
one,
for
which
using
is my
socket.
absolute favorite. The Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses, opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build.
Oh god.
Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths. Or maybe
No,
a
not yet,
three-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands.
This is the Huntress Spiritborn.
Or then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the frozen talon. There's so
Rakan?
many choices.
Like Rakan and
You're
Zaya?
going to have to experiment a bunch with this one, and I'm very excited to see what bosses
Where's
you all
Zaya?
choose to have as your trusted boss companion. Next
All right,
up,
here we go,
we have
here we
the
go.
monk's
Deacon-
new
Deacon.
ascendancy class, the Martial Artist. After decades of training, he has mastered 3 of the 7 Hollow techniques. Channeling Hollow Form technique allows the martial artist to create illusions of himself, which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can obliterate packs with ease.
Whoa.
Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take Way of the Mountain, which causes you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too. By hardening your weapon in stone, you can
Oh
deal
my God.
even more damage. After taking Hollow Focus technique, you can manifest your spiritual energy into objects. In this case, bells, which will appear around the martial artist and can be shattered by any of his attacks. Even ones from the Hollow Form technique
I haven't
earlier.
played a monk really.
Hollow Resonance technique furthers
monk
that
build.
by adding a manifested bell to your back, which
pretty cool.
rings each time you deal a critical strike, damaging all enemies around you.
Talk about you can ring my bell.
Through all the martial artist's thorough training, he
Oh, we
has
can get
mastered
tatted?
the flow
Let's
of
go.
internal spiritual energy too, and has engraved runic
Representation.
tattoos
My
around his
people are in
meridians.
here.
By doing this,
Let's
he can
go.
gain the benefit of extra runes. Just open your inventory and add the runes. There is one that counts as a
we can
helmet,
add extra
2 as a body
runes.
armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots.
Nuts.
Finally, your hands. The ultimate expression of a master of the martial arts. Taking Way of the
Your
Stone
hands.
Fist will cause
Dude,
your
Monkey's
gloves
gonna
to
be
become a new base
crazy.
type when equipped. Each modifier on the original pair of gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier. For example, these gloves add some physical damage,
I feel like this is
cold
gonna be
damage,
broken.
lightning damage, some
Hi, Honest.
resistances, and life gain on hit. Now, when I equip these, they become literal Fists of Stone, and not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield,
Fists of
they now
Stones.
also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies. With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers on gloves, there's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with.
This is nuts.
Now, with so many new
40
bosses in
new
Return of the
uniques, I think
Ancients,
they said.
of course we want to have a huge number of unique rewards. There are some pretty cool things in here,
Puppy.
so we wanted to show you a few of them.
It's Ghost.
Twisted Empyrean is a two-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium,
Yo, that
combined with
looks
the beast's
sick.
corruption. It converts all of your mace's skills fire damage to cold, and visually does so too, turning your volcanic fissures into glacial ones. This
0.
mace also comes with its own built-in skill, Starborn Onslaught. Using Glory, you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground, creating Verisium fissures, before calling behind it a storm of cold metallic bolts from the stratosphere. Next, we have Eventide Petals, an amulet that not only grants runic ward, but also comes
The
with its
crit
own
is
reservation
crazy
skill,
with the ward.
Midnight Zenith. This skill causes your critical hits to grant Arctic petals that hover around you.
What do the petals do?
Once you have acquired enough of these petals, they will be consumed, creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do
This build is for
devastating
the
cold damage to
girls.
everything around it.
Girly pop build.
The Raven's
Flowers
Flock is
for
a
your
staff
enemies.
perfect for minion characters. Not only does it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion damage, it also allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing enemies and making all other slows on them more powerful for maximum crowd control.
Alright, we're starting Minion, which...
That's
it
not
is
where
what it
this
is.
item shines though.
Just kidding, I don't know.
It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy. This skill causes a flock of ravens to circle you, dealing damage over time to anything near them.
Get birds.
Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies,
you, Ronan.
causes the flock to grow,
Thank you.
getting larger and larger.
One day we'll get
For
there.
you
He has a
PoE
head
1
start on
players,
me, but
you
we'll
can
get there.
think of
Hi,
this just
Anurag,
like a
how's it going?
Raven Righteous Fire.
Well, I mean, I started last league
That's
with
not all,
Volcanic
however.
Fisher.
These ravens are also
Smashy Bear.
minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill.
Dude, the Cloud
Mad
of Ravens
Flight.
is so sick. I feel like as a goth
This
girl, I
command
have
skill
to do
causes
it.
your flock to
I
create a
have to do
tunnel
it.
of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between.
Look at my little crows. They're so cute.
Horror's Flight is a pair of gloves instilled with the purest of fear. Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of you. These gloves cause you to gain stacks of Fear Incarnate when you cull enemies.
What is Fear Incarnate? Increased.
To
culling
aid in your
strike.
culling, these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk
Crushing
skill
Fear, much
Killing
like how I
Calm,
feel about this update
except it
coming
deals
out.
chaos damage,
There's so
and the amount of
much.
damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy. As you use
I love
this,
the crows.
gain your
I feel like
stacks
I
of
need
Fear
that.
Incarnate, which increases your culling threshold,
I feel like I
meaning
need
enemies
that.
become easier and easier to cull, even to the point of being able to instantly kill some monsters from full life.
Wowie.
Sylvan's Effigy is a scepter for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions of different types,
Prada's also going to do something
instead
weird
of the
with
normal
this, I bet.
restriction of
Something
just
good
one
with
per
this.
type. But
Prada will
what
be
makes this
cooking with
cool
this.
is the Asmerian Wolf Companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause bleeding, and even howls to buff nearby allies. Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you. Liminal Coil is a crazy wand. It
Oh
allows
boy.
you to apply as many curses as you please, but those curses will have no effect. What's the point then? 2 reasons. Firstly, your spells gain a bunch of extra physical and chaos damage for each curse on enemies. Secondly
So
is
we
the
can just
skill
throw
it
hella
grants called
curses on them,
Coiling
and then we get
Bolts. This
crazy
skill is a
damage.
projectile spell that fires coiling physical and chaos projectiles with every cast.
Oh
What
my
makes
god.
this skill truly special, though, is that it will split and chain through every cursed enemy, causing an absolute ruckus. See for yourself. Periphery is a unique bow, which utilizes all the powers of the Asmerian spirits by dealing
Low-key,
damage
I
of
love,
all
I
elements.
love, I
And
love
all
Deadeye.
elements can cause
I don't care.
all
I like
ailments.
doing bow builds. I know it's basic.
The
but-
coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies. They will pursue all nearby enemies, damaging them and inflicting a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage even further. Watch as you mow enemies down and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you, melting
I don't want.
enemies
Why
one
are they
screen at
trying
a
to
time.
make wisps be a thing? Go away. Hi, hamburger.
The
Welcome in,
Ordained is
hamburger.
a new spear, mastering in physical and
There's
lightning
so
damage,
much to do in
with
this.
high critical
oh
strike
my
chance too.
gosh.
This spear allows you to leech life not only from physical damage, but lightning too. It also creates a fragment of divinity nearby periodically. What are those? Well, this spear has the skill Righteous Descent, which is an epic, divine leap, aided by angelic wings. If you use the skill when a fragment of divinity is nearby, it will become empowered, dealing
Hamburger.
significantly more damage.
We got a prime from
gaining
Hamburger
massive
before
area
we
of
got a
effect,
follow. That's a real one
bypassing
right
its
there.
cooldown.
Thank you so much for the prime.
When fighting a boss,
The prime before
let
the
a bunch of
follow
the
is
fragments
goated.
spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc, obliterating them. Last but not
What up,
least, we have
Muddy?
a new unique jewel.
Oh,
Voices.
thank you for the follow.
Voices is simple.
Yeah,
It
you need
consumes
to.
one jewel
For
slot
everybody who
to
has the
add
ability
more.
to take time off of
There are
work upon
versions that
release,
add
you
2
should
jewel slots,
take the time.
3 jewel
please.
slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one with 4 jewel slots.
Or rich.
Equip it.
How much
and
do you think
notice
that's
the
gonna
slots
go for?
appear next to your character's
Mirrors.
portrait in the center.
Mirror level pricing.
One of the things we are concerned about is how long it takes for experienced players to replay through the game in each new league.
Oh!
As we learned from Path of Exile 1, one of the things that can really help is having elements in the campaign that tell you where to go, if you know what to look for. We'll cover just one example per act for Acts 1 to 3, but there are many more than just these.
So making campaign
For example,
faster?
Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area, containing multiple entrances and landmark encounters. Here's an example of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult. Now, after
Okay.
completing it, a trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it and find the source of the evil.
Interesting, so you don't need to full clear
You
anymore.
might also find corpses of dead animals, killed and pecked at by the crowbell. You'll notice a trail of blood leading away from them. Follow the
Okay.
trail and it will lead directly to the boss.
Wow, interesting.
We even put a signpost on
Wow.
the road to tell you which way to go to find Ogham Village. In Act 2, in the Mastodon Badlands, you need to find the
I mean,
Lightless
I'll full
Caverns
clear
and track
through our
down the
first
Abyssal.
character,
Now
right?
to make this quicker,
to be able to
in
level,
the level you'll find these
or to
cracks.
be able to like farm currency
Just
and stuff.
follow them, and it will take
Follow
you
the
right to their
cracks.
lair, allowing you to find and unlock the Well of Souls.
Follow the crack to the lightless passage. Am I right?
In Act 3, the jungle areas have
Maybe you'll
camps
get
of
a wound
explorers
gift
to
if you're
sell you
lucky.
items. However, they are now even more useful. By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area. Not only that, but it will also reveal it on the minimap, so you can know
Delete
exactly
waterways,
where to
no,
go.
for real. I don't mind
These
the
are
waterways
just some
as much.
examples. We plan to do more and more of these
delete
over time in
Jamantha.
order to streamline the experience.
Follow the cracks to the lightless passage.
Now, as this is an in-game expansion,
And if you're lucky,
it
you
makes
get a
sense that we
wound
would
gift.
work on Atlas QOL. We've added a search box that updates live as you type. Have a specific map you want to run?
You can search
Now they will be
for
much
them.
easier to find. If there are multiple maps, hitting enter will move you from map to map. Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be pretty complex. And
Yeah.
instead of designing a build yourself,
doing recommended?
many players enjoy following online build guides. We have a pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds, but we wanted to improve the experience of following them. So, we are introducing a new build
Import?
guide system directly into the game client. Here's how it works. Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format, a build file. Once downloaded, the builds appear in the in-game client, and selecting one will show you everything you need to know to make that build. So you can see all the passives you need to allocate,
wow.
ascendancy points you need to take, skill gems you need to equip, and recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well. For items, the build
This
designer
is
can specify
incredible.
which uniques to use in each slot,
This is
or
amazing.
if needed, just add some notes to the item slot to say what kind of item you need. In fact, build creators
my
can
God,
add
the poor
notes to
major
just about any
streamers.
of these areas,
They're gonna have
allowing
their
them to
work
explain
cut
different
out for
trade-offs
them.
in context, or just
That
give
is
more info
nuts.
about how these things should be used. They can also give level ranges to each element, allowing recommendations to change over time. Great for builds that need to respec after they reach a certain level. Now, all of this is written in a standardized build format that creators can use. And we
No, there's
imagine
a
that a
lot
lot of
going
community
on.
build tools will be updated to add
Oh,
support
let's
for
go.
this
Hype
format.
train. I don't know why, but let's go.
Now that we have trade market searching built into the
Little
in-game
Hypington,
client,
Trainington.
we have added the ability to price check items you can
Why
find
did it
more
just
easily.
randomly start?
Control-Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing you the current
Wait,
prices.
Control Alt will search for
For
search
rare
for it on the
items,
market right
it's
away. I
handy
mean, I
to
prefer to
exclude
open
some
it in
mods.
browser every
So
time.
we added
but
the ability to enable and disable
we
each
think
mod
the
so
in-game
you can see
trade
what effect each one has
thingy
on the
will be
price.
good?
Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Return of the Ancients. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Blood Reaver and Divinity packs. Each
Supporter
tier contains the
packs.
pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive
No,
microtransactions.
Trade will help for console most.
As
like,
always,
oh, that's
the
so true.
microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect
Every
your
time
character's
I did
power
the
or
in-game
progression
trade window
in any way.
in 0.4, people in chat
The
would
Blood
be like,
Reaver series of
"Oh,
supporter
yeah, the
packs
website is
contains
better.
6
Why are you
exclusive
using it? It's broken?"
microtransactions.
And I was like, okay, so I just always use
Let
the website.
blood fuel your bloodshed. The
sick.
Exsanguinator weapon effect draws the blood of enemies you've slain and funnels it into your weapons. Turn the appearance of your endurance, frenzy, and power charges into orbiting globules of blood with the Blood Reaver charges.
Wow.
While your charges are active, these blood orbs will grow in size when you absorb more blood from nearby enemies. There are options to have
This
pure
looks
blood
sick.
charges, or
More
charges
balls.
that still
Yeah, that's
display
what we
which kind of
needed.
charge they
oh
are
my
at
god,
their core.
celiac, the nutsack
A
tree.
taste for blood doesn't negate a taste for style. The Elite Blood Reaver armor features crimson leathers and golden accents to set yourself apart from uncivilized leeches. It also features a back attachment, fashioned out of the wing
looks
of a
sick.
colossal bat. Alongside every Blood Reaver is their trusted
Yeah, you guys
gargoyle
don't get your
pet.
drops?
In true gargoyle fashion, they take the form of a stone statue when you are idle,
That's
leaping
cool.
into action when you're on the move again.
Cutie little pet. I love him.
What good is immortality if you don't have a vast mansion to come home to at the end of the day?
Wow.
The Eternal Blood
That's a
Reaver
lot of money.
supporter
How much
pack
is
contains
900
the
gold?
Blood Reaver Manor Hideout. This exquisite
900
two-story
points.
estate features an organ, a grand dining table,
I
and
want that.
cages for your visitors.
I'm gonna
You
put
can
visitors
alter
in
the walls to
cages.
create as many or few rooms as you like.
Whoa!
Last but not least,
Oh,
the
we get a
Servant
little
of the Manor,
Dobby.
eternally bound to the Order of the Blood
Oh.
Reavers. This henchman will manage your store, so you can spend more time spilling blood.
Stop that. We
What does he
won't
do?
disappoint you. But if we do, you've our permission to beat us most violently.
The
What does he do for
Divinity
us?
Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Call on Divinity to aid you in eluding enemy hits with the Divinity
Oh, I
dodge roll
see.
effect. As you sprint,
I think I
actual
might want
divine
it.
lightning wings
Even
will
if it's
form out of your
$90, I
back,
kinda want it.
leaving a trail of radiance as you engage
it.
or escape from combat. For situations that are too dicey, call on the gods above to send down the Storm of Divinity portal to create a safe passage for you to retreat through.
Bro.
Adorn yourself with the Knight of Divinity armor set,
Yeah, it's a tax
a
write-off.
highly
It's
revered
my job.
attire only bestowed to those deemed worthy for the divine cause. Equipping the Divine Surge character effect empowers you with a storm of
We're just gonna
divine
look
energy.
sick as fuck.
Using skills causes
if
the
your
storm to
PC can
burst from your
handle it.
character, spilling raw divinity into the area around you.
I really thought we were gonna get shot.
The Arbiter of Divinity wings are the final piece remaining to emphasize the force divinity has over this realm. This ancient precursor machine was found locked away in a highly guarded vault. Its original purpose is unclear, but it has been altered to fuel your maps using the pure, everlasting divinity within the statue. The pillars surrounding represent how many portals you have left for your map. This map device also
Literally,
tracks
why
your
does she look
progress as you
pregnant? There are,
complete
like,
the
so many
new
weird-
Origins of Divinity storyline, added this expansion. Additionally, all
I want
microtransactions
this
from
one
the
so
supporter
bad.
packs
I want this
will be
hideout.
made available for use in Path of Exile 1. On release weekend,
nice.
we will also be releasing the Return of the Ancients mystery box, which will contain 2 armor sets, a set of map devices for your in-game adventures, a new tracking scroll that records the amount of currency you've gained from the currency exchange
don't
or
use
your
the
shop,
ring.
and much more, like a set of finisher effects and affinity stashes.
Nice.
That's not all, however. The Fragment Stash tab is finally coming to Path of Exile 2,
Dude.
and with it comes some tabception. Inside this one tab, there's a tab for your various boss key fragments.
Whoa, this
There's
is
also
sick.
a tab for all your precursor tablets, with
Nice,
each type
nice.
of tablet getting 6
I
tabs of
love
storage.
this organization.
Finally, there's a tab for your Djinn barriers and inscribed
tab tablet.
ultimatums, both
we
of
thought
which
we heard
get their own
you
6
had a lot of
tabs.
tablets, so we made you
That's
some
a
tabs
lot
for your
of
tablets, and
tabs.
within that tablet tab,
So
there's more
that's
tabs
everything
for
in
even
050.
more tablets.
This is by far the biggest update we've ever made to PoE 1
my
or
God.
2. New in-game storylines, pinnacle bosses, crafting
Crazy.
systems, items, ascendancy classes, and so much more. Now, because this update contains so much in-game
Well-
content, we're doing significantly more
Yeah,
testing than
literally.
usual. For
Don't
that to
tab out,
happen,
though,
we're
while you're
taking a
tabbing,
little
'cause
longer
otherwise
than
your
usual
tabs will
between
get
the
messed up.
announcement and the release. 050 will be released in 3 weeks on May the 29th, with the
May
patch notes being
29th, and
released
I
on the
leave
Friday
May
before that,
30th.
on May 21st.
Ah!
But there's just one more
okay.
thing to talk about.
It is what it is.
Now that the endgame is up to scratch,
Play
we have to
nonstop
start
May
talking about our
29th.
plan for 1.0 release. The feedback we've had during early access has been critical for making all the improvements that we'll be making to the game.
Okay.
At the same time, we had to create enough in-game content to make an RPG that can call itself a successor to Path of Exile 1. Well, with 050, we now believe we have reached that point. And so this is going to be the last full-size league during early access. That's right. The next big update is going to be 1.0.
Oh
Now, normally we would do our next big content release in August, but in the run-up to full release, our plans take a little longer on this one. As big as 050 is, 1.0 is even bigger. So we'll be launching 1.0 this year sometime after ExileCon. But that doesn't mean we won't be doing
Okay,
updates
so
in the
after
meantime.
November.
In this final phase, we have a lot of things to polish throughout the game and balance to improve. I'm sure there'll also be feedback about the new endgame that we need to incorporate too. The difference is that the focus is not going to be on adding more content like the previous updates, it's going to be on improving what we already have.
Oh my
But we still want to
God.
encourage people to try out all the balance changes and
1.0
improvements that we're
in
making.
December.
So we're going to be running a few event leagues during this phase alongside each update. Think
Okay.
remixes of existing mechanics or features. And speaking of ExileCon, don't forget to pencil
Dude,
it
I
in
want
on
to
the
go
weekend of
so
November the
bad.
7th
I need to do
in
an
New Zealand.
ExileCon fundraiser.
ExileCon is a gathering of our players, and a chance for us
Dude,
to
that looks
showcase
so
everything we'll be working
sick.
on for both Path of Exile 1 and 2. And this one will be particularly important for us, since we finally get to unveil some of the coolest content that we've been working on for a while now.
I gotta
Map
put up a
5 and
fundraiser
6.
goal.
Tickets for the in-person event are currently sold out, but don't worry.
Oh, never
all
mind.
the announcements and talks are going to be streamed online for all of you to
It's
watch.
sold out. We're not going.
Now, I'm personally so excited for this. This is the year that PoE 2 comes out. The campaign is finally finished. It's been 8 years to get here, but we're finally near
That's
the finish
crazy.
line. And with that,
it's
it's time to
finally
move on
coming
to our
out
live
this
Q&A.
year. Wow, dude. Oh my God. How long has the reveal been going on for? Hi, Sad Bear. Yeah, almost an hour and a half. Audio. Uh-oh.
Good to
There we
sit
go.
down for a nice long Q&A again, once again today. We just had a teaser for Return of the Ancients expansion and its complete overhaul
Literally.
to just every
What
single
is the
thing in
Twitch
the
stream
endgame,
without
complete
audio
endgame
or
overhaul.
video issues?
The Runes of Aldor League
It's
with
okay.
the
It'll
frankly
be
somewhat
on YouTube,
confusing
and you can
amount of
also watch the
crafting and
VOD.
systems and
There's a
things
lot of
in
stuff
it. It
there.
kinda
There's
keeps
a
going.
lot
And then we've got
happening.
like the Kalguran skills that work across weapons, the extra looking ascendancies, and some
It's gonna be a
insane
banger.
uniques
We
and all that sort of
basically
stuff.
have
But
a full
honestly,
endgame
it's kind of
now.
easy to talk about
Like,
what's
I feel like
not
the game
part
is
of
gonna be more
0.5,
fun
so with that
after
very elegant
campaign.
segue. Let's do that first. So I think some people definitely had an expectation or a hope that there was going to be a new class or a new weapon type here, swords perhaps.
Unfortunately, it's just the case that making
Swords
a class is something that
immediately.
takes longer than a single cycle. So yeah, it was never going to be on the cards for 050, unfortunately. But
So
you know,
it wasn't even that it was moved in this.
now all the
no,
sword
no,
people
it just
can be
wasn't.
quiet.
It just isn't something that we can do
No,
in that
not
short amount
yet,
of time. So
Deacon.
it's going to have to be the next one before we're able to get.
Well, last time you guys teased like the druid and the huntress beforehand. right?
Exactly. So it's kind of funny seeing everyone like.
I mean,
this, like,
they've got
probably the
tuning
mistake we made
forks
was
now.
having
They've
a
got that guy
sword
with a tuning
in
fork.
the teaser for the.
I do feel
breach.
bad
I
that
thought it was a fishing rod.
yeah. So
the
no
monk
one
is
going to
be crazy.
yeah,
The new
it's
monk
just kinda funny.
ascendancy is
It
going
is
to
a
be
shame,
nuts.
though. It seems like you guys have kind of, well, you keep raising the bar on yourself as far as class design is concerned. Like,
And it's not like we're not working on it in the background, right? Like that is definitely happening.
I've been
yeah,
seeing a little bit of work going on there.
We're simple people from New Zealand. Like swords, they're advanced technology that we haven't
Right,
quite
okay,
gotten
yeah,
yet.
so we just don't understand them.
we're
Yeah,
just
yeah.
going to learn how they work.
Just
They're
about to
like,
get on the map, aren't you?
there's like a straight line. There's like some metal. These are complex
There's a
things.
lot to figure out there. But yeah, do you care to speak at all, like kind of what your plans are in that regard as far as like classes and?
I really shouldn't, just because it'll spoil the
Adira.
reveal for that. That
No
will come
swords
Not
in
yet.
exactly,
time,
but like, what are you kind of hoping towards getting, like, from 0.5 onwards?
So
in
we
the lead
don't
up
get
to
an
XLCon
update
in
until
terms of
December, basically.
that. Are you hoping to get like
After
all of the
this.
classes in the game? Just
But I
one,
feel
two
like there's
more or
a
something?
lot
Well,
to do.
so
it'll
I
be
think that
okay.
what the main focus is going between 050 and 1.0 is going to be more about like improving what we
Yeah,
have,
it
like
is
polishing
massive.
everything.
I think there's
and
gonna be
1.0
enough
is where
to
you're going
do
to get
in
the like
Endgame
the
for sure, so that you can
big
make
new
multiple teams
content
and keep
update.
going.
Like that's going to include the
I
X5 and
know,
6.
yeah,
It's going to
I
include
don't-
like
1.0 's
class
gonna be
stuff. It's going to include like all that
insane.
sort of thing. Because really, ultimately, the main goal of what like of early access is like make sure that all the systems that we have in the game are good, right? So we need to make sure the end game is good. We need to make sure that all of the like the skills, just the way that combat is good, and like all the various things like like even stuff that isn't good yet. Like ascendancy trials, right? Like there's going to be stuff that we need to do before 1.0 to get good.
Wow.
And so like that's kind of as long as we can get that stuff, then I think people trust that we know how
Yeah,
to
so they've
create
gotta
like
release all
an
the
act at this
classes. They've
point,
got
right?
6
Like so that
months
isn't exactly something we need to
to do all
test
this
per se.
stuff for 1.0.
So really what we need to do now is like assuming that people are happy with the end game that we've released in 050. That will mean that we've
yeah,
kind of
I'm still
checked all the
gonna be
boxes of
playing
stuff that we
D4
need to
until this
know.
comes out on the
And yeah,
29th,
there's still
for
stuff that
sure.
we need to improve, and like that'll happen between 050 and 1.0.
As long as
But,
they add
yeah,
shadows,
that's the
Deacon, I'll
main
be
thing we need to be
happy.
sure of. And then once we've got that, it's like now
I
we
was
can
really
get
hoping it would
the
be
big
this
update,
one.
the ridiculous update that is
But
1.0 ready.
And I heard you mentioning that recently as well, that you don't feel like you really need to get the last acts in for testing. Cause
No. I mean,
you
like
know how to do that.
we know how to do that. It's one of those things that like I look, people saw in for like we
Big
know
shadow stand.
we know what we're doing when it comes to that
Yeah.
stuff. It's just
So the plan's obviously to get like those last acts in, then finish the story and have
Yeah.
all that come out at launch.
Oh yeah, they have
Exactly.
to do more
That'll be the
acts,
launch,
too.
yeah.
Conclusion to the story then.
Gotta add
yeah,
more
exactly.
acts, more
So you have
classes.
done though one
1.0 is
extremely
gonna be
gigantic update
crazy.
here for Endgame, and it seems like you've done a lot all-in-one expansion.
Yeah.
And you've got this plan to like kind of do a little bit of like some other stuff in the interim. So why did you
Yeah,
go for
I
this
think a lot of
route of trying to do
people
so much all in one
will
instead
need
of
to
spreading it out
save
over say
for
a couple of
PC
expansions?
updates.
So in retrospect, maybe
Minion
we should have
Raven,
spread it out.
no,
but honestly,
yeah,
the
I
reason
think I
is
feel
because,
like that's
we
what I
wanted to
need to
actually
start
make it
with.
so that like we wanted
The
to deliver a
burbs are
patch
so
like this
on
is what we
brand.
expect the end game to be. Like this is the template for what leagues look like
Yeah.
when they're in end game and that kind of thing. And I feel like if we'd just done a couple of them, it wouldn't have really got that across.
Yeah.
Like it needs to be like once
Yeah,
again,
they
this
said
is
they're
what end
probably
game
gonna
is.
release it after
and it
ExileCon,
really is
so
fulfilling a lot
sometime
more of what we
November,
had hoped for in
December.
terms of feeling like a world that you can explore.
next one will
That
be
there's things
1.0,
everywhere and that kind of stuff that we'd
which
wanted
is
for. And the
crazy.
other thing as well is there were just like a few things about the current end game, right? It just didn't really give you goals in the right way. Like you get to
Yeah.
end game, you don't know what the hell to do, and a lot of players just leave right there. But there needs to be the case that when you get there, like there's objectives, there's things that feels like there's actually a storyline there, this kind of stuff, in order to entice players to actually go further than the campaign, and actually get into
Yeah.
end game. So
Endgame
I think that if we hadn't have done
There's like
all
5
of
new quest lines. They've
the leagues at the same
reworked
time,
a
it
lot
just
of
wouldn't
in-game
really
mechanics,
have kind of gotten
new
across what we're really
pinnacle
going for there.
bosses, new
It sounds like
farming,
the plan
new
now is to be able
crafting,
to
just
focus on
crazy.
a little bit more polish in the lead up to
absolutely.
ExileCon as well.
So yeah, I mean, we plan to have some more leagues, but they won't be like content, like mega expansion type leagues. Like it's more like
They'll
kind of
be
like the
like
1 month
Legacy
event
of
type things that
Fuchsia
we've done,
type stuff.
and that's really just because we want to be able to. We still don't want to do mid league nerfs, and so to be able to do all the balance changes we want to do, because there's a huge amount of balance still to do. You know, in order to do all that stuff, you still need to have an economy reset. And so what we'll probably do is like more event type stuff, like remixes of existing content, but also adding stuff where stuff's missing. So for example, like we still have a lot more uniques we need to make, especially that mid game uniques, so that kind of stuff. Like we now believe we've got the standard of where a unique needs to be in PoE 2 in terms of like, you know, and it's like way more than what you need in PoE 1 in terms of being like to reach the standard. And so now that we've got that, we can expand on that, get more uniques, sort of, you know, mid game ones, that kind of stuff. You know, so there's stuff like that that'll be coming in the sort of the updates between now and 1.0. But yeah, like it isn't going to be the kind of like, you know, mega content craziness that we've got for OFOTO here.
We have a lot to dive into as far as endgame things.
That's why they're speed talking.
While people watching live, get your questions in the chat for all of that. In the meantime, I want to ask you folks about the new league, the Runes of Aldur, which this is like an expedition rework, but it's also its own separate league. This encountering remnants, uncovering these runes throughout this storyline in the campaign, and then into endgame.
Yeah, the rune system is crazy, and then also that sort of
really
extra life
it's
reserve.
a lot. There's a lot of like crafting and items and reward types and systems and stuff going on here.
Yeah.
In fact, Jonathan, you showed me this rather unhinged looking spreadsheet. Like I was like, oh, so these are just like random rewards or something. But then you showed me this spreadsheet, like that's like the recipes of all the how different runes combine together to make different things.
We probably put too much thought into it than honestly needed. But like, like we have to make sure that like if it's an iron rune, like what kind of stuff would be, you know, creating that, like, you know, that's just something like the recipes have a lot more structure to them. And I suspect a lot of that players won't even think about. Like they just see list pick item, you know, like that's something you don't really think about. But there is some thought put into that of like what things go to what recipes.
One way to look at this is this league has the most spreadsheets we've ever made.
Like that's a title line, right?
The other day I was looking through all the, we have this gig, it's called like Verisium Crafting or something.
Yeah.
I was looking through all the tabs, and I was like, I went to, I was on like the 60th tab, and I was like, the heck is this?
Celiac
I was reading all this stuff, and it said like
There's
Mark's ideas, and I was like, I don't remember coming up with any of this. I did. There's just like pages and pages and pages of crafts and stats, and just like honestly, I've lost the plot a little bit with respect to how many like different things we've made, and like it's honestly just been crazy.
Idea writing.
Some of the rune stuff is like also super bizarre. Like, okay, what's like? I don't even really understand that rune that's got to do with uniques. Like, what's going on with that?
It's called Olroth's Legacy, and it's a rune that you can place in
the fact that the monks get all these extra runes too is really interesting.
Destroy the unique, and it takes one of the mods off of it and creates a unique rune.
What?
With a slightly modified value sometimes, because obviously, and then you can put that in the same item class of a. I
don't even know about this system. There's
so many crazy crafting things going on.
Maybe they have like a lot to get
when we
through.
were designing the league, like, okay, we've got Kalgurans. Like, what kind of crazy crafting and magic systems would Kalgurans have, like that would be different than the stuff that's going on in Rayclast? And so, you know, their whole magic system is based around like this star metal that they have Verisium, and then they like, you know, like the
star metal
words give it power and so on. So we're just kind of thinking we're using that as inspiration for all the different crafting things you have.
Blue shapes.
Yeah, all the blue runic shapes and everything. So it was just a lot of
little nuts on this.
Yeah, we went definitely. So there's so many crafting things. Like in fact, there's even more crafting stuff we had. Like, there were entire crafting benches that we have designed and practically like 80% implemented and then discarded. Like, it's just like a huge amount of that stuff.
We can do this or some other way, some cool way. Yeah, so like because I saw that there's like, oh, you can bench craft a thing and then it changes the unique and it has a new modifier, but now you've also got a rune that steals modifiers off uniques as well. I had no idea.
Why not?
Yeah, there's like maybe they see their list.
You
of
like making more work for
like,
yourselves these days. It seems to be a running theme. I keep saying this to you. Like, why do you do this? Like, why do you do this?
Yeah.
Why do you make it so you have to like from now on you always have to look at all the modifiers on gloves?
100%. So yeah, because of that monk ascendancy, now every unique we ever make that's a glove unique, we have to design extra mods that it changes to.
One other axis on that. All these new runes we've added, all of them. Remember that shaman that has that whole bonded modifier on every rune that we need to also add?
Yeah.
Wow.
So does that apply to the ones that come from uniques like that?
TBD. We're going to try. Yes, we are going to try to do it. Yes, but the idea is all of them will work. Yes.
So that's like there's some really unusual ones too, because there's runes that are designed to just be put into an item to metacraft and then be replaced. Right.
I'm really proud of that one actually, because I really like the way that it's like doing metacrafting in a more understandable way. I reckon than the PoE one had. So you put the item in, you can start rolling different mods, but then you can take it out again by putting another rune on top. So
True. He might have had
I guess there's going to be maybe some process where you put one of those in, do a craft, and then put another one in, do another craft.
Almost certainly. Yeah.
That
one's pretty cool. We got like chronomancy mods on boots. You got like a berserking themed one for helmet. There's like a kind of decay damage over time one for gloves, and there's a few others there. So we've kind of tried to theme them as well.
Yeah, that's like even a different thing to what we've had in the past with meta mods. Like that's not just shaping how we access the current modifiers, but rather new modifier pools entirely getting added to items.
I mean, we also have that new modifier pool thing going on with Breach as well, where with the new minion set of mods and the new caster set of mods on rings and stuff like that. Like, But the thing is, part of the reason for this is because we really want to make sure. So one of the things we're in the sort of early design phase of this is we're kind of like every league needs to have something that you're going to keep if you want to grind Justice League, that there's a thing that like a reward that like you can keep on, that keeps on giving, if you know what I mean. That there's like a reason to keep on doing this, like economically. So therefore every league has to have some kind of crafting system that you can engage with for a very long period of time. And like we didn't quite have that, because like some of the leagues sort of had that a bit before, but now we want to make sure that every league definitely has something along those lines. So that just a reason to keep going.
Yeah, people can absolutely find like a niche, a thing, a service they provide,
the Atlas tree
and whatnot.
The Atlas tree
I quite like to see, especially the Breach tree, getting real deep cuts on some of those things that you can do there, and now with the runes and everything as well.
Womb gifts.
So for the back to the runes.
Yeah, exactly. No,
you're not
no more
actually
just like
needing to like
pooping
find
around
those
map to
runes that you're
maybe
inscribing on those encounters, right? Because I wasn't quite clear how that works.
Thematically, that's how it works, but in reality, the way that you'll engage with it is when you find a rune that's sort of inscribed on a thing, then like all the recipes that relate to that rune will be displayed, except for that there's a few hidden ones that you have to do some quests to get. So there's some more quests throughout the campaign, and also some stuff in endgame that you can do to unlock a few more recipes.
Yeah, but you don't have to like physically like cart these sorts of things around.
No, there's nothing like that. So effectively,
you can tell they actually play their own game.
If you want to just look at this as like, walk up to
the
object, there's some recipes, just pick which item you want. That's effectively how you can engage with it. But thematically, there's kind of more stuff going on with the way that the recipes form and what we decide to put and stuff.
So you showed that these remnants then, this new remnant system, obviously it shares the name with remnants from expeditions themselves. And in Endgame it actually replaces those remnants. So you are still finding these standalone remnants from the League mechanic, like in maps as well as expeditions.
Correct. So yeah, every area there'll be a remnant, and you do the sort of standalone remnant mechanic. But then when you do expeditions, all the what used to be called remnants there have been replaced by these remnants, which serve a similar purpose, because they both give you an extra reward, but also make the monsters harder. And even just making the monsters harder in itself, by the way, does add more rarity to the monsters. So like the more runes that you are adding to the fight, the more rewards you're going to get. So it's worth doing, even aside from the reward that you're picking. There's still like extra juice that you're adding to the monsters as well.
We've effectively got a more unified monster mod system now, and so anytime we're pretty much adding mods to monsters, be it now runes, and we've even updated delirium mods to apply to the same system. They all go through the same. They all add. There's like a rarity, XP, life, etc. columns, and so we're just trying to make sure that there's a whereas before it's like system over here, system over here, system over here. They're different reward axes, and we're just trying to make sure it's all difficulty equals reward.
I feel like it might.
And that's the key thing. Like we always want to make
People
sure
were
that
saying in chat too, they were like free update by the way.
And a lot of the stuff in PoE 2, I mean, it's been quite hard to balance it, but it's one of those things that
Granted, I haven't gotten to the end game in D4 yet.
If it doesn't, you kind of don't know why things feel off, and like why things is like this thing's too hard and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So
this is just topic, actually, the fact that it's a free update. They're not going to charge you every season like Diablo does.
Is that something you
so
can
much
kind of
going
engage
on.
with? You're like choosing
and
a
then
recipe.
1.0 will be free.
When you're choosing the recipe, you're also choosing what mods effectively go on it, because each rune that you're inscribing effectively comes with like the thing that the monsters are going to do. So there are definitely situations where you might want to decide to like pick something easier because you don't particularly like this mechanic, whatever, but it means you're missing on whatever item is in that recipe. So like the goal there is that the harder, like the rarer the item, the harder the runes are that will be the rune modifiers that will be added to the monsters.
Makes sense.
There's some pretty like in expeditions and what we're now calling grand expeditions, because as what people knew as logbooks before.
The logbook is
the logbook is now exploring the ocean. So,
it's actually a thing.
Yeah,
You
totally.
get the cool things where, okay, let's say there's like 12
They haven't
remnants
announced that,
you want to
Deacon.
get them all in the detonation
I'm sure
chain.
they'll probably do
Each
another free
remnant you
weekend like
do,
they did
you
last
do
time.
the fight, and then one of those runes is passed on to be additive with the next. So it doesn't manipulate. So effectively, the monsters have the mods of the remnant, and then all of the next remnant's monsters have one of those runes as well as all the ones they had. So every remnant's harder than the next, getting more and more and more mods. And you can imagine if you go down 12, you can have technically up to 22 extra mods, which you'll note is the reason why we don't display a whole bunch of lines of text on it, and we instead have the bar of actual runic symbols.
So you can mouse over those or something, can you? Like to see the modifiers?
You were meant to be able to, but probably not right now.
There's this thing that we'll do later, which is this pause rework.
Yes.
I'm going to just spoil it now because it's like one of those things that we're going to do. But effectively, the intention for frickin' ages has been, we just haven't had time to do it yet, that when you pause the game, you can mouse over all of the different things and like find out information about them. So the intention would be to like, be able to expand all of that stuff. Like, so look at all buffs and explore like what exact stats they give and that kind of stuff. If you want to do that, we've just been planning on doing it for ages, but we didn't get around to it. But
I like that because it gives you more time to read.
The runes do say what they do on the remnant, and when the one that moves onto the next remnant has an extra icon above it.
It's not actually moving on all of them, because I was going to say, because it's kind of like each remnant has a lot of modifiers. So it's not, is it
so let's say you have a remnant with 5 runes.
Whatever class is using
one
those
of them
hammers
have a
and
symbol
look
above
faster
it.
than the maces
That
we
one
have
forwards
now.
onto the next remnant, and so you can do
I'm
a
assuming
little
that was
bit
Warrior,
of.
no?
You can
Because
have
they
a crazy
said
encounter. The next
Fishers.
one is maybe not as bad. You're like, oh, maybe if I just make it through that, it'll
Although
be okay in the
Volcanic
next
Fishers
part
can
of
be
the
on
But then and so the order of them kind of matters as well. And then, like, okay, let's say obviously the each remnant gives a reward. There's a little bit of a more, if you're a juicer, so to speak, you're going to want to do a thing where you're like, okay, I want to get as many runes as possible. And so you want to kind of do things like avoiding overlaps. You want to make sure the last remnant has the most amount of runes, probably. And there's all these like different little things you can think about to try and
expedition. Then
there is, yes, and it's the kind of thing where people are like, I'm going to try and squeeze the most amount of rewards out of these out. Or if you just want to just go blow up a bunch of stuff, also that's
I've never
completely
played with
fine.
a mace.
On that note, extreme archaeology is still a thing with this new system. Then the giant explosion.
Not in the direct sense.
How do you mean?
Well, not with grand logbooks.
Right. Well, with the regular encounters and maps, that was always
I
the thing
believe
anyway.
it's on one of the master nodes.
Oh yeah, cool.
I need to double check that because I can't be sure, but I believe it is. Yes, we are.
Yeah, that was always the thing for regular expedition.
Look, somebody just
encounters
asked if
anyway,
melee is
Like, obviously
improving,
you don't
especially
want
for
that in a grand
mace.
expedition because you're just like, well, okay, I'll get 1% of the island, I guess. Yeah, for the regular ones, it should be there.
Yeah, awesome.
But
cool.
If it's not,
it's funny though. Like there's also a sort of hidden amount of work that we sort of glossed over there as well in all of the like logbook islands, like what used to be called logbooks, but now
literally
the Grand
the monk
Expedition Islands.
ascendancy looks so crazy.
Like, we put a lot of effort into like making a bunch of unique islands with weird shit. Like like every one of them.
The
has got,
island
like,
stuff is
unique
cool.
things to
I
find and
think
blow
it's
up
gonna
that,
be
like,
cute.
are kind of weird.
We're gonna go
it's not just a
sailing.
bunch of generic maps
Armada
of
update,
expeditions and
literally.
Yeah. They're actually got a lot of effort put into them.
We gotta
in
go
terms of,
find this guy's wife.
Every one of them has 2 to 3 things that only spawn there. That are interesting. So yeah, there's quite a bit there too. Like it's kind of like we didn't want to spoil
there's a new
them
staff that's really good for minion builds, and then there's a minion where you have a minion build where you have a swarm of ravens swarming around you, and they all count as minions, and I think that's just so on brand and so what I'd like to play. I know that I've started almost every league thus far with minion witch build, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do it again.
All of the
Hi,
islands revealed have extra modifiers on them, like expedition.
Thank you so much. It was a massive shout out to Celiac Bandit. He is the editor.
Yeah, I guess kind of
the best editor on the
the role
planet.
of the towers work in the rest
I
of
just
the
threatened
Atlas as well, but for the
corporeal
islands. Like an AoE craft of maps.
Corporeal?
Well, but then you also have
I threatened bodily harm to people
ones that
to get them to send their videos in
guarantee,
time.
Olroth will be there, for example. So it's like a
Like
little bit,
4
which is a way
10
to
second
trade
videos
for like then getting
took
Olroth
so long
kills
to get from people, but I got them.
Of course.
Nice. And
Although you can always, of course, just trade for like the
Welcome in,
pinnacle
though.
boss
Welcome
keys
in.
themselves.
Anyway,
so,
yes,
yeah, but
He's not the fake pinnacle anymore.
right.
And you were actually using regular waystone, so you can kind of juice up the
I like how
expedition
the
maps,
teasers
grand-
gave
grand
us like
expeditions
no
now.
idea
Yes, you can.
what to expect.
Potentially quite a bit. That's pretty juicy. It seems I think you kind of mentioned, Jonathan, that it feels a little bit like Delve in some ways.
Yeah, it is a little bit. So the Exploring the Ocean is sort of supposed to feel that way because it's one of those like sort of infinite expanses that you can go down.
Delve the ocean.
Yeah.
Delve sideways.
I still want to make proper Delve one day, but at least we've got this.
You also don't have to run around the islands reading all those giant blocks of text anymore, hoping to not get some...
Oh, you remind me, actually. So with the runes, is there modifiers like immune to fire damage and can't leech from them and stuff like that? They're just gone. Oh, yes.
Wow.
More traditional modifiers, and then there's a set at the top. Like, there's one
I
called
knew
Power
that they would
Rune,
be
which is the
reworked
rarest.
eventually, but we didn't know that it would happen like right now.
Takes every mod and makes
I
it
thought
tier
it
2.
would be like wait till 1.0.
You know,
but
so there's some
dude,
meta
I'm
ones, and then there's
stoked.
the ones
Like,
some we showed. And
the reason
there's
I
one
get
that
bored every
causes all
league is I
monsters
just got
spawned by the
bored of
remnant
like
to share a life
when you get to
pool,
end
so-
game just running around
which is
maps,
actually
and then it made
crazy.
me feel
And also very satisfying. Like, when-
disincentivized to do it with more characters. You know, by my second or third character of every league, I was getting so bored. Because you just blast maps infinitely. But now,
yeah, exactly.
It goes on forever. Starting a new character is like
I can't believe you glazed over this thing where like a rune steals a unique modifier. That would have been like a core system you showed off in another one.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like, oh yeah, we didn't have time. We had to cut it for time.
Well, I mean, another one of those we cut for time was the ability to upgrade runes. There's a thing called upgrade a rune that's already in your
and 3 and 4 and 5.
Yeah, you can get like a perfect.
So you get a perfect rune of any rune can be upgraded
And
past
10
the normal level that it can normally
billion
go to using one of those. Like it's called the Masterwork rune. So there's
I hate the
something
tree.
like that as well. There's
It's
all
so
sorts of.
creepy.
There's
And
all
why do
sorts
the
of
little
stuff.
pods look like testicle? It's like
extract and trade.
when they dropped it on the ground, it was like,
Because there's the incursion rune lets you extract stuff.
That thing.
Yeah, so you can actually trade those the upgraded ones if you wanted to.
Oh yeah, and you've got another category of ones that absolutely can't be removed. And I assume not with that either.
Yeah. So that's like the dual socket thing.
It was
It's
gross.
almost like an item
Yeah,
that's done.
Yeah.
This
Hi,
is where you're going to
Super
get the
Cheeks.
weird economy
literally
where
is
the
a sack.
upgraded
It's
item
gross.
is for some reason cheaper or something than the rune that's taken out of that. There'll be some weird someone's extracted a perfect rune because it's like an abnormal thing you got to do incursion, and the upgraded
I
item
made
is
that
like for some
joke,
reason going to
actually,
have a weird
when they
price
showed it.
differential to the rune. It's always
It's gonna be a wild economy. I mean, not to mention just like 100 new runes in general. That's kind of
wild
like rather a
economy
lot,
if they
isn't
don't
it?
have a temple mechanic that
Little
people
runes.
abuse.
I think it's 160.
160 now.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But it is the runes of Elder, like you know.
That's right.
If we didn't have some runes in it, it would
exactly.
Yeah, it'd just be Elder League otherwise.
And that's not even all. Like there's the alloy crafting too, which is like we're gonna make a version of their essence crafting because of course you
Exactly.
do, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, do you view this league just as like it was a crafting focused league from the outside?
Well, they're
but it was-
asking
we
about
knew. I mean, the Verisium stuff. Like they're known as like a whole culture of blacksmiths and like doing stuff, right? So they're gonna,
sense.
they're gonna do some crafting.
Yeah, I hope the
do you think there
economy's
is like a
not
too much for
crazy.
crafting options, or is there some way that this is like kind of segmenting out that makes it feel like it's still manageable?
Well, I'd like to think it's manageable. Honestly, I find the rune stuff. I mean, you can always add more socketable type things like this because every time you find one, it's just a thing in itself. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why we steered away from like too many crafting bench type things. We've got like mega lists.
Yeah.
It's honestly way cooler to find an item and then like, okay, now this is a physical thing that I've got. So yeah, like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll notice the Verisium Metallurgy one we have, the rune smithing, rune forging, whatever the names we ended up going with. It's just, here's your input, here's your output.
Exactly.
That's it.
So that one can be simple. You don't need to have the giant. I think a lot of the giant lists are part of what scare people off from crafting as well.
Yeah.
It is.
So,
it is. There's
I
so
think
much
doing it
to
the way we've
learn
done
when
it
it
here
comes
is
to
honestly
crafting. Like I really,
honestly more new
you
player
need a
friendly than
master's
the
degree in
kind
this.
of
At least when I'm traveling and not able to play, I'll be studying.
course, as
I
these
am bringing
things go
my
core,
streaming gaming
we'll see what
laptop with
works,
me,
we'll see
but
what
I just
doesn't
can't
work,
really
we'll see
imagine myself
what worked in
being
in-game
on
and
this
didn't,
giant
because,
European
again, once the
vacation
things
and
are
sitting
core, how
indoors
they
playing
appear in the
video games
campaign,
a
you
little
don't
bit.
know.
But
Maybe
I
these
mean, I
things
will a
work really
little.
well in the campaign and need to be
I'll get to
pulled
play on the
into a
29th, the
system
day
that's
of
more
release, and then I meet
campaign
with
friendly
the
without having to have remnants in every
But I'll be
area
back
and
after
stuff
like
like
3
that. So
weeks and I'll play
it's
more,
always
so
nice
just be a
to
little
keep
bit
an eye on
later
that
of
and
a
see
league
what
start
works,
for me.
what's good for onboarding, what's good for campaign progression, what's all of that kind of stuff. I mean, honestly, all of this stuff, if you're using it all, you're going to be significantly more powerful in the campaign. We have a bunch of, those kind of purple runes, those powerful runes appearing throughout the campaign that you can get from the remnants as well, and like they do.
Was that even in the live stream? The purple.
Some of them.
I
Some
know.
Of them were,
well, I
think,
want to
but,
pull
like,
an
you know,
all-nighter
there's the
anyway
rune
because
for
I want to
bows that
sleep
gives
on the
you,
plane.
You know, 50% chance for an additional arrow, and like that. It's not like that's
we have
in
2
game.
layovers.
That's just
You have to go to Chicago and then you
now,
have
of
to go
course,
to
you're gonna
Iceland.
get the thing of like, do I want to use
and
it early or
Stockholm.
do I want to save it till late? Because it depends on how many you get and all of that. But like, you know, the power is there if you need to use it and if you want to use it. So it's kind of up to you, and if they're abundant enough, go free. And
but to go back to your original question as well, we do sort of want to make sure that each of the crafting systems does like have specific domains most of the time. So in the case of the breach one, again, you know, like
I need to learn more about
into, you know, like these specific things. And in particular, you've got the caster and minion stuff as well. So you're kind of looking at that and you're like, okay, like if I need to
what
cast,
sort of
you know,
affix,
minion
suffix
jewelry,
do
then,
we
like,
want
this is the
from
league I'm
each
playing.
individual
But then if
crafting
I'm not
system?
having to create that,
Everything
then,
is
you know,
so
I don't have to necessarily
complex.
understand
There's
that one.
like,
So we do try to like we're
my
trying
God.
to make sure that it's not like for every single item slot or every
Someone
single use
should
case you have to
create,
know
like, a
every crafting
textbook
system. Like there are
of
specific
Path of
ones that
Exile,
can
like,
help with specific areas.
what are these
Okay.
terms?
And you can look into that. And that does divide it down a little bit more.
Yeah,
Just make it a bit more.
that's kind of the
digestible
intention.
chunks.
This was actually one of those things we discussed way back in the early days of PoE 2 about how we would differentiate crafting from PoE 1. Is like try to have a little bit more segregation of the different crafting.
Because I feel like every guide,
slots.
everything that you watch is already
So you've
assuming
also
that
got this
you're
other
like
crafting system in this, 'cause we're
201
not
level.
finished through that.
But what about for the 101 level?
So you
people?
can use rune forging to upgrade items, including unique items, to like increase their base damage, or give maybe some armors new rolls with ward and things like that as well. This is like another route
Maybe
to
this will be
modifying
the league
uniques,
where
which
I
you've been doing a
finally
little
start using
experimenting a
Craft
bit
of
more and a
Exile.
bit more with over time. And this has an ability to change affixes on uniques as well, right?
Correct.
So
the changing affixes.
I've never bricked an item in my life. In fact, you guys should let me do all of your items that are rare, your rare currency.
Can you tell
stuff.
what is
Just
Calgarian unique?
give them to me.
We are going to add a way
Let
for
me
you
do
to
them all.
tell what's Izomite
I'm
Calgarian,
Vivi
'cause
Valen,
and Val for
Vivi
the other
Lucky
one as well.
Hands,
For the
Vivi
weapons,
High
especially about
Roll.
increasing the base damage to make it so that a
I
lot of
have
the unique
never
can actually be
ruined
something
an
you can use
item
in game.
in my
Because
life.
there's obviously a lot of uniques there that are interesting.
What are you
but
talking about,
not viable
Alucard?
for
What are you
in-game 'cause they just
talking
don't have
about,
the
Metal
damage.
Fingers? I'm amazing
That's
at
kind of like
crafting.
one of the main
I've
things
got
we're
the
solving.
best
And
beast
then
luck
for the
ever.
armors, it's all about like being able to make that ward
Certified
versus other defense trade-off.
improver
as
girl,
well.
For the
actually.
Calgarian uniques, what we've tried to do is have that, because most of the Calgarian uniques are in-game, right? That's just, they, drops from
But you
Olroth,
know
drops
what?
from
I
the new
built this house
Pinnacle,
brick by brick,
a few
but
others.
that's crazy because I don't
And,
own a house, so basically
we've tried
means
to
that I
have
don't
multiple
brick.
outcomes for them, and you don't get to pick. So, for example, there's a new shield being added, and it is a strength dex shield, so armor evasion, and it comes with raised shield, and it has some mechanics around that. In the
Yeah, I
Versium
want
bench, you
Shadow.
can put it in, you can craft, and
Did
it
I?
can
Okay,
turn
hell
into
yeah.
a full
See?
ES base, a full evasion base
A
with
little bit
parry, or a
scuffed?
full
Okay, a little bit
strength base
scuffed.
with raised
Like,
shield. So you can
a
if you'd
mid
wanna get away
upgrade is
from it
better
being
than a
hybrid,
bad
like, that's
one.
just one example.
You know what I mean?
Now you might have to get a few of them to get the one you want. Deal with it. But for all of them, that's kind of the idea. Is like some are just mods, some are a bit more transformative. There's just like, okay, there's a weapon, and one of the outcomes might be that it's just higher
It's
damage,
science.
slower speed. One of it might be that converts all of its damage to lightning, like it's got a Tempest theme. One of it
It's
might be
just
that, there's
straight
like
up
just a whole bunch of different stuff like that, and like some of them are a bit more niche, some of them are a bit more spike. But the idea is that there's generally we're going to try and aim for 3 different outcomes for every Calgarian unique. There are some other niche cases. I don't want to like spoil them because by the way, there's more crafting things. I'm just don't want to tell you because they're secret.
Okay.
I'm getting all my secrets in. But I hope people can find them out and enjoy it. But yes, there are some other things as well that are a bit more out there. One that isn't so secret, but like there's the kind of the questions of like what happens if you try and add runic ward to something that has no defenses to begin with. Tabula rasa. Like there's like weird things where it's like, what happens when you convert nothing into something?
Oh, indeed.
So
Divide by 0.
and then there's some other weird cases as well. So yeah.
Interesting. Well, there's going to be a lot of exploration and tinkering, and it seems like a long tail of discovery for this league as well.
Yeah.
Months in, people might be
indeed.
still discovering stuff. So that's it's It's pretty exciting to hear. With the uniques in general, like I think this crafting, the ability to modify uniques, change how they work a little bit, has been pretty popular. Do you feel like, are you worried at all about like losing the identity of uniques, or what makes them unique, or what is the feel of a unique, or do you have kind of like an idea of how you can maintain them?
I think that it'll be possible to break that, but I don't think that we have here, because at the end of the day, the uniques are still like each serving a specific purpose, and that is different from rares and how they work. You know, like So
I want that minion unique.
I think it is okay. Like, what I wouldn't want to do is just be like, oh, now a bunch of rare mods can spawn on uniques. Like, I'm not a fan of that at all. So as long as we're not doing that, I think it's okay. I mean, like, we do push the boundaries. Even just the fact that uniques have socketables that go in them kind of changes things a bit. But I think a lot of the time when you do that, you're not really looking at that as like the unique has got random mods. It sort of feels more like it's just like an extra place for things to go on your character. So I think it still works in terms of the flavor of what a unique is supposed to be.
But it's just it's very witchy, you know? Like,
I guess
hello, I'm here to fuck you up, and I've got this giant swarm of crows around me that are going to help me do it, and I've also got this unique weapon that buffs my crows. So these crows are basically just super strong, and you're going to die.
First, I did want to ask about the Runic Ward thing. So Runic Ward obviously has undergone a bit of a redesign.
That's for sure.
A concept change here. It's now a layer under your life. How did you?
I wish we could have access to like the new stuff, not to play, but just to look at prior to launch, so that we could. And we just got to figure out as we go.
Fundamentally different than what.
And I literally only have 1 day to play for the first 3 weeks. Oh God.
How do I say this? So. I feel like I've lost myself here, but like I guess it is really just coming, something that feels a little bit different. And we wanted to make colorless skills, right? We wanted to make a thing where these skills can be used across classes. So all of those skills we want to be used. But so we didn't really feel like we would be able to use.
I mean, I would hate to like do
an energy system
that's bad.
That wasn't independent.
I
of the
wouldn't
existing
encourage
ones that we had.
accessing anything that they did not release.
If we make something here where you get to be able to trade some level of defensiveness for offense, because you're spending effectively part of your life pool, then we'd be able to make a system there. But we probably couldn't have used life, because if we'd done that, there's so many other things that like are going on with life that wouldn't have really been able to, that wouldn't have been able to work. So hence, Ward. I mean, it's just a completely different thing than what Ward was in PoE 1. We just sort of used the term, but it means something completely different in PoE 2.
I think it's just a significant upgrade from PoE 1's, just like kind of one-shot energy shield. I mean, that was like hard carried by uniques. Whereas this is a way more just applicable system. You can just have a little bit of it, and you're just happy to have a little bit of extra life. Effectively, works way better in the campaign. Works just as more of as an isolated system, and doesn't need to have like, okay, here's now 4 unique mechanics, and now my ward is a build, which is fine. If it's all in game, that's fine. But like you were talking about having something in the campaign here, a full league and a system we want to engage with and get some, borrowed power out of via these skills and whatnot. And so it just works a lot better.
One thing I should mention with the Ward is that in the early base types, it's usually strict upgrades. Like if you're during early in the campaign, you're not trading off anything, you just get extra bonuses. But as you get into the end game, that's where those bases start to be like, okay, in order to have more Ward, we're going to be trading off your other defenses. And that means that when we finally do potentially move it into core, it's going to be like, it'll be a question of like, do I want to go for it? Like, it's not going to be something mandatory, because if it had just been always additive, it would have been that every single person needs to put Ward on every single base type, and we don't want it to be that way in the end game. We want it to be, once it gets there, it's like a choice of like, do I want to engage with this, do I not want to? So that was kind of an important consideration there at the end.
We've actually also handcrafted every outcome, so every single, like, generally how you would expect this kind of thing to be done. Here's the formula, it converts. Right. We've just gone and said, nah, like, let's do it manually for everything, which means it was a metric amount of metadata to add.
Every base type we add has to have the Ward, the rune-crafted rune forge.
And at in-game you get some cool stuff where base type A might become very, very heavy on Runic Ward, where base type B might have just a little bit, and some are in the middle, and some sacrifice a bit more defense where others don't.
What endgame mechanics do you want to go into first?
And then the same with the uniques, you're getting like crazy different outcomes.
Does look really
where,
cool. I like Breach too.
It's a similar thing where it's like, what is Calm's Heart going to do? What's Brass Dome going to do? There's like different kind
Gotta
of
go find-
things
help
that
that guy
people are
find
gonna
his
play
wife.
around with, and it's like, is it worth it? And the good thing is you can of course see the outcome before you do it with,
Oh, you can?
with these
Can't leave 'em
non-random ones on
lonely.
armors. Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
When you have both the slots, if you mouse over the right one, it will show what you're going to get, except for like those Calgaren unique outcomes, like I said.
Those
like
are
so
supposed to
that's
be
a
a bit of
bit more
mystery, transformative.
special. But most of the time, yeah, you can see what you're going to get. So if you're just like, oh no, I don't want to lose that armor, then don't lose that armor. Just you know. So but yeah, there's some crazy stuff. You'll get some runic ward stackers. You'll get some people that just have a supplemental amount just to stack, maybe just enough to use a skill or just enough to use a support. And you'll get people who are just trying to spam the skills as much as they possibly can. You have some people that have low amounts stacking higher regen of it, and like all kinds of stuff is the goal. All done via the metallurgy, the runes, the different skills. Like the whole suite is there, so there's just all kinds of stuff you can do.
Yeah, and on the topic of the Calgaren skills, this is like, especially because this is like something that gets asked all the time, is like, oh, can we have more weapon agnostic skills? Things that kind of like blur those boundaries a little bit now that you've got those established. What's the design process or the goal, or how you
So
approaching
it's a little bit
making those
tricky
skills?
because we have to make sure that these things are going to be things that can be used across classes. Like I don't want to just be like, okay, this one's only for like one particular character, and it needs to kind of span
Yeah,
them.
I
And
do like
that
how
means
they
tend to
have
need to
everything
work with things
available
like
to all
existing
classes
debuffs and
mostly.
existing buffs. We've got one that generates they've got various things that that just play with all of those different mechanics.
Yep.
So like the example we gave in the presentation of like converting fire to frost fire, like that kind of thing.
Aren't they
like,
going to
there's a lot of different builds, a lot of different character classes.
Maybe I
that be able to play with that.
misunderstood, but aren't they going to?
And,
Oh yeah, how
ideally
you could use the
that
entire
means that
tree.
it can just
They're
open
going
up
to
for
give us
different,
full access to
like,
the Atlas tree,
different ways
like
to be able
every
to synergize between
thing
different
can be
mechanics all over the
full.
place. And then because they spend ward rather than
every
some
node
other resource, it means that there's no
Get
issue
the
there
full
either.
tree.
Yeah, they potentially slot into any build and don't have attribute requirements or colors.
That's the other thing, of course. Yeah, they don't have strength, dex, and attribute requirements. They just have level requirements.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
that way,
Yeah,
they
the
can work with any-
Calgarans
stacked.
are a little bit more ahead of Ray class times, it seems. Oh well.
There's a bit more of a technological magic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool that it's often the case when we add these things, it can feel a bit shallow. Like it can feel like here's this whole new magic system, but only there's this little amount. Whereas
This looks
here, I
sick.
feel like we've actually gone. Here's this whole magic system.
Is anyone
here's
excited about Delirium?
And here's a taste of it, and like in
I'll be
some
playing
cases,
the 29th,
like sure,
and then I am bringing my
25
laptop,
skills now.
my
We'll
like
see
gaming
what
laptop, and
happens
my
later.
mobile stream
You
setup
know,
with
and, like,
me.
there's
I'm
things
going
to
to
expand
Sweden
on,
and
unless
then
they're,
to
of course,
France,
terrible,
but
in which case
I
they
don't
never
know how much
existed, you
time
know.
I'm realistically going to spend indoors,
I mean, for the
grinding a
long-term
video
health of the
game when I'm back at the
but
end of
you get the thing
June.
where it's like it
so
really feels like with respect
I'll just
to
probably be a
the
little bit
Calgaren
later
magic,
to the
the
league
Calgaren
start. I'll play on day
technology,
one,
we're
the
just, like,
29th, but I fly
getting
out
further
the
and further
30th.
and really
so
learning more
I'll grind
and
as
more
much
about
as I
how these
can day
people
one.
gain their power, how it's different from
And then if
everything
I
you know
find
on
time
Ray
to do it
class.
while I'm in Europe,
It's
then
honestly
yeah.
been
But
just
if
quite
not,
cool,
it'll
and,
just, like I
Runic
said, it'll
Ward,
be a
as I
little bit
said, it feels
later of a
way
league
more
start.
than just
That's
like,
cool.
It feels pretty core. Like it doesn't feel like this just secondary thing. Not that you have to do it. It's not mandatory, but it feels core when you do engage with it, which is very cool. And I wouldn't say we've gone this deep into like a.
But it's good
extra
because I feel like
resource
this game has
system
a
thing
better,
like any league
much
ever
better end
before,
game
not in
now,
this
and so
regard,
hopefully people will still be playing a
Yeah,
month
it's
into
like
the
usually
league.
just like some map thing you collect petals or something.
Because I usually stop
Yeah.
playing every update. I usually
Seems
stop
bit
like a
more
month and a half to 2
engaging
months
than that, a bit
in.
more fundamental character builds. Okay. Well, it seems like that's something you would probably want to keep long term then as well. Like as long as it works.
Yeah, I mean, if
presumably.
it works, then we will.
Yeah, if people like it ultimately. Since we're talking a lot about gear, just kind of zooming out to a bit broader picture, some outstanding issues from our last meeting. If I consult the minutes here, plus skills is often brought up as something that's has a very high level of impact on your gearing choices and can feel for some, I think, a bit restrictive. As
What
just
is it?
'cause
What
it's
is
so much
it? What is
stronger
it?
than
We did
other
have a big
options.
What is
conversation
it?
about that. I can't remember what we finally decided on there.
Yeah, it's one of those dexterity-like conversations.
Yeah. This is a
I
while
think
ago.
we
I
are
know,
trimming a few
know.
levels off the top.
Yeah,
That's the thing. Like
and
endgame,
more
you're just
so-
blasting
more
maps,
so
but
we're trimming
once you
some
fight
off the
it,
top
I
and
don't
moving
know.
some of
Like
it
now
up
it
so
feels
that
like
there's
there's so
still a
much
high
more to
level
do.
mod.
Like
But
there's a whole basically new
doing that
game
for the
that
weapon
starts
mods,
in endgame.
Yeah.
but like there's
Which
more
is
to
really
do here,
exciting.
for sure. I would say that given the like this league in particular, like I remember we started it and we were like, here's all the things that we've discussed we need to fix, we need to do all this, and then it was like, oh, and here's the like 8,000 other balance runes and
Yeah.
crafting systems and everything we want to do and new classes, and it was like new versus existing having a bit of a
Really?
conflict.
I'm
and
still-
we were
I'm
like-
still
so
grinding
I wouldn't say
D4.
we
I
got
think
to
it's
do as
fun, and
much
it's
of
like
the balance fix up to
saving
all of
us
the
stuff
stuff
to
we've
do until
discussed previous
endgame.
that we wanted to do
Or
here.
until
But as you were
until
talking about at the start of the Q&A,
PoE2.
like that.
And there is a more
what
interesting
Jonathan
endgame
said
in
is-
D4,
that is
so
a
I
lot
won't,
of
like-
what we want to do.
Like, if I
you know,
do
we'll
happen
have
to
the
get
team
there, I
making the
won't be
acts.
bummed about
That's
it.
a different kind of balance. We don't have, you know, you're not adding runes and crafting systems to the acts in the same way,
Which
right?
means that those designers
it's
are
a
freed
different
up
team. Yeah, so
are freed up to be able to work on all of those kinds of larger balance
You
concerns.
can pretty much do some balance leagues between.
We
now
do,
and-
yeah, exactly, and we do have a big list.
I
of stuff
played
we
it
wanna
for like a
change there,
day,
like,
Deacon, but I couldn't get into
Which
it. I
isn't to
found
say
the
that we didn't do
controls
some
really
balance,
weird.
for this
I
one.
expected you to
Couldn't
do
get
almost
past it.
none
Same
on
with
this one,
Crimson
given the
Desert.
scope
No,
of
there's
what you
definitely
want.
some.
We
There's
actually have
some
done a few,
important ones too.
Which we'll cover a few of those.
Got
yeah.
like, you know, some Chronomancer stuff. There's a whole, we're doing a bunch of stuff, but honestly, it honestly just is as much as we can, to be honest.
Yeah, how's the new
you know,
season
we're
of
not sitting
Battlegrounds?
idly not doing it, but yeah, like I understand that
How we
there's a
liking
few
it?
things which I assume you're going to bring up a couple others that are left unresolved, and
Certainly.
I've heard
hopefully
it's
maybe
really
one
good.
of them's
I
resolved. We'll
just I couldn't
see.
get past the
Well,
controls.
the next one was Rarity.
Also, Slay the Spire
reprising
2
our earlier
came out, and
discussions
I'm
on Rarity from
fully,
last
fully
Q&A,
addicted to that.
where you were
I've been
saying,
playing
you
a
were
lot
saying
of Slay the
that
Spire
you were
2.
eager to at some point remove Rarity from gear.
I am interested in doing that. It's still a question of what we can replace it with. But there is one other change to talk about around that is a bit more subtle, and I don't know whether it will matter or not. But one of the things we identified, I mean, look, the thing people often say with Rarity is they just don't want it to give currency.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Like a
and
common
then
thing
so
across
I was in
people
LA
who say
and
they
I
wanna
didn't
keep
have my
Rarity, they'll often
controller.
say, oh, but it should, you could just remove the currency from it and then it'll be okay. So what we were thinking
It's
about
so
is like,
fun.
there's this sort of market dynamic that goes on in PoE 1 but hadn't been going on in PoE 2 so much.
I have not played the
where,
Bazaar.
People
yet.
couldn't really respond in PoE 2 to the market by like picking the reward type that they would like to get as much.
Yeah,
So in PoE
okay.
1, it's like if currency is becoming more valuable, you can respond to that by farming leagues that give you more currency. And if uniques are becoming like more valuable, then you can respond to that by farming more uniques and that kind of stuff. So there was like a
they make
little bit of an
farming
aim here
nicer.
to make it so that the league's a little bit more like by picking what league you're also picking more of what types of rewards you want to get a little bit better, which can mean that like if there's a gap in the market, you can fill it that way, and that should result in like more price. We're getting total economist here right now, but it'll mean that people can respond to the price signals that the market is giving them by farming the correct thing to like get the thing that like the market is valuing more right now.
So we're actually seeing that phenomenal difference between the two games on like the economic statistic level.
Well, I think it's not so much looking at the statistics, but just realizing that like without the ability for players to do that, it can mean that you can get endless inflation in one thing because people aren't able to respond to that by effectively getting more of that thing to drive the prices down again. So that kind of stuff actually can matter. And so one of the things we have been doing is making it so that here's a league you can farm more to get more of this thing. And like even with regard to something like Breach, because you can pick there's mods for picking what type of womb gift is going to drop more often. You can be like, okay, if
Womb
currency's more
gift
valuable
is
right now,
so
I'm gonna
bad.
pick that
Who
one. That's
approved
I'm
that
gonna
name?
Have that tree be the one that I'm getting more of, and that kind of stuff. So it's like giving a little bit more control over what the rewards are, which should actually lead to a bit more price stabilization here as well. But we'll see how that works. Like I don't know whether that's actually one of the things, but it does seem related to the fact that in PoE 2, since Rarity
I agree.
effectively boosts
Otherwise,
everything,
why would you
it meant
play?
that,
Why would there be
that
PoE
mechanic
1 and
wasn't
2?
letting it
Like
be one of the levers that people could use to respond to the market.
If they made it identical, then
you were just gonna
PoE
do it
2
because it
would
was
just be
clear.
PoE
Sorry
1
guys
with
for
better
turning into an
graphics.
economist all of a sudden, but that's like
I like it. It's
it's one of those things.
I think it's just ignoring the whole economy aspect. It just gives players agency to target what type of loot they want anyway, right?
Yeah,
How is that not just straight up better for like, here's what I need, here's what I want, I'm going to go get it, and here's the different levers I have to be able to achieve that, be it via choosing a different league, be it by choosing different multi-choice Atlas tree things within that league, be it by picking a certain master and taking a certain Atlas master skill that changes the rewards of one of the leagues. Like there's many different axes here, which is very, very cool to just be like,
That's how
all right,
the
we're going to
babies are.
try and get the best out of the
The
uniques
babies.
today. Or I'm
So,
going to try
mommy
and
and
target
daddy,
farm
where do
this or
babies
that,
come
and,
from?
like,
Well, there's
it's
this
just a
giant
win,
tree in
even
Path
if you're
of
just like, I
Exile
don't
that
care
has a
about
bunch of
inflation
nuts
and all of the
sacks
trade
hanging
and
from
all of
it.
that. Like, it's
And then in
just-
order for you to be
it's just good.
born,
So
the
win-
sack
win-win
has
on
to
that
drop,
regard,
and then there's a
hopefully.
goatsy
Assuming
ass
it's
Saying
fine.
that
fucking
doesn't
thread.
necessarily mean that we're like happy with
And
how
God,
undefined
it's
stuff
just-
is.
it's
like
so
there's still
foul.
more
Yeah,
change
yeah,
going on.
correct.
It is so
yeah, it sounds like
foul.
you're still eager to replace that.
Yeah, I am.
Given that you can find the
it's one of those things that's surprisingly hard, alongside Leech, alongside Dex, and various other things like
do with Dex bonus?
the forever topics that always seem to come back and to haunt us every time.
Yes, keep you awake at night. Since we're talking economy and inflation,
When
is
are
that
they
something
going
you
to
guys are
player
kind of like interested in
questions or chat
looking
questions?
at in some way, like sinks for exalts or divines, or kind of managing that sort of stuff, where you just kind of like see what happens?
This is a weird one because some of the perceptions that people have about like what each thing means can be backwards from what people expect. But yeah, I do think that that's gonna come down to that sort of ability for people to respond to the market. I think that's going to help. But as I said, we'll see. If it doesn't help with that stuff, then we'll revisit it and see what
more
happens.
syncs for Exalts is an inevitability for sure. It will occur at some. It just kind of has to. Syncs for Divines. I don't know. Find Mage Blood, see what happens.
I was like, you have something in the works for that one. I know how you do.
Good luck.
Yeah, wait and see with that. On the topic of crafting, are there any, with all this new stuff, are there any changes to like the existing stuff of crafting, like how the crafting systems work, the currencies work? How happy have you been with the introduction of Greater and Perfect orbs?
I would just say that Greater and Perfect are too, especially Perfect is just too common. Like we're probably going to have to nerf the drop rates of those.
Transmutes and orgs. Yeah.
And because effectively it's sort of being a problem in that kind of early in the end game crafting is like probably a little bit too easy. So we'll probably nerf the drop rates of some of that stuff a little bit. I think it's probably just a little bit too far. Like not to make them like impossible.
Mostly transmutes and augments.
Mostly transmutes and augments. It was just making it a little bit too easy.
Yeah.
So
I guess the outcome of that is that they become the norm like immediately, right?
Sure. So there'll probably be a change there. But yeah, like I think that it was just being a little bit too easy to progress in that early in game part there.
Okay. All right.
You got an ad
now
for
I'm gonna
baby
hit you
food
with, I
when I
usually do this
started
at the
talking
end, but
about
right now,
Moongus,
surprise
dude,
QOL
it's like the
UX round.
PC knows. Thanks for the follow, Toguro.
So you've got this in-game
Welcome in.
build planner, which is an awesome addition. Very excited. And
Yeah, the build planner is really
did that as
interesting.
well.
I'm
It's a
really
huge leap
excited
over
about that.
what you
I feel like
tested
it's
in the
going to make
past
it
that
a
kinda
lot
went away for a
easier.
while, which was like the ability to
Obviously,
plan
it's going to make it a lot easier.
So I guess that's
I
the
feel
reason
bad
why
for the
that
big
went away. So you had a
streamers because
bigger-
it's like more
bigger
programming and more
project in
stuff they've
mind.
got to do. But
I'm curious,
that's why
you take
they're
a
the
different angle on this.
geniuses.
What don't you want to do with this? Like, where is the line of where you don't want this to? Because this is something that helps like players a lot. It's very in game.
Also, how does that the campaign
suggest builds like as GGG
you know how there's like guides in the
builds to play,
campaign?
like,
How does that
I don't wanna
impact
be doing that. I
speedrun
do want to
plays?
leave it
I
to
guess
the
they'll just be
community to
able to cut their
decide
time down
what is that stuff. So that
So
means we're not going
speedruns
to
are
be
gonna be
like
even
what I
more
don't want it to be
chaotic.
is like, okay, you like join the game for the first time and the game's like pick a build, you know. But that isn't how it should work. Like it needs to be that that most look, I know that a lot of players wanted to follow build guides, and that's absolutely fine. We want to give as good of tools as we can for that.
The game is
but at the same time, like I still want the desirable theory of the game to be that you join the game having never played it before and you just explore and find the stuff that's interesting. So you know, but then like if you're already going to a website to find a build guide, then at the point you've done that, like we might as well make that as easy as possible for you to do and follow and all that sort of thing. So
I mean, just making it approachable to new players.
You know to do it.
Oh, so unless you
it's
basically
like,
drop
you don't
the
open
file
your
in.
passive tree and it's like load files and you're like, what the heck is going on here?
Now I should mention that
that.
we didn't put it in the live stream because we weren't
Hi,
like
Khaldun,
100%
welcome
sure
in.
that
I'm
it
so
would be
stunned
there,
from the
but
reveal. They
it is
pretty much
being
released
worked on right
before
now
another
that
game.
there's
I
going to be
know,
like
it's huge. That's why it took 6 months.
For
And then the fact that they just said the
getting a
next
build,
release is going to
from a
be
community website,
1.0.
right? So the idea is like, you
and
know,
also
a
take
community
6
website
months.
can
I mean,
put
I do
like a
understand the
link,
6 month
and when you click the link, it'll just add it to your account.
Like with filters, like what?
Yeah, exactly. Like with
all of
filters, right?
this
So
new
then
endgame
it can just
content
add
that
it
they
to
added will
your
be enough
account, and
to
that
keep us
way you
interested
don't have to screw around with files or anything.
until
That's
the
important for
next
console
update.
players as well because they obviously can't put files on the console. So yeah, basically they'll be able to add it to their account just like an item filter, and then now it's just going to appear there, and then stuff will work.
I know right now you have to have a real trust in your filter creator. Because they can just hide mirrors. So hopefully your build creator, So April 1st, your build creator just completely just changes your build randomly for a day.
But yeah, the documentation for how to do the build file should be going up today-ish, and that means that what I'd expect to happen, although obviously it's up to them, like the various community projects like Path of Building and that kind of stuff, to all like adopt that and make it so that you can so that you can export a build from those tools, and then then the creators can create websites showing those off and that kind of thing, and like that kind of stuff is what we'd expect to.
Yeah, it just improves the actual like physical act of like having a build guide and implementing that, using it for people who are. That's awesome.
And if we also find that like build creators are interested in adding notes to more places, like we tried to get everything we could think of, but there might be places where you like because the idea is like anywhere where a creator wants to be able to say like here's some more tutorialization that they want to add. The idea is that they can kind of do that. that.
Yeah, I love that.
You know, like that's the sort of.
I can tell people to upgrade their life flasks for life flasks that heal more life. Than
Yeah,
the
for
previous
sure.
one.
Exactly like the example we had in the video.
Love it.
Yeah.
It's very true. People overlook it.
Yeah.
So another one from our outstanding minutes is the mouse and keyboard and controller hot swap.
I know. And it's
Oh, yeah,
becoming a
so
running
many people
joke
have been
at this
asking
point
about
of,
that.
like people promising it every league and then not delivering it. And the annoying thing about it is that it's one
And
of
they
those
don't
things
have
that,
it
like,
again.
like someone will work on it for like there's a surprising amount of code to do to change it. But then every time it's like the guy like someone will work on it for like a month
I
or
mean, for
something, and they'll be like, oh
inventory
shit, we've got this urgent
management,
league UI that needs doing,
especially.
and then they get derailed. But I promise this time time is the time that we will
In
get it for
1.0.
1.0.
I took him for the fragment tab. Sorry.
Yeah, it is actually legitimate.
But also not
It legitimately
sorry.
was.
But not sorry because the fragment tab's kind of I want it and I need it.
Yeah. But it's like
I'm
I think,
excited about the frag tab.
I think there was a bingo card that you saw.
I
where
mean,
you're
I don't
like,
play controller, so it really doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Fragment
So,
tab.
look, fragment
So
tab.
you can actually blame the bingo card makers.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess
Hot
so.
swapping was on there too. I had my hand over it. I was like, look, they want the fragment tab.
I see.
Really, what I mean is, I want the fragment tab.
Another one that I haven't mentioned before, but are revisiting, is visibility issues. So skills, I think, are being designed to look as cool as possible under normal circumstances.
Yeah, but then when
all
you
the time.
stack
Like
a
the
bunch
artist,
of
I
them, you
imagine, is
can't
working
see
on them in that
anything.
situation. But then they can become extreme on endgame builds, right? You're adding like 10 extra projectiles and screen size AoE scaling and attack speed. So I think like a good example is explosive grenade. Phenomenal looking skill, immensely satisfying. Sounds, visuals, but now we've got like grenade nova projectiles with totems firing out multiple
Yeah,
rapid
it can get
phase.
pretty extreme. It can get pretty extreme.
You got to put your sunnies on, man.
I know.
It's funny when I'm streaming, you can see the face just light up whenever you toss a grenade.
It's one of those things where, like, over time, ideally, we're able to
there's new
just
face
improve the
control.
situation
Yeah,
with
it
regard
just
to
becomes
effects.
a
And
lot.
we do have some
I
systems
really
for limiting
enjoyed
this kind of stuff, like to prevent
Smashy
certain
Bear.
particles from spawning.
I was wondering if like some sort of dynamic culling
And
effect.
Smashy
We do
Bear.
have stuff like that, but it's one of those things that it's easy for it to get left till the end and then not done, because the effects artists are obviously optimizing for what looks good. And whenever you're if effects artists come to me and like, hey, what do you think of the skill? It's not I tend not to be like, okay, now let's see it when there's like a bajillion of them, that's one of those steps we should probably take at some point. But it's like we do have systems for it. It's just a matter of like spending
So
time
much
working on it, and it's the kind of
to
thing that just
cover.
over time will slowly
It
improve.
honestly is a time problem.
Yeah,
Like we do, it gets tested internally. It does get reported. There are issues, tasks that are made, and they say, help my frame rate, help my eyes. It does say that, and 100%. And then it's like, I could optimize this. I don't quite know how, and a few people have to collaborate to
we
do it.
definitely do
and-
fix the worst cases, like when they're really really
Yeah,
bad.
yeah,
we do,
yeah,
but before you see them, ideally. But
Yeah, like in
there can
Megamon,
also just be
you can
cases
hide
where
all
it's
this
like
stuff.
we didn't realize that a build would be created that could get to this level.
Fire
and
Lord,
so
thank you so
when
much for the
explosive
21
grenades were added,
months.
there wasn't a way to do all this stuff.
exactly. So
But, like,
then,
And, and
three
here's the
leagues
thing,
later.
sometimes it is the balance that's the problem, right? And then so that can be a bit tricky when it's like, how do you know, is this an engine task, an art task, is it a balance task? And
that's the funny thing about it as well, because all of those sorts of issues have to actually go to a game designer, because they're the ones who can decide, like, is this even acceptable in the first place?
Yeah.
And that's like a very tricky thing.
And
So
New
like we
York?
did do some
Are you
nerfs in
excited for the
04, I believe,
PoE2
to
update?
some of the
There's so
grenade
much
spam
going
stuff that you could
on.
do.
Oh my god, it's nuts.
But then I believe there were some other mechanics added that kind of made it come back again. So
Yeah, it was.
But a big quiz.
It was like slight enough, and then way more. It's
it happens.
Yeah.
That's good.
But like we'll resolve them over time. Like we will get it better.
And just to reiterate, because in the past we'd asked about the idea of like transparency sliders or brightness sliders. and
I'm not a fan, honestly. Like I think it does fundamentally kind of ruin something there that I'm not.
So that's like the. In
I
my
want
mind,
to try and
that's the
fix it
easier
so that you
route.
don't even have
How's
to
the
think
new
about it. That it's not a
Hearthstone
setting you need to
update
do. It's not anything like that. It's,
You want to take the hard route on
yeah,
that, which
for sure.
is,
Always, every time.
Yeah.
The hard route. That's the best route.
The last one I have, maybe, unless there's some extra chat ones in there, is you guys looking to get full Steam Deck verified sometime soon?
Yes. Well, I was telling you about that earlier.
Is it
So
not?
this is
Steam Deck verified? You can play on a
there
Steam
were a few
Deck.
things around the UI that made it so we couldn't get Steam Deck verified, like UI size. So we've actually added a lot of options for UI scaling in like different areas now. So pretty much everything, like hovers versus all these different areas are now scalable. All the different parts of the UI, and that means we can now have defaults for Steam Deck that we can now go, okay, hey Valve, can you Steam Deck verify us please, and get all that stuff. And we're sort of testing on the Steam Deck now. Like we have, Steam Deck stuff internally. It's a thing we're taking seriously because we know there are a lot of people who want to be able to play it on the deck. So it is now a thing that we're doing. I really want to make sure that by launch especially that it's like a perfect experience. Awesome. There's still some performance issues at the end game on Steam Deck, like it's still not quite there that we need to work on. But during campaign it's fine. But
I'm not going to play grenades on Steam Deck.
So there's like a few things there we still need to do to improve. But in terms of like the experience of like the main experience and all that stuff, it's way better.
They're all sold out.
Great news, excellent. I keep seeing in the chat, so I'm just going to ask it. But like, people are asking, like, tell me about Mageblood, but like, quite clearly,
we're not going to tell you about Mageblood.
Yes.
You have to find Mageblood.
You want people to find Mageblood. I mean, you did drop some extra hints there, kind of subtly. But people can, maybe you can rewatch the Q&A and kind of like find out what those hints were.
I know how to tease a unique.
I mean, this is like outside of a headhunter or something. This is like one of the most like chase long-awaited items.
And the tricky thing is making sure that people actually like it as well, because we don't want to disappoint people.
Yes,
that would be sad.
It's going to be insane, though. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. When we're filming the trailer, I'm like, you make sure that Mageblood's on the screen for a second. You put that text there.
There's one frame of Mageblood.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. That's why I haven't been able to stream because my internet's been down, so it sucks.
Excellent.
When you're having tech issues.
There's one for you to look forward to. Before we jump into the end game, let's talk a little bit about campaign leveling. So there's a pretty nice signposting tricks addition there.
Yeah. In one case, completely literally signpost.
Literally a signpost.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I like. So we do understand that if you're a repeated playthrough, like it needs to be that it can be efficient. We were thinking about like what is better in PoE 1 than PoE 2 in this respect.
And we're thinking there's just
people just learn a lot of
tricks. They're basically adding signposts and guides to help you go to the right areas.
Like we want more mastery things. Like we want it so that if you're paying attention, you actually can work out, hey, like this thing leads to that thing and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, go nuts on that.
So we are just going nuts on it, right? Because it won't actually affect the time it takes for a first-time player to play through, because like they're not going to know what it means.
And that's the secret, isn't it? Exactly. That's the secret sauce there.
And like in some cases we have shortened some stuff. Like for example, at the end of Act 2, there was like 2 areas of the cart. The Farragut cart. Now there's just one.
Oh, nice.
Like this, the one that there is like very slightly longer than one was before, so like it doesn't feel like a complete compromise of that. But like it is definitely shorter than what it was. There's just stuff like that all through the game.
The sleeves
and there's some counterintuitive things that we've done. Like in some cases, you want to take an area.
I'm not familiar with MTG yet. I have a commander deck I haven't opened,
but with wayfinding, right? Because if something's linear, there's literally only one path to go. Like it entirely depends on what your clear speed is to get from one end to the other. Whereas if something is only open, but then you've got things that point you where to go. It's like if you know what those are, now you can get through it faster. But if you don't know what they are, it's still like an area that's going to take you a little while to get through.
Giving the possibility.
So exactly. So things like that can actually be something kind of counterintuitive that you can do. Because a lot of people just assume, like in order to make it shorter, the way to do it is just
like
a little smaller, But that would compromise the first time experience. So it really is about like how can I make it take you less time while also not making it take you less time if you were playing for the first time.
Yeah, even like the jungle ruins now, the silverback, the big old quadrilla is now in the direct center of the level.
Right. So that means you can always find him easily, right?
If you find him,
they're making it
north,
easy.
East, southwest. You just know. And then obviously you can find the camp is another way. There's all these different ways. I mean, if you find the venom crypts, you escape out the other end.
Yeah. So there's an extra exit in the venom crypts that comes out directly next to the exit of the area. So if you want to go down through the venom crypts, it's actually can be a faster way to find the exit to the zone. There's like a shortcut through there. Cool. So and then the venom crypt. Here's an interesting one. All the snakes. This is one people probably want to notice. I'm going to tell you. All the snakes will go towards where the venom crypts are. Oh. So all the snake.
He's so excited about it. Like I love seeing his face.
That's the way that the venom crypts are. So there's like little details like that everywhere. Just little things like that.
That's so cute. I love it.
There's a little bit of stuff with monsters as well. Like there's in the venom crypts again.
Yeah, I wonder what temple is going to look like.
Towards the boss room where there was the shaman making the whole venom potion, now you get more of the humanoid monsters of that tribe.
So that was an area. It was really hard to find that final place like where it was. But now you know, like, oh, if I find those type of monsters, that means I'm getting near the place where the where
we've done that in a few places. So like a density of monsters increasing, or more so the other types of monsters phasing out as well. So an introduction of an abnormal monster, or one that's not natural to the rest of the area. Or In some cases, one that's natural to the area,
No, I
and
know,
then you get
he's
to a
so
section
stoked, it's so
where
cute.
now only those monsters are there and all the other monsters aren't spawning. For example, the snakes in Keth.
Yep.
Right around Kabbalah's section, the boss there is only Serpent Clan. You don't get the
So,
other
if you want to find
monsters,
Kabbalah,
so-
then you find run in the direction where there's more snakes.
Yeah.
Like that kind of stuff. So yeah, that is it. I don't know if we'll get it all perfect in one go, but we're going to be doing a lot more of just that sort of stuff all through the campaign.
We definitely got more to do, and we're just going to keep going.
Excellent. Good stuff.
And also, what we're finding is it's just adding more flavor to the areas. It's adding more identity.
Yeah.
It's adding
Some of those
more
really
interesting
sound like
things,
that.
and it's just an upgrade
This
overall
game is
on every axis.
Like, I'm
I
so
had a little bit of hands-on
overwhelmed
time. I was
already.
especially a fan of the Ogham Village change because, like, now you actually you come in and there's an obvious cobblestone road there, and if you follow that, you get to the blacksmith.
Exactly.
It's like,
That was so annoying to find before.
yes. And it actually it makes the zone feel a lot better as an actual zone too. Now it actually feels like a village, like a town. It doesn't feel like just a random maze like it was before. So it actually, a bit more of a believable, realistic area. So good stuff. On the leveling topic, something that comes up somewhat often is this idea of like, so you've got new skills getting unlocked all the way through into like late Act 4. And I always thought of this
custom
personally as
sleeve
like a
arts
good
when
thing,
you
right?
beat
Like you've got a
someone, you're
nice
like,
steady
"Hey."
progression of new stuff to play with.
Sick.
But recently I saw some interesting reasons why people don't like this.
As you're
And
killing them,
that's the idea that you sometimes spend
flipping the
hours
bird.
leveling a build that it just isn't your build. Like you play all the way through to Act 4 on some other build that you don't want to play until you get your top tier ice skill there. So I have to imagine you're like a fan of having that like long tail of progression. But there are other reasons why you kind of like want this spread. And how do you feel the idea of compressing, I don't know, maybe the main skills down to the first 30 levels or something?
Does he hate
That's
them 'cause
actually
he
not
loses
something
to
that I've
them?
had
Sounds
come
like
up
a
before
skill
in terms
issue
of being
for
a
your
problem
friend,
like
huh?
that. So that's very interesting to think about.
I've seen. I prefer the slow unlocks personally. That's my style. I prefer.
I mean, it's certainly as a first-time player, you want it to be that you kind of get that, like, it feels like your build is still progressing as you get through the game. But it is interesting, of course, to think if you want to just speed through and you want to play a certain build, like that is certainly something interesting.
Even on like the experimentation level, so like when you respec to a character at endgame, it's like just trash. It feels bad generally to do that because you didn't have that evolution of that build over time.
Yeah, all your gear
I
is
feel like
cooked.
maybe if you're swapping over at level 52 to your actual build, then because that's when you get the skill, then you don't actually really have much of that progression evolution of your build to test.
It might be more of a matter of just swapping where some skills are given.
I think
it also can also be that we're not necessarily it's not necessarily clear when we're creating the
High
build
reforming one,
what
yes,
some skills might
there's
end up
quite
being
a
ones
lot.
that
I would
feel like
highly
main
recommend
skills in
watching
that
at
way.
least the
Yeah,
update
I
portion.
need to
So
review
it's
it.
probably
on
likely that
YouTube
when
they
that's
posted it,
like
if
one of
they
the issues
haven't
there is just like moving things around where they start.
There is a
It's just that we don't want something that's like too flashy to be something you get really, really early, because otherwise it feels kind of strange in the power curve. Like you do need to feel like that level of progression of like the skills get more epic. So
I imagine like it's pretty okay to have things like those glory skills and stuff like that right down the bottom there.
Well, certainly.
Like
I mean, the last row tends to always be those sort of ultimate type things that, like in theory, those are not things that your entire build is like made around. So it's more that they're just sort of extra.
The examples that I get see brought up usually aren't that sort of thing, but rather like what's that ice skill that shoots projectiles everywhere? That round spinny one, Winter something.
Is it Winter Orb? Is that the name?
Or Eye of Winter.
Eye of Winter. That's the one. Yeah, Eye of Winter is an
I can't-
example.
how
I
much
see
do you
it
think
right
they
away,
know
'cause, like,
everything? Do you
it is
think
on
they
that
remember
last
every
tier,
name?
and it is kind of
Yeah,
a
I
main
see your
skill,
point.
and it's not really like a big
I
cooldown
actually see
skill.
your point. Yeah, that one honestly might be able to come down.
All right, so that's something to
maybe
I
look
suspect there's some tweaks to the levels. There's some
entirely new
reorganization.
endgame,
There's
2 new ascendancies,
possibly
30 new bosses.
I could
pinnacle
see
bosses,
a thing where
new
also once
pinnacle
we have the
bosses.
full campaign in
1.0
place,
is going to be next release.
maybe
They're
there's a
not
point
gonna
where
do
we're like, okay, we
0.6,
want
it's
you
just
want
gonna go to
every
1.0,
skill
but it is gonna
by,
take
and then
6
we
months.
come
So
up
they
with a
said
new point.
after Exile. Come on.
You know, like.
But I honestly suspect the rearranging is the solution there.
Nice. Okay, that's good to hear. I think that would be good for these people who feel like they don't get to play
No,
the build
they
for
just
a long
said
time.
after Exile. Come on.
Kind of carrying on with the topic of skills, builds, and balance, we have the 2 new ascendancies, which you seem to be getting a little bit like with the classes. They're following a similar trajectory of getting a little bit more, a little bit extra, a little bit more high effort each time. So,
Well, as we kind of learned from PoE1, like you know, we have changed some, but ascendancy classes are kind of like just forever things.
Yep.
You know, we obviously have a whole alternate classes league and stuff like that, which is cool. But you know, we don't. On rare occasions, we're obviously going to change the balance, change kind of what the skills are, but who those characters are and the identity of that, and most of them are going to remain fixed for like a long time.
Yep.
You'll get rebalances, you'll get changes, like obviously, right? We've done that a lot, but like you know, I wouldn't expect the Deadeye to despawn anytime soon as an identity.
I love Deadeyes. I don't care.
By the way, just
I don't care. I'm shameless. I love.
And so, like, they just need to be high effort, and they need to be, you know, something that we are. Like, something that comes up a lot, and you'll notice it in these two. Like, now for every single beast boss, the Spirit Walker,
yes,
we have to make a tamed version.
This is what I keep saying. Like,
for
what
every
do this
pair
yourself?
for every mod on gloves.
Yeah,
which
it's a
we just
lot.
added
Dude,
a bunch of alloys.
Developer
And this, you know,
work schedule
it goes
must
on and
be
on. We have to. It's
brutal.
the maintenance. But the thing is, as I said,
Like,
these are
oh
forever
my
classes.
God.
These are identities. These are very important, and so it's like always very worth it. But now we. Just a bit of a rant here about those beasts, because it's come up a bit recently where I'm like, what is a beast? Are the new pinnacle bosses beasts? And I'm just like, oh no, what's going on here? What are we doing? Like, you know, like some, you know, there
it's getting them philosophical.
One who turns into a werewolf, a beast when they're in shapeshift form.
Wow, exactly. So, you know,
what, you got to tame the count? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, only in second form.
Only in second phase, yeah, maybe, or maybe because
I mean, cool.
You know, or maybe specifically. Nah, I don't know. I don't know where we're getting with that. I don't know. The point is, it gets a little bit complicated. It's like, where does it end? And, you know, how much you're talking about, you know, visibility. How much of your screen are you willing to have be a gigantic pinnacle boss? And thing is, like, changing the scale is not actually as trivial. Like,
yeah, I was like, I thought you'd make them smaller, but then I saw like the giant bird boss. I'm like, nope, that looks like a normal size boss right there.
I like how they're making them like.
You know, we did limit it to one. We did internally have it that people were running around with 5 for a while, and it was a little bit off, a little bit out of control. But yeah, it's quite fun. But I'm so excited to just see how honestly, it's such a weird thing to say. I'm so excited for how much work we've created for ourselves in the future. I'm very glad to hear that. That is great.
I'm excited about work.
The right mindset.
Is something I've never said.
Excellent.
Well, if you consider Twitch streaming work, yeah.
So with the Tame Beast thing, like when you get your first ascendancy, that Tame Beast gem is actually a high level though. Like, is this something
yeah, we do have a thing that we're going to do about that.
Okay.
There's a solution I believe that we had for that one.
Yeah, all right.
But yeah.
And with this being an idea of being a big single beast, a lot of the time, like, I don't know that bosses compared to say like Aura beasts don't have a bunch of utility stuff on them. Like, there'll be some, but not as much exactly. So I imagine you want these to actually be things that kill stuff. So how do you make the big single minion work?
We have, like, honestly, I think it might have even been, we've tripled the damage, I think, of tamed beasts. Just FYI.
Cool.
I don't know why
we're doing a few changes around that because we want, like, damaging companion builds outside of obviously just Wolfzerg to be more of a thing. So, you know, we're doing a bunch of changes to. For example, we're trying to give them a longer revive time. The idea behind the revive time on that, which I know sounds bad, but just let me explain the thing, is that with obviously an undead build, you generally have a swarm. And so the revive time's a little bit lower, and the assumption that things are dying and reviving more frequently.
Yeah.
Companions should be a bit more, you obviously have 1 or 2, and you have a lot fewer of them. They're more significant, so they should take longer to revive. And so these, like, uninvested aura companions, and when they die, you should feel that more. Like, you should be having to invest into them to keep it alive.
Okay.
On the other end, we're making them deal way more damage, so they're more of just an aura bot. And then for the bosses in particular, what we've done is gone through, and for every single one of them, we've gone, okay, are you good at stunning? Are you good at freezing? Maybe they have, you know, the primed for stun thing. Maybe they have. We're trying to just really give each of them something that can complement your build.
Themes a bit.
So it isn't just a question of just taking the boss as it is and being just like, like all of them are actually like designed, you know, in terms of like what they can be.
Crazy. So it's even more effort.
Yeah,
because
it's more like, you know, it's more like taking a creature that's got existing animations and be like, now we have to completely do AI and everything.
We're adding a bunch of new passives for companions. There's obviously a bunch of uniques. Some of, I think we showed 1 or 2 today. But yeah, playing into that archetype a lot more for sure. It's definitely way more fun to play. Like lately, it's just running around with your kind of mini zoo. It's kind of fun. So.
Awesome. On the martial artist, the Fists of Stone that converts gloves, you showed that working with a rare, and that was quite spicy.
I know, the fact that you do 5 bosses at one
modifiers
time.
that are like actual kind of like regular modifiers. So does this work on uniques?
Certainly does.
Crazy.
That sounds so scary.
Why not?
But I feel like it's a challenge that some people have wanted.
Every unique glove
Hopefully I
from
get
now
my
on,
crows
you gotta
super strong
find
and then
some
just
way to convert them
The real
into
question is,
something
does
else.
it affect the mods that go on the
crow
runes that are
murder
in
murder
the
them all with crows.
I
A
don't think
murder
it
of
affects
crows.
socketed mods. No,
A murder by
it's meant to
crows.
affect every explicit mod.
Wait, that should be my character name.
We talked recently about vile
Nobody steal it,
corruptions and whether or
okay?
not it does or doesn't.
Remember to remind me.
So TBD. But yes, it does affect uniques. It is intended to affect,
That'll be the name
affect
for
all
my
essence
witch,
mods and alloys and
if
all
we
of
get
that.
it.
But like, honestly,
I hope no one
we'll
takes
go
it.
as far as we can with these until we
Yeah, because
run out of
you've
time.
got the rune modifiers that have their unique modifier pools now, so I
Yep.
guess you're doing those too.
I was just trying to think of some uniques to talk about, but I can't remember a whole lot of specifics.
Yeah,
so it's one of those find out things.
Yeah, I guess so.
Fathos.
I'm wondering what happens if there's like a pair of unique gloves like grants us skill or something like that. What are you going to do with that?
We generally don't touch the skills.
I like they'll actually stay there so you could still
Yeah, you
use
just
it
have-
potentially.
yeah,
So that's
People in
interesting
chat
its own
have been
way.
saying temple a lot, and
or-
nobody has said any. They
like,
haven't
you know,
said
we're
anything
not-
about the temple.
Look,
I think they're
having
waiting for the
remake a
end to
skill
announce
for
that
this
they're getting
is
rid of
a
it.
little bit in the okay. I talk about creating work for ourselves. That's like that's not a bang for buck win. So like making a new
Lori,
skill
how's
of a
it
skill for
going?
this,
Welcome
that's
in. How we
that's a
doing?
line that would have to be very special to cross. So maybe in the future, but not right now. Yeah.
Right on. So normally patch notes would be right out after this Q&A, but thankfully we're not holding that hostage today, as that's coming out a week before.
Yeah, so it still needs to
launch.
be that it's a week before launch because there's still too much that will change between
Yeah,
now
or
and then.
usually going right
Oh,
up
wow.
until the end.
That's
If
true.
you
They
got them
still
now,
have a
that'd
whole,
be
another 4 months
inaccurate,
to.
and then
bleh,
you'd get
another full
disappointed
month
or
to work
even
on
happier.
stuff.
Who knows? But too much
I'm
would just
good.
change.
I'm chilling.
and,
I'm chilling.
you know,
But maybe we can speak like on the bigger picture
So
intentions, which to
excited
some extent
for
we've already done a
0.5.
bit, but,
Oh my gosh,
like
there's
a
so
classic
much
another minutes
happening,
from previous.
changing.
We've done some buffs to armor and evasion, added some new mechanics here and there. Is there any additional love for those on the card in some way, or defenses in general discussion?
Defenses. So we looked at a couple of things. Like the first thing we
I mean,
identified.
we have the extra life source.
Because
the rune.
I'm
buff
all
or
about
whatever
like
it's
just
called.
reviewing the fundamentals. Is we're like, okay, we at some point in one of our many millions of spreadsheets, we were like, okay, here's obviously you have an expected
address
amount
tempo
of
already?
how much
Did I
defense
miss
does
that?
someone have at a certain point in the game. Now that we have obviously enough players, enough statistics, we went and then had a look, and we were like, oh, people are way low, especially at say between interlude, Act 4, mid game, early in game. People's defenses are significantly lower than what we had deemed as what we wanted them to have. And you can look at that in a few ways. You can say, well, okay, people aren't upgrading gear as much as we wanted or expected. People aren't
That's
upgrading.
how I am with PoE
wouldn't say
1. I
want,
can't upgrade
expected is
anything 'cause
definitely
it's
more
too
of the thing.
punishing. That's
People
why-
aren't maybe
part of why I
taking
stopped
as many
playing
defensive
PoE 1.
passives as we had expected, etc. And there are obviously many reasons for that. Some of them are garbage. But at the end of the day, right, we balance the game for people to have this much of a defense or this much EHP, and they don't have it. So let's get them to have that amount is our play. So instead of
Yeah.
obviously changing them, you can either change monster damage at that point, or we can give people more defenses. So we are generally buffing all of the base types on all of the defensive gear, on all armor and evasion, I should say.
Defense
Up
buffs.
to the end of end game, because like peak characters, there's a lot. You can get a lot. So like we've taken some of the outliers
That's
that are
good.
the
So
things
your
that
Ellie
make
reses aren't. Is that what they
the,
mean?
you know, end
Less
game
punishing
characters
Ellie
have a
reses?
lot of those defenses and kind of brought them a bit down. So it shouldn't be worse. It should just be the same. But relative to rares, they could be a little bit worse. But yeah, ultimately,
this is mostly from Act 3 onwards, right?
pretty much, yeah. So more armor and evasion is the start point. You know, we've done a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, I mean, Energy Shield has. There's a thing where it has too much recovery available, like too easily for recharge, and like we've done a few things. A lot of them are outliers, not necessarily all of them. So we've done a bit of changes to a whole bunch of stuff. But in particular, we're also doing like the deflection equation is honestly kind of not good enough. It's too rewarding for very little investment, and then there's like a kind of weird thing in the formula that I was trying to figure out the other day, but and then for investing beyond that, it's kind of like, well, not worth it.
Yeah.
The passive tree nodes are too weak. There's all these
I'm glad
classes
they
in
didn't
no one
add a
cares
billion
about.
bajillion new
mostly.
passives, although the Atlas
There's
tree
other things
is
like
kinda crazy.
the armor applies to elemental. Like there's a bit of it. Generally, it isn't weak, but you know, I wanted 5 clusters for it. I wanted you to be able to actually invest in it if you were in different parts of the tree. Currently, there's only like 3 nodes that granted in the strength section. It's not enough. And then all the way through to like things like the hybrid section of the passive tree, where normally you have armor in the strength section. Over here you have evasion in the dex section, and then combined you should have both of them on the nodes. And you do for armor and evasion, and then you have I know, big rant here. Then you have things where like, okay, all the armor and evasion notables are like kind of hyper conditional. Some of them don't even grant armor and evasion, and so there's just like a ton of work across the board. And then those secondary defenses don't generally have hybrid nodes, which they should. So if you're now playing hybrid, you have to double invest in the secondary axes, and so there's just all kinds of just like, honestly, what I would establish as fundamental problems going on here that just need to all be addressed. And you know, when I look at all of them, I'm like, well, they all are just buffing it, so that's great. Awesome. Except for like a little bit energy shield problems, and I mean, you know,
someone in their chat had a good point though. They said don't
hybrid
make
going more northeast.
defenses
like
better just because
we looked at all pure evasion versus pure evasion with 1,000 energy shield or more kind of thing, as in a Ghost Dance user.
Yep.
And like the differential in power of using Ghost Dance with 1k ES is just out of control. And I know everyone will be like, make everything like that. That's how this works. We're not going to do that. So like Ghost Dance needs some changes, but then also playing hybrid without that needs to be brought up. So there's a whole bunch.
Drop?
And then
Does it
also,
look cool?
I mean, the highest death rate, just to be clear, and by 300%. is armor ES, which I don't have an exact plan for yet, but that needs a lot of love.
There's a missing piece of the puzzle there.
Yes, and it's obvious, right? You look at it and you're like, obviously, but it's I don't exactly know what the solution is yet, but we need to do some more love there. But like generally speaking, yes, there's a couple of OP outliers, but everything should be getting raised up for average player, especially mid game, early end game, without having to. And you don't have to. The only way to play it shouldn't be this one very specific node to take this very specific skill, or use this very specific node, or use this very specific unique, and just trying to make it just more broadly like investing in defenses no matter what feels good. And we're not there yet. So anyway, Giga Rant.
I love his accent.
Covered a lot of things so there, but anyway.
I saw a few questions about it in chat. It does surprise me a little bit. I thought there was more of a consensus that life on the tree was unpopular, as it was kind of in Path of Exile 1, and it was always deemed as like a tax, like, oh, I guess I got to pay my life node tax. But I'm curious how you obviously removed life from the tree in PoE2 effectively. What led to that decision, and how do you feel about it now, kind of like 0.5 of the way in?
Again, I personally prefer it not being there.
Did I miss
think it makes the decisions of what I'm taking on the tree more interesting and where I'm pathing.
And to not have it.
I think, to not have it, I think that will increase over time. I think I am less penalized for hunkering down in a certain section, as opposed to having to get this like minimum life percentage threshold by going to certain spots.
They're so sweet.
I think it allows you to be a bit more
wholesome.
free. But I also understand why people are asking for it. Especially like I see a lot of people comparing life and energy shield, where it's obvious, right? They're both your life pool, but energy shield should be compared to armor and evasion, and obviously they're asymmetric, so I can understand how that can't be so trivial. And I can also understand that when people are dying to a thing and they don't necessarily understand why, the answer is I need more life, and I get it. But that can it can be that the problem and the solution don't have to be the same thing. Like, there's an obvious path to the solution when you're dying, you're running out of life.
Kiwi pride.
But it can be that there are other ways to solve that problem. And when I look at the defenses and just identify fundamental problems, how much of that problem will be solved by just fixing those fundamentals?
You want to make those juicy to take and actually.
Yeah. So I'm not ready just yet to But that doesn't say things like these are off the cards, for sure.
Yeah, I know you've been discussing.
But if the defenses are bad, then we should fix the defenses first, and then see if it's still bad.
Really, well, I'm just going to go follow the trail of bad.
Or
until and then we'll see.
It's just that the reason why we don't want to do it is really we just don't want to make it so that if you don't know to pick life, then you're just going to suck. And this is a thing that PoE 1 has, right? If you don't know that you have to pick life, if you don't know that, you just die. And we wanted to try and remove like noob traps, right? Of just things where like the things you just have to know.
They're trying to make it easier. I think that overall a big thing I'm seeing is making it more approachable
solve it with more immediate options. So for example, if you're dying a lot and you're like, I need more life, here's a cluster 12 passive points away. It's like, okay, so I got
Someone
to
said
level
in
12
chat,
more
noob
times
traps
to
take
now
out like
feel
200 gems
stronger.
then.
I would rather just immediately go, if you need more life, then the way to get that should be itemization solutions. Like you should be doing it on your gear because, and
More
that should be something that
crafting.
is readily available via things like
I know people are
essences
kind
or
of wigging out
various
in
crafting
chat, but like
systems.
we don't know
I
what
mean,
the new
Runic
crafting
Ward
stuff
kind
is
of
gonna
is
look
that
like.
in a
So
way. It's like I'm
may not
dying.
be that
Okay,
bad.
let's add some Runic Ward. Now I'm probably going to die less. Like I understand it's more of like a campaign, newer player problem kind of thing.
True,
but,
true, Bear, true.
I don't like, you know, I need to be tankier now because I'm dying. I can't overcome this boss. It's all good. I'll be able to solve it 2 days from now if they're playing only like an hour or two a day.
The
So
noobs get trapped and
also
lost, and
just
then they
want to make
follow
sure
a
there
build
are
guide, and
immediate
then
solutions
it's
to these
fine,
things as
and we're all
well
happy.
via itemization. So it might be even that we need to look at that more. I mean,
I feel like this update
okay,
is going to
I
bring
am
a lot
looking at
more
that more
people back
recently.
that
I was
haven't
like,
been playing.
damn, a lot of these runes that are go in your armor, just because we're doing the martial artist and you get these rune slots. And I was like, okay, in game there's some chase stuff, but these ones in the campaign are just kind of sad. Like there's some sad, like obviously resistances are fine. I got no issue with that, but some of these other armor runes, I'm like, well, that's not okay. I put that in, and now I'm like just I'm what 2% tankier.
Play
Like what am I
RuneScape? I
even
never
getting out of
have.
this?
How's it
Like
going? How's it
I
going,
want to
Fresh
make
Prince?
sure that. So I was looking recently, and I'm like, we just need to buff all these armor runes. Like those were meant to be problem solvers for holes in your core stats throughout the campaign, and so even just things like that, where it's like, yeah, you should be able to just get a lot
Dude,
more
a
of
death
that just by
recap or
using
death log would be really
defeat
cool.
or armor slot runes, as well as adding new ones, because honestly there's kind of a thin selection, and it just ends up being like resistances in most slots until end game again. Well, even still sometimes just resistances there as well, depends. But yeah, obviously we're adding 160, so that's a big difference. But I wanted to make sure there's a lot more in the campaign, and the campaign ones are buffed as well. So I don't know. There's heaps going on here. It's like hard to nail down to a single problem and a single solution. And I know there's like the easy way out, and we spoke, we don't like necessarily the easy way out. And I don't want to have to make these kind of compromising decisions that I feel like have made a very good upgrade in many ways. When we have just fundamental problems left, right, and center still. So we'll just keep fixing them, and that's part of, again, this lead up. Like we need to address a lot of these fundamental balance concerns by release, right? This is why we're wanting to do, you know, these intermediary patches, and here on out just like make everything better, plug all the holes, get everything good. Because it's really hard to do that when you're adding 100 new systems and crafting systems at the same time. You're like, okay, we're making holes faster than we can plug them. And it's obviously not that dire. Like most of the time, it's like pretty, you know, things are pretty comfortable. But it's obviously...
I don't know. It must be
job to
insane
make these
inside
good,
GGG
and so I look at them with a
HQ.
lot more self-criticism.
It must
but at
be
the
like
end of the day, you know,
that
we'll
episode
get
of
it
SpongeBob where they're
pretty
inside of
damn
his
good.
brain and
There's not,
everything's on
you know,
fire and the files
perfect.
are like
Balance is
going
never
everywhere.
perfect.
I
We were
don't
talking
know.
about yesterday, how do you make the passive skill tree good for launch? Like, how do you get that? Like, what are the problems with it? Because it's something that like you're adding more and more cool stuff to it, but at the same time, there's still people that just kind of like don't like the passive tree for some reason, and it's often a lot of different reasons, like the size of it, the travel nodes, like the downside nodes.
It takes a lot of massaging to get the tree into a good kind of state, and it's really, really tricky detail work as well. Like the difference of just like one node here, one connection there can like make a huge difference to quite a lot of stuff. So yeah, it's just.
I've identified. I mean, as I said, issues with defenses. There's issues with lack of interesting mechanics in some, and some of those is just due to the absence of classes. Like you'll notice the
Give us
parts of
more
the tree
classes, then.
that have
You
two
know?
classes for the
I
start point have
mean-
just generally a lot more going on.
Dude,
because
what do you
there's a
think
lot
the
more
tree
stat
is going to look
design,
like on
mechanics
full
design and
release
stuff
with
that's
all the new
happened.
classes? Oh my god.
So, you know, that's the thing that expands.
Oh,
and
boy.
as you get more ascendancy classes, as I said, we're doing the Spirit Walker. All of a sudden, companion stuff's going to be a lot more fleshed out. So this is stuff that's just going to happen over time anyway. But we're going to do a big push to try and fill in all those gaps. Fix there's obviously just like a bunch of just terrible clusters. As I said, there's notable armor and evasion notables with no armor and evasion, and like they have a stat, but why can't they have like a, you know, immune to ailment thing, but why can't they also have armor and
I
evasion?
mean, I know
Why
it's
must it
one
be
bite
only
at a
one or the
time,
other?
one doot at a time,
and, you know,
but
there's all kinds of
it's
just things
zooming
like
out
that
and
kinda
not
everywhere,
knowing what
and
we
it does
don't
take
know.
time. It does
unless
take a lot of like
I mean, you
really
can use the search
fine,
function, but yeah, it's so hard
work
for
of
me
going
with a
through
skill
and
tree to
tweaking
not look at
everything
build
and
guides
iteration
because
after
of like the
iteration after
pathing
iteration
to
and But
stuff.
it'll be alright.
I think some of us feel like a little lost on what you need to do the passive tree, but we walked
Yeah,
away from that conversation
just
with
like I was
you. You
saying.
seem pretty confident that you know exactly what you need to do. You're like, oh, give me a day, I'll fix this section. Like
100%. I mean, I did literally
feel
say,
pretty confident.
give me a day and I'll fix one of the slices. And it won't be perfectly fixed because, again, but it'll be, twice, 3 times, 4 times as good. But like getting a day is not exactly entirely trivial, but that's all right.
They're very transparent. I hope they don't get like bought out by a huge
I have no doubt
company
in my
and
mind
become
that I see a
bad or
road to
mean,
success there.
evil or whatever.
It's just a matter of getting there. And yeah,
I don't know.
it takes
That
time,
would
and
suck.
I don't want to make things worse in the meanwhile as well. So obviously knee-jerk reactioning everything in, and
Like
sometimes
it
stuff
would
you can't come back from or makes it very hard to come back
make it
from
sad.
can be very dangerous. But I would
Make it
say
super
that
sad.
like.
Because like,
There's
didn't
any
Blizzard used to be
criticisms
really,
after
really
1.0,
cool?
which there always will be. Like, of
And
course,
then they
you
got
can't-
bought out,
There's
and
always going to be
then
some finer than others, some broader.
went down the drain.
It should be significantly less core issues by that point. If hopefully the majority of all of them are addressed. So
yeah.
But yeah, hopefully if we do a couple of cool eventy league economy resets between here and full release, we'll do some substantial passive tree updates as well at the same time. That way we can get a lot of
Activision,
feedback and testing, right? I'm not just going to take a shot in the dark without people being able to get their hands on it.
Did you get bought out by Tencent?
Which is similar to why we're
but
doing,
they seem
doing the
still very
in-game now
transparent
is
and
very important because you
open
need
and honest.
a lot of testing and a lot of eyes on that for quality, for just making sure
Good.
people really enjoy the end game after
They killed
10,000
Heroes of the
hours,
Storm, and I'll
not
never
just,
forgive them.
how it looks at the start. There's a lot of time there, and obviously the player base is capable of testing this at a
It was
significantly
like
faster
more
rate
fun
than
League of
we are.
Legends.
And so that's the joy of being able to try and get all this done before the release and have it be
Yeah.
as
It
flawless
was
as
so
possible.
fun.
Excellent. On the build meta side of things, one of the ones that came up was fire and ignite builds, but kind of like damage over time builds in general. In particular, there's kind of like absence of the pure damage over time build. Like it seems to be
That's good,
always
Bear.
better
That
to
just
scale
seems
the
like
hit
they thought it
damage
was a
and
good
treat things
acquisition.
like ignite as an add-on. And there seems to be various other problems
I
with ignite as well
know,
in terms
bro.
of like
Maybe we all like
scaling. It
start a
seems to be
giant
always correct
petition
go,
to
like,
Blizzard,
stacking,
bring
or in
back
some cases
HOTS.
people are saying like,
It'll
well,
do
the
nothing, but at least we can have some hopium.
best way to play ignite is chaos damage. So how do you guys feel about kind of
Well,
like state of that sort of thing?
Those keystones are always going to have that level of like one way is quantifiably better than the other in an interesting way. But yeah, this obviously it's not fully fleshed out or fully right. Like you can tell while playing this, and we do want to do more. It was number 3 on I had my like top 5. Here's the things I want to fix. So like defenses was number 1. Number 2, I think I actually had some stuff to do with.
Yeah, I
some
mean, you could
minion
still
stuff,
technically
which,
play,
I mean, we've
but
done a lot of
I feel like
itemization
there's-
for, but I didn't get to do as much as I
don't
wanted.
know.
We had the Ascendancy
You just
classes
end up
in
playing
there,
with
had
the same, like, 10
Chronomancer in
people
there,
or
and I
whatever.
had, there was like some gemling stuff in there, and we had Chaos Hits, and, by correlation, Archon, we had Ignite. Like, these are all in my, I was saying top 5, this is now a top 10 list,
That's
I guess.
more than 5. Yep.
But, like, they're all up there, and so
Nostalgia
as soon as we
maxing for
actually get
sure.
to Horlass
I
and start
started,
fixing all the balance,
Cool.
more than we,
Burning
have been
Crusade
able
again,
to
but
with this
I just couldn't keep
patch,
my
given
interest.
that it's kind of the same resources,
It
trying
feels
to ensure
overwhelming
in-game
with
is
so much
good
to
and
learn
trying
and
like
relearn and
there's
all the
quite a
add-ons
bit of
and all the
overlap
things.
there, and with all the crafting systems in the league, like the same resources that are going to be looking at all of these. So as soon as we can get
Like the
to
companion apps and just like, wow.
as soon as we're like back working on the campaign with our core like content, monsters, pipeline, etc., and thus doing less systems, we can have those guys come in and just like start fixing all of these balance systems.
Is the intention to get to there being builds that are like the pure dot feel, like where you don't really have the upfront hit damage, you do a flame blast and then it's just pure ignite, that sort of thing?
Oh, like the whole spreading
glad they didn't
wildfire
brick it.
ignite fantasy 100%
Yeah.
needs to be a thing where you're just doing like, there is the thing where like when you take away hits, things can lose a lot of satisfaction.
In Warcraft 3,
but
that's
there
so
is
crazy.
a different kind of satisfaction of just watching the world burn around you or decay around you. So, you trade one for another and different players have their different preferences, but 100% that is something that we want to support. We had a bunch of keystones in mind for enabling it. We had different supports that we thought we could try to enable it. It's just a matter of being time to execute it. So I would be very, very surprised if it doesn't come in one of these interim patches between here and full release, though, to at least some degree.
With that wanting to get things right,
I never
for
played
1.0,
Overwatch,
there's,
but-
I have a feeling that like 1.0
it's
is like
sad
where you
they
get to
kill
establish like here's the
games.
baseline
I
of
feel
what the
like
game is supposed to look like, and that's what you were saying with
Hearthstone
in-game,
is
indeed.
Like,
So I
they've
kind of
already
wonder about
stopped
like,
putting
how you
effort
feel about a
into,
few
like,
things that,
throwing
and how
events
close
and
they
all
are
of
to where
that.
you want them to be for
Like,
that,
what
for
does
that
that mean
game's
for the
foundation
future?
thing. One of them is the pace of combat, especially in in-game maps, across the build spectrum. So like from the lower end build to the really high end builds that are just currently like 100 move speed through maps.
It's a really tricky question because like people get such different experiences here. I mean, like there are definitely a few. Like part of the issue that we have is that people often judge things by watching streamers who are often playing something that's completely cracked and out of control.
Sure.
And so people don't get an understanding of what the average player is actually experiencing. And it can
Watch
even,
my stream. I'm
like,
aggressively
affect,
average.
like our designers in some ways, because like when you look at people and they're just like completely trivializing things, it's easy to forget
Hi,
that
Prophet.
the
How's it
average player
going?
isn't like is actually taking it longer. And when I say average, like the true average is like way worse than you might expect in terms of the number
That's
of
what I'm
minutes that
saying,
it
like
takes
a
them to kill
dude, like,
bosses and so on.
someone who has, like, 2 hours after
it's
work
easy,
to play,
it's easy to
maybe.
look at it and be like, oh yeah, like everyone's killing bosses in 5 seconds, but really there's a
I'm
lot of people out
aggressively
there who aren't.
average.
So do you feel
Please.
pretty good about the lower end of things, but less good about the higher end of
Well, I
things?
mean, there's things that need to come up as well, for sure. But it's more just that, like, okay, like, you know,
Hang out
there's
with
some
me.
things that are a bit out of control with, like, you know, on the top end, like,
I'm stressing about
you know, there's some of the
hantavirus,
stuff
dude.
going on with triggering, and like, is a bit out, you know.
But I'm
it's
stoked on
it's
this
a bit out of
update.
control. And so there's stuff like that, and like as I said, I think a lot of people judge the pace of combat from things like that. So you know, yeah, like I guess that's the,
Ultimately, it comes down to if you have a mage blood or equivalent, you should be cracked.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think I've said
know?
before that the ideal situation is the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a pretty damn tough fight. But then after that, you're
Yeah.
getting more stuff. You like the post pinnacle content of getting uniques and like pretty like leads to like craziness, and then you feel like a complete god. Like you do want to get to that point. It's just that, you know, like there's just
By the way, I have made a change in that regard, by the way, which I know will be nice
Yeah.
for some people. Every boss where you've had to farm for the fragment and go through 60 maps and you finally got
Pick up
there,
individual
does now
splinters.
have infinite attempts.
Nice.
So once
Nice.
you've earned it, unless you
Great.
decide to log out and
I thought we did that in 040.
we did it for some things and not
Some
for
others.
others.
Right,
yeah.
okay.
It's
right.
just
So it's
it is
across the board now.
it is across the board
Universal.
now. If
Excellent.
you've
Yeah.
done all that, you can try. Well, you can try it. You can die 150 times and keep going. But of course, if you just like let your instance time out and die, that's a different story. So if you go to bed, you know, sorry, my bad.
Go to
but,
bed
you know,
defeated and failed.
I would still love to be able to do that, such that if you log back in, like the next day, you're still there and able to do it. But there's a slight technology gap there for maps
Fair
right
enough.
now. But I know that's just it's the whole the reason I bring that up is because that whole like, oh, I don't want to fight the pinnacle yet because I might fail it, you know, and or fight
And then what
end
that
boss,
and then what that
yeah.
leads to is that you only do it once you've over prepared.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
So like first,
so
That's
then
what I
the
do
first encounter
because
you do
because
is
I'm
like,
because
oh,
the
yeah.
currency
So
is
that's the reason.
valuable
that was
early
kind of lame.
Yeah.
early into the
Not
league
what you
start.
want.
So I'm like,
You
I don't
wanna
want to
go
do
early
it and then not
have
be able
have
to
an uphill
try
battle
again.
the first time, don't you?
For sure.
Yeah, exactly.
But I guess what I'm trying to say there is that I think that like that the pace of combat is correct in many instances. It's just that there are some things that then lead to that being bananas. But then you still want it to be bananas after the point where you've done that.
Some
So
things
you know,
lead to
like, yeah,
bananas.
it's,
Cool.
it's just a question of the power progression needs to be right in terms
Sounds
of
like
like
if
through the
anything,
game.
you just want a wide
There's,
spectrum and just tuning some certain points of that.
I'm
sure.
mainly
There's crazy
it's
things
mainly
you see where
PoE 2.
even
It's
when
my
you go and
main
ask a lot
game,
of our
and that's why
designers,
it's
you're like,
been
how long do
struggling
you
a little
reckon the
bit
average
because
boss fight takes? And you
this
specify a
update
boss.
took
You're like,
6
how long do you
months to
reckon,
come out, so I'm
the
super
average,
excited for it. I'm gonna be
I don't know,
locked
what's a
in.
random
Except
boss?
I can only play the first day of
killing
release,
the
and then I
Forsaken
leave the
Sun
next day
takes, let's
for
say.
Europe for like
And
3
like
weeks.
honestly,
So
I
and
would
then I
say
come
my
back and I can play
experience
for a
at this
couple
point
days,
with
and then I go to
understanding how to
Electric
gear my
Forest.
character and build
So
my build at that
I feel like
point,
I'm gonna
you
have a pretty
know,
late league
sometimes
start
it's
comparatively
honestly 8
speaking.
seconds, and sometimes it's 20 seconds, and
Yeah.
it's like, is it ever really more than that? And then you're like,
This
and
is
then you
so-
get that with
so
all of
awesome.
our,
They,
obviously
like,
a lot of our designers
completely
play
redid
and
the
lots of people,
endgame,
and then you go and actually look at the stats, and
completely
you're
added,
like, oh, it's
like, so
119
much
seconds
stuff.
average. That's 2 minutes. That's
Oh,
what we
it's
intended for
amazing.
it to be.
Yeah.
And so the average across and that's the average.
Yeah,
which means there's some
Firelord's been
people taking
around
4
since
minutes and whatnot. And so
Hearthstone
it's
times,
actually like,
right?
oh, okay, the numbers
While I
are
was
not
playing
as bad, and
Hearthstone.
yeah, it turns out if you
Where?
know what you're doing and
Going
you
to
are good and
Sweden,
you
and
play
then
a lot,
France, and then France
you kind
we'll
of kill
probably
things
use as a
quickly.
jump-off base to go a
I know a
bunch
lot of people
places.
might be like, oh, you should have that be flatter because what the hell, an 8-second fight's not necessarily fun. Right, you're not engaging with any
Yeah,
mechanics and
Hearthstone.
stuff, and some people are
'Cause
like,
I'll play
nah,
Hearthstone
you're
still
that
every
powerful, you're
now
that
and
powerful,
then.
and if you know what you're doing, have it be that fast, right? So it's a bit of thing where some people want the way less variance between character power, but also then that feeds into the end game of, yeah, you want characters that feel like gods among gods among gods, right? Like you
that's
can
the
do
point.
that, but it is again just comes back to who, you know, do you have item X, item Y, item Z of different kinds. So when things are too cheaply OP, as in almost free, and I don't mean economically, I mean like as in you just your general time to earn, generally that has to come down.
And I think that really is the message overall of like, you know, if it cost you a lot, then yeah, you can be a god. If it didn't cost you very much, maybe that's going to be something that we would consider nerfing.
I think this league is going to be more fun for hardcore players too, because of all the protections, like
the state of recovery, especially because
that
like
extra
really fast
life
life
buff,
recovery tends to
basically.
lead to situations
Everybody
where
take a
in
sip of
combat,
water
the
and
only thing
stretch.
that matters is the thing
Dang,
that
that's like our
instantly.
second
So how do you
stretch
feel
and
about
hydrate. We've been
recovery
going for a
overall?
So
hot
we're
sec.
definitely unhappy with
Take a
Leech.
sip of water.
And this is one of those things where we attempted to simplify it from PoE1 because PoE1 had the most complicated
I hate
Leech thing in the
non-insulated water
history of the
bottles.
universe.
So funny.
the ice
And
melts
so we're
on
like,
it.
we're going to simplify it. We're going to try and make it simple. But unfortunately, the
love
simpler
ice cold
thing has
water.
not led to a good result. And so now Leech is, like it's a bit of a problem. So we are changing it drastically. So like, are we fine with telling people how it works now? Like we could go into it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, all right. Well, so basically the key thing that we're first changing is we're going
do you
to a
mean?
single source
I thought you lift a bunch of heavy
method
stuff
of doing
for
leech,
work.
which means
You
there's
should
only one
stretch
leech
out
buff
for
active.
sure.
So whatever is
You should for
the
sure be
biggest hit that you
stretching.
did, like you're only leeching from one place, and that obviously then means that we need to change all the balance of leech and everything like that to make that work. But it does mean that there's a difference between there's more of a thing with like life gain on hit versus leech is like a thing between like fast hitting and slow hitting builds. Like higher hits are going to lead to more leech. But the other thing we're changing as well, and this is just kind of
Spent all day
to
walking and counting all
to
of
retain the
inventory?
idea. Like
Okay,
so one
true,
thing
you
we
got your
liked about what we
steps in.
had
What does your
was
steps
that
count
when
for
you
the
get
day?
more leech percent, you do get more leech. But the thing is that the way that damage scales, like it just gets completely cracked at some point, and like it gives you insane amounts. So effectively, what we want to do is add a cap to the amount of damage that leech will consider when calculating how much leech you get.
Oh my god,
So
that's
I don't know what that
crazy.
number
But 10K
will be. Like,
steps
I don't
a day
even
is
know what
good.
order of
It's good for
magnitude it
you.
is, right? But let's just say that it's like 1 million or something, right? Like I don't know, maybe it's less than that.
Yeah, it's hard to say what the number is. It's
Right,
more
right,
than there's a goal of the kind of expected rate per second you get for
So
various levels. of
effectively, there'll be a
investment.
number that's like 1 million or 100,000 or some number, right? That'll be like, okay, like after when
What
you
up,
go to
Ed?
calculate leech, we're first capping your damage to that. Like, you're still doing the damage, by the way, but like just for the leech calculation, and then we apply your leech percent to that. And what that will mean is that it's always the case that getting more leech will give you more recovery, right?
Good.
Like if you double the percent
It's like
in
you
your character,
work
get
out
double
while
the
you
recovery.
work, so you don't have to go to the
So
gym
there's no like
separately.
capping thing like that, but
There's
it just
no
means
max
that
life
yeah,
related capped
exactly.
leech
But then
now.
at some point,
I have my band
getting
to
more
do
damage
squats
isn't
too.
increasing your recovery.
Right.
And that's like the key thing that we
Or
need to
resistance.
That's why you're trying to
prevent.
disentangle.
So, and I mean, the intention really is to sort of get it so that like a typical character who's like investing in leech, who actually cares. It's like they're able to recover their entire life orb in like 3 seconds or something like that. Like that's the kind of
Hi,
thing,
Jerry.
right? And yeah, you could go further
How's
than
it
that with like
going?
even more investment, but it's probably like not worthwhile compared to other stuff. And then like other characters who aren't investing are going to get less than that sort of thing. But like you do actually have to, like we don't want it to be so ridiculous that that's the only
Hello.
like source of recovery you would ever
Hello.
need.
Yeah.
Because it's now
Hello.
capped, we can give a lot more leech early as
Yeah.
well, because that was kind of a bit dead.
Yeah.
If you're not
leech
dealing
only matters if you're on
significantly
a
high
certain amount
damage.
of
Yeah.
damage.
So then we get to buff all those values and that
Obviously,
kind of thing.
some people know about leech resist on monsters. Like, currently you leech less from a white or magic monster than, say, a unique monster.
Yeah.
Because the assumption was you're hitting many, you're AoEing.
Right.
Now you only get one instance that's flat.
And then that means that leech will be more consistent
yeah,
between boss fights
consistent.
versus not boss fights, which is another thing I think a good thing. Like you kind of can rely on that in some
Yeah.
level.
But if you have all the affixes, you got
Robert
some
Malice, thanks so much for the
investment, you
follow.
could do
Welcome in.
between 20, maybe up to 40, 50% of your life recovery per second.
That's what you're aiming
which
for.
is obviously still pretty fast, but... and then, we're removing some of the instant leech, just because obviously that's then bypassing that.
It's funny though, because I remember you coming to me at one point and you were like, either we can nerf like all these skills by 10 times, or we can nerf leech. Like that was the thing that you were saying.
It's
like,
part of the just damage begets recovery, which also
damage,
begets energy triggering, and it just
which-
feeds into itself, and then you have characters getting 3,000,000% of their life per frame.
Yeah, I want that.
You
That's
know,
good. I'll take
while
it.
And
triggering
this is part of the meta skill equation as well.
infinite triggering per frame, and it's just like what are you supposed to do? And hence the 200 million DPS like infinite comet, infinite recovery and immortality builds. You know,
the leech explanation
I'm good. What's up, Sir Duke?
Sounds
I'm
like
chilling.
complicated, and it kind of is on the back end.
Prepped
But
for
the
2
player
months
facing
of
side
travel,
of it is now
2.5
just
months
that
of travel.
you get a leech percentage, and that's the only
Flew
affix.
yesterday to
And
the
you get more of it,
Midwest.
you get
Look
more.
how many
Like,
bags
other
we had.
people, yeah, you get a mod and now your life starts recovering.
It was
It's honestly
crazy.
better than before.
And more importantly,
It was
and better than
actually
before, but also
crazy, but we
importantly,
did it, we
doubling
got
it
it
doubles
done.
the amount of life you're getting.
Yay.
Yes.
You know, so like, yeah, like there's a lot of calculation going on to achieve that.
Very simple
But the one player facing thing that is important to know is that there is a point beyond which getting more single hit damage is not going to increase the amount of recovery you're getting.
Yeah.
So at some point, obviously, getting damage gives you damage, but at some point, getting damage is less valuable than getting more leech investment if you are simply
because
wanting
I left
leech
my house in
investment.
LA to come to my partner's house in the
Interesting. Alright,
Midwest,
there's
and I'll be
obviously gonna be some
staying here
adjustments
for
there
like
for
a
people to
month,
sure.
and
It's a
then we
big
leave at the end of the
change.
month to go to
skills and
Sweden, then
custom
from
comments
Sweden we
and
go to
things like that.
France
And their interactions
for
with
like
these
2
various
weeks,
things,
and then
for
after
sure.
France
Yeah,
we come
so
back
that's,
here, and then
that's
we go
going in
straight to
0.5.
Michigan
This
for
stuff
Electric
people to
Forest.
figure out. Yeah.
Cool.
So
Go test it out. It's all
and then
fully
after
changed
Electric
internally. Feel
Forest
free
we
to
come
go
back
look
here
at it.
for a bit, and then we go to
Alright.
North Carolina for my dad's
and with
funeral
that,
memorial thing.
So, like I mentioned, the part of the core
basically I'm not
problem
going to be back in
ultimately is
LA
that
until
you,
mid-July.
aside from the meta skill stuff,
So that was
you're,
like I had
if you're
2.5
recovering so
checked
quickly, then
suitcases,
things have to
and
kill
then
you
my
very
partner
quickly.
had
Does
all
that
of his
allow you
music
to
gear
look
stuff
at
because he
things
had
that are
played a
killing very
show in
quickly?
LA.
Then, once you start to feel like
Yeah.
recovery is getting a bit
But
more
I'm
under
chilling
control.
for like a month now. It just sucks
Well,
that the
part of
patch
that-
comes
that
out,
folds into
or the
the
new
whole
0.5 starts
defenses
May
and everything
29th, and I leave May 30th. But
like outliers are
yeah, it's
outliers
gonna be
for sure.
a pretty chill
I mean,
few
obviously
weeks,
some stuff
and
is
then it
intended
gets
to
a
mess
little
you up.
crazy.
It's kind of the point.
But I'm still technically away
but,
from home right now.
You know, it all folds into the same, be it recovery, full life, one-shots, characters having significantly lower defenses than we anticipated, tools for getting more life via runes, like all of that folds into the same problem here of, yeah, if you're absent of all of these tools and you don't know how to do the like very
glad to have some
I guess
consistency when it comes to streaming
strategies,
and like
then,
hanging out
yeah,
with you guys.
sometimes
I'm also
are just
going to
get
try to do
obliterated
like
by things,
IRL
so,
streams while I'm out there. I'll get that
I'm just
dialed
hoping
in.
like obviously that leech is a case of bringing down the top end, but I think more the defenses, bringing up the defensive tools, like i.e. body armor runes, etc. Runic ward, everything, all of this is going to help contribute to ideally things feeling more fair. And of course, as expected though, if anything's just like one-shotting you and you don't think the telegraphing's enough, you just
and France,
let us
I think
know,
it could be
because
fun.
like, you know, it might be on our radar, but it might not be on our urgent radar, and maybe we need to do something about it. Like, we have improved a lot of these things, either via increasing telegraphing
How
or
is,
lowering damage. Like,
D2R?
we had problems with a whole number of skills, especially early.
I'm hooked on
I'll say the
D4.
number
I'm
of
going to be
those is
playing D4 a
dwindling,
lot
but
over the next
they're
couple
still
weeks.
there,
But
and obviously we might add some new ones on accident. But
I'm so stoked for PoE2 though.
you know, just keep telling us about that stuff 100%. It's not the intention. I mean, the important thing is things feel fair, less so than damage one way or the other. So, you know, if you're getting insta-killed by something you couldn't even see coming, that is a
if you're
problem.
looking for endgame content,
we're obviously adding a ton of new
PoE2
pinnacles
has
and
got
all
you.
that, and we're going to do our
The new
best to get
endgame
everything
is
as
sick. I
well
feel like
telegraphed
hopefully
and
people will
as,
not complain as
the
much
correct damage output
anymore.
and everything, but you know.
But like true, like
we
it
miss
did
things,
get a little
and if things
boring
feel
just
unfair,
blasting maps
just
endlessly into
raise
oblivion.
the
Like then
alarm.
what? But now there's like more
Right.
things.
With that, we'll change topic a little bit to endgame, and I've seen it getting asked a lot with Temple going core. Is there any major changes?
Oh my
there
god,
to
finally.
So
Temple snaking works, especially.
we had to get rid of the snake strategy. It caused a lot of problems. We
Yeah.
actually had a solution for the snake
Just
strategy.
a few problems.
Like the proper solution, as it were, that we wanted to do right after the league launched. Like, it was actually
This is what everyone has been spamming chat
I was
about.
like, okay, I need to like fix the snake strategy. But the problem is, the one that we came up with is that we felt like it would be a mid-league nerf if we deployed it.
Yeah.
So we made like a few band-aid fixes,
When could
but
you
it
go
wasn't
see-
really the correct
Oh,
strategy.
at
And ultimately,
Aftershock.
what the snake strategy is it comes about because there are
Yeah,
rooms
you
that
should
the
go. I think you
game
should
wants
always
to
go to a
delete, but it
festival
can't
if
delete
you-
them because
if
it would
you have
disconnect
the
the
means
temple.
to.
Yeah.
And so what we've got is a
I'm
solution
so
that
excited for
effectively is that
Electric
if that would
Forest. I've
happen,
never been.
then it will just create an
I'm
empty
still
room
working
there that
on
still connects it
outfits,
up, but
but
isn't the room that you had there before. And that just
I
means that
can't
there's no
go
incentive
that
to kind of
crazy
do
with
those weird
spending, but
strategies
man, I
anymore,
want to buy
which
so
should
many
result in all of
outfits.
the like
I've
the
already
weird,
got
really
like quite
broken
a few
stuff
really
from
good
happening.
options, but I need to
And,
get like face
yeah, like you can
coverings
kind of
and
take it
hood
more at face
coverings. I
value 'cause
saw
you don't
some
have to
like
worry about this,
custom
like,
ones
particular
on
way of
Etsy
organising
that looks
things to
really
be able
nice
to,
because
you know,
apparently
to
it's
be
super
able to do
dusty.
well.
And to be clear,
Dusty
the
and muddy,
current,
so I need like
like
rain mud
snaking
boots, and then I need
is
cool,
resulting
like,
in what we
face
deem as a
hood
1000%
certain things
unacceptable
too.
levels of item drops.
Yeah,
Like,
the item drops are out of control due to that.
Actually out of control.
But there was just this,
Dude,
there's
I
always
think
the
seeing
situation where you've got
36
the stuff
Mafia
where
live would be
we would
really
love
cool.
to
I've
nerf
kind
it,
of
but you can
fallen
only
down
nerf
this
something
weird,
like
like,
that if it hasn't gotten
Memphis
too out of
90s rap
out of
hole.
containment
Like, I've been
before you
listening to
nerf
a lot
it.
of, like,
Because the moment that people
horror-
feel like,
core
10% of the
Memphis
player
rap.
base have like gotten, well, then I
It's
can't
been
do it.
pretty
Like we're
lit.
pulling the ladder
I
up
don't know, I
behind
go
them
through
and that
weird
kind of stuff.
musical
Like, it just
phases.
doesn't feel good. So
the whole thing.
we just sort of had to let it be. And the thing that sucks about it is that it can make people's perception of what the correct level of item drops
Can you
is
get like a one-day
to be
ticket?
incorrect.
Is it a multi-day
And that
festival?
can then mean that like when we don't have the like bananas temple,
And then also you can just make a playlist of at least, you know, the big headliners or pick random ones from throughout the list, and maybe you'll find a new
it'll be
group
a
that
thing
you
where,
like.
like, you know, one league down the line after they've forgotten about that part, it'll be okay. But yeah, like that was it was out of control and we didn't love
I also
it.
I struggle
That
to
being
do
said, like, there
3
are
or
also
4 day
some- did you get
festivals.
the
Electric
extra
Forest will be
reward
different
stuff
because
for the
we
reward
have
rooms?
like
Is that
artist
like-
camping,
we've
so
done,
we'll be like
we've done some buffs to the
but-
reward
yeah.
rooms.
So
but-
basically, just like if you play it conventionally, there's some buffs to the rewards when you're like for the stuff that was like pointless to do before. So in particular, the reward rooms that you get for killing the architects, like those weren't good enough. We want to make sure, you know, so people weren't even bothering.
Making the
There
reward
was a
rooms better,
strategy
but no
where people were
snakes.
using those to like get quick at Zeri runs and stuff as well, and we fixed that problem.
Yeah,
There's a bunch of algorithmic problems with like how rooms get deleted or decide to get deleted or swapped that have been changed such that there's not like some of these weird, you know, they got to the point of being honestly a little bit exploitative to the point it's like, oh, I hate that I have to do this thing.
Yeah.
Are you gonna go to all of them?
Feel like I have to do
Yeah,
this
but you
weird
don't
thing that
drink
I don't
Keeks,
enjoy
so
doing in
I
order
think
to
you'll
get
be
those rewards.
better
Like, that's the
off.
key
For
thing we
me,
wanna-
like
yeah,
I
this is
drink,
what we'll
so I
do,
start to
right?
feel like
That's
shit.
the
But
couple
cool
for
things.
Electric Forest, we'll
Atlas
be
Tree now
working for
applies to the
a couple
temple.
bits of
Cool.
it.
Right,
So
whole thing.
it won't be.
And
It won't be like
obviously
crazy
relevant.
party, and I'll probably do more like treats of the
there are some
fungal
cases where
variety
obviously
than
there's no summoning
straight
circles
up
in there.
drinking.
You know. And obviously it has its own Atlas tree
Putting
now.
the fun in
Now that
fungal.
it's core, and its own entire quest line on the Atlas. We can go there and do the thing,
There's
and
a place where it physically is.
it's like you get all the
Yeah,
points, and there's
awesome.
parts of the tree that are blocked behind killing the architects. So you're getting like little unlocks and stuff like that.
There's
going
supposed to be little
on, and-
districts in the city where like you kill the architects and now this district is unlocked and you can go in there and little
cute.
things. Yeah, there's just little things.
Sort of exploring that. Very nice.
Bub going on
Production, could
suicide
I
watch.
request a brief intermission for us so we don't have to rush the rest
That's
of the
so
end game
funny.
discussion? How you guys feel about just having a quick 2-minute break?
Sure, if that's what you'd like.
Oh,
to
that'd be
do.
great because I have to
All
pee
right,
so
I know,
bad.
we've done that
Okay,
before.
quick intermission, everybody. Go grab what you gotta
back,
grab.
folks.
BRB.
Thanks.
All right. What up? What up, Fatality? Yeah, 6 days of a festival, even dead sober, or like 6 days of like shows and all of that, even sober, requires so much stamina. I can't wait to show you guys some of the festival outfits I brought, though. I'm so, like, I've got to put stuff together, and I still got to shop for some pieces, like the face cover and dust hood and stuff, but yeah. Like stuff like these. Oh, they're back. I need like this stuff. I want matching outfits like this too. But they're expensive. Are they muted? Yeah, they're muted.
Firstly, I'm very happy to see that the world looks like an actual world now.
Yes.
It's an atlas, an actual map.
Cool.
It's where you go and do exploration.
Yeah.
So was this kind of the goal for the outset when you were making this
Thanks for the
whole
follow,
world map
iHades.
style atlas from the beginning?
Well, okay. I think that I didn't realize when we were making it the importance of having those fixed locations, like knowing where things are.
Okay.
And like, so it's like we wanted it to feel like there was a world of stuff to explore, but I think that we did make a mistake in not necessarily like realizing that, you know, it is important that you can get your bearings and that kind of stuff initially. So having the fixed points like has worked even better than I expected, honestly. Like I was a little bit worried it would make it feel like too samey every time, but
Dude,
honestly,
like
it's like
speed
it's really
rapping.
cool. Like in all of those points of interest, like I don't know if we really showed it like how easy it is to sort of get to the things, but it's usually to get to one of the league things. It's only like 4 or 5 maps away from the sign location. Like when I was first showing it to you when you first arrived, like like you do just go. Like I started with it just all fog of war there, and I'm like, okay, if you just go down this way a little bit, then you get into the breach area, and if you just go like and ride a little bit, then look, there's these abyss cracks here and stuff like that. So that's really cool. And the other thing is as well is just like the fact that there's like a giant ocean to one side means you just got your bearings. We're like, okay, we're on the edge of the continent here. Like this is where we are. And we did even try to sort of think, okay, well, like in the physical Rayclast map, like this is the direction in which like all of the, the temple of, the Xeres temple and everything of Laravel was, and like so we're going to put it in that direction. We try to sort of like have our bearings so that all those things are sort of like have some kind of real world analog, which is pretty cool. And there's even, if you go far enough into the ocean, you will find Oriath over there.
I didn't know you were going to say that.
Which has the beast, the apocalypse is there. So it doesn't actually do anything. Like there's not a reason, but it's like we wanted it to feel more like this is actually
wait for
like
5 and 6 for that. Right?
Yeah. So it'll change later once we've got the rest of the campaign in. But
that blew my mind though. That you can just go in the ocean as long as you pick the exact right direction.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of more of an Easter egg than anything. The fact that it's there, but we do want it to feel like it is Rayclast that you're exploring. That this is like like things are at least broadly where they're supposed to be, and like while it is the biomes and stuff like that are all randomly generated, like what maps are there randomly generated, like the initial layout of where the landmarks are is like really nice.
We're gonna have like a world first race to Oriath or something like that.
I don't know, maybe
expedition race. So you can get
they're going so deep.
That's really cool.
I guess because it's going to be another.
So I think
6
before
months.
when you first started Endgame, you just kind of ran maps and it took dozens of maps for anything to kind of
happen. Yes, I agree. And now we want that to be way shorter. So like the first time you open the Atlas, like there's towers that rise out of the ground, and like there's a quest marker right there to do that. But you don't have to do that, right? You can go a different direction, and pretty soon you'll run into like a breach or something, and then you'll be an NPC. Like within 1 or 2 maps, there'll definitely be an NPC telling you, hey, look over here, and like it'll appear in the fog of war. You'll see there's a quest marker. You're like, oh right, there's something over that way. Like that's the kind of experience that we want to have of like feeling like you are exploring, like a kind of. Like, I guess it's more of a sort of, it's funny because it's a little bit, in a way it's sort of a bit more like that sort of open world game design that you would get from a kind of open world game, except it's on a kind of like Atlas level. So you need to be thinking, get that feeling of like, but there's points of interest and stuff to find and that sort of stuff. And not only that, but we did want to make the kind of the infinite part, like once you have done all the quest lines, the infinite part needs to be more interesting too. So now what we have is all of the leagues adding Atlas mechanics, right? Like, so you've got things that, and I guess that's one of the things I really want to make sure people are aware of is like, all the leagues do have things that interact with the Atlas in interesting ways. So like, you've got the Delirium fog thing where you're spreading fog over and the positions of things matter and where you pick to do it will matter and
actual
like that sort of stuff. Actual abyss cracks that close on the Atlas is really cool. Like I really like that one. That was one of those that people thought I was a bit crazy when I suggested that.
We gotta let people get their drops.
It's one of those things that's just it's just really cool.
Crazy.
So it's fun to come up with those kinds of mechanics for leagues and think about how they can escalate and so on. But it also adds like another sort of deeper layer to everything too, because one of the big issues we had with all of the leagues was that they had kind of like their mechanic, but they didn't have like, and here's how the mechanic changes and here's how it evolves, and like there wasn't kind of a lot of that going on with those initial 0-1-0 early access leagues. And it's really adding all that extra depth that like makes an actually interesting thing. And like part of the reason why we identified that is because like when we came to write a quest line for them, we're like, well, there actually isn't enough
May
here to write a quest line
29th.
for.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Like there just kind of wasn't really stuff enough to do. So it's like we have to add a bunch more to make it so a quest line
May
is
29th
reasonable,
is the release.
to do.
So I'm assuming it'll
and
be
so the
like
quest line
9
actually
a.m.
sort
or
of
1
drove in some
1
ways, like
p.m.
the making sure that
PST
there is an
like
evolution
usual,
that happens
which means it'll be
across
3
the
p.m.
course
for
of
me here.
every league.
And
And
let me
I guess
see
that
when
really
I
does set the
play.
standard now for what you have to make a
When I
league for
play.
PoE2. Like that it's going to have things like that and mechanics like that.
It seems like you're really trying to min-max the breadcrumbing here in particular,
it's
because
in
like you
the
leave
evening.
the town,
So
of
do I
like,
just
literally
pull
the
in
second map is a
all-nighter?
tower, and then like 3-4 maps after
And then
that is the gate
sleep
of the
on
giant
the plane.
fortress.
Yeah,
that just
exactly, right. Like, we want
comes up in
you
front
to
of you.
get to that stuff quickly, right? And
Yeah.
the funny thing is that it also like look, what we said earlier about how the different sort of amount of time it takes
Oh, wait,
for
that's
like
the wrong
average
flight.
player
I
versus
had
what
2
people
different
believe is the
flights.
average. Like
All-nighter leagues
you
are.
really
I
does need to
gotta
be
see
that
what our flight
minimal
ends
number
up
of maps to
being.
make that happen, because for some people like they're taking a long time to complete maps, right? Like
Yeah.
you know, like if it's taking like 7 to 15 minutes in some cases to a map, like
I
you don't want it to be
don't
multiple
function
hours
well
of
when
gameplay
I
to get to the first.
don't
even
sleep.
that-
I'm
even that's
really bad
fast by
on
the
no
average.
sleep.
Yeah, and it's like we don't want it to be hours and hours later when you finally get to one of these things. So it really does need to be just a few maps. And obviously, if you're a fast map runner, you're going to just blaze through that real quickly. But yeah, you do need to sort of consider, what that experience looks like if it's the first time, because a lot of this questifying stuff is for people who don't even know what's in the end game.
Yeah.
Like an issue you'd have with a first time player before is you'd go to in the end game. It's like, is there even anything out there? Like we don't even you don't even know,
Yeah.
right?
The
So
quest
you need
lines will
those kind of
lead
like a few
people to
guideposts
what
to even
they
get you
need to
started
go
to be like,
do.
okay, well, like here's some stuff that I might be able to find.
Yeah, and even if you don't
Yeah,
go like
exactly.
that tower into the fortress,
No, you can
like,
go another
can
way.
literally pick any
Cranky.
direction. Like, because that was the thing that surprised me the most when you were showing me by kind of like revealing the map, was like you literally can't pick a direction and miss.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
you will-
exactly. You will hit something no matter
True.
which way you
basically,
go.
I think we have
it,
late
it actually made like the
flat
Rayclass
seats for
situation
one
look.
portion.
This Rayclass situation is crazy. It looked pretty dire. You're like basically surrounded on all sides.
don't
There's like
have
you
it
look one
in my,
side and there's
like,
like a
flight
giant breach for
confirmation.
area.
Yeah, it's
There's
like-
a freaking abyss over there.
We just
Freaking fortress
wait
pops
till
up.
like 5 years from now.
I know,
What
right?
the heck?
Because now, whenever you add a new thing, you add it as a spot on that.
Yeah,
Looks like
we're probably gonna have to do a bit of rearranging to make sure that the
I
newest stuff
imagine.
is like close to the center, and there's like the ring
yeah,
outside
gotta
that, which
add
has got
it.
some
Yeah,
of
just
the
kinda
lesser
get out
known
there.
stuff you can kind of snake out to get to.
Like
Oh,
weird
yeah, so
passive
it's an
tree
evening flight.
situation
We
where
fly
there's like
at
stuff
4
further out,
p.m.
stuff in closer, and
Yeah.
that's that is going to be wild. But it also kind of helps solve that problem a bit, because like I sometimes I go
Oh my
back
God,
and
we're
I play
gonna
like
be
a
so
game that's been around
cooked.
for a long time, and the way that usually they're like
I'm,
10
like, not
years
even
worth of
gonna know what
content is
time
presented
is.
as like a giant menu.
Yeah, yeah.
Then we
no,
have to
And
fly to
it's
definitely much
Iceland.
cooler that you find
very
it.
difficult to
Yeah.
engage with that, but here it's physical
Going so
places in the
far.
world, so
Yeah.
it's kind of almost solved by the fact that you have to travel to them to start interacting with them in some capacity.
I
Yeah, I
think
would
if
say so.
anybody, if you
So
have
it's
the
a
ability to
kinda nice
take off
solution.
work,
But yet
or
all of them
school
do
for
have
the start of the,
events
not
that will
school, go to
occur that
school.
will
Stay
direct
in
you
school
there
and
and like
play
reveal
after.
on the
Do
map
your
and show you
homework.
that it's there as well.
But if
Yeah.
you have
If
the
you do
ability
find
to
that
take
in the-
time
in
off
the-
of
you know,
work
so you
for
sort of get
league
quests.
start, you
We have
totally
a few
should.
things as well, though. Like, it's a lot, but I also don't want people to feel like, oh, I have to do all of it every time.
Yeah.
And there are different ways. Obviously, I think we mentioned the way to shortcut the fortress completion. Like, if you just want to, obviously, there's a big grid, a tree of nodes, right? So you can go like path of least resistance to all that. If you're, look, this is if you're good.
Yeah.
If you know what you're doing, you're repeating, good build. Like, just beeline towards that, go to that, go to that, go to that, kill the bosses, kill the pinnacle, right? You've now done the quest line, and now just go out into the infinite and go and farm, or maybe go do one of the other leagues, or two of the other leagues, whatever, and then go out and farm. And every time you then get a set of citadels, you kill the thing, you can then auto-complete a section of the fortress.
And that unlocks a big chunk of
And it'll
passage.
just be like ding, 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 and complete all the maps, and you're like, all right, sweet, there's my 15 points, allocate, allocate, allocate. And so you don't have to just like hunker down and sit in the fortress for like forever.
Yeah.
Right?
You
can
were
just-
really concerned
I
that what
wanna
would
get
happen is
the-
like
the
you'd kill the
supporter
boss
pack
and you're
that
like, oh,
lets you
now I've got
build
all
your
these maps in
house.
here,
I think it's like
like to just finish it
$90
off. So we wanted to make sure there was a shortcut
I
for
really
that
want
stuff. So if you didn't do all that stuff while you were going there, so if you're a new player and you don't like burning through the tiers that quickly, that number of maps is intended to be the number that you'd need to be able to do for like a sort of an average player who hasn't done it before to be able to tear up to get to like to get to T5 to get into this part of the fortress and then
If you're
get
doing
to
everything in that
yeah exactly. So like
Okay.
it's kind of designed to be like for the players who are normal, but if you're a player who like really knows how to tear up really quick, then you can just like beeline to the quest objectives really quickly and get through that very quickly. And I guess one of the things that we wanted to do as well, even just for the regular leagues, is like if you're like an actual like a player, like we sort of imagine it's like a night of gaming is what it's going to take you to like do one of the quest lines.
Yeah, he's like a California
I don't mean like
girl.
like half an hour. I mean like like a solid night of gaming.
A couple hours.
A few hours, right? Like of gaming is enough to kind of get
a
like
solid
a
night of gaming is a
fairly
few hours.
reasonable player through one of
We're
those
gonna
quest
sweat
lines.
like 20 hours
and then
straight.
that's kind of your that can be like your goal.
My
for
problem
the
is
night.
after like hour
And then
8
the
or
fortress might be
9,
like a
I
couple
lose my
more
ability
initially,
to
but
talk.
but
I just
for the good
become
players, they're just
nonverbal,
gonna be
and I'm
able to-
just like,
they can
we're just
obviously get through
grinding.
the stuff really quick because they know how to burn through every map really quick and that kind of thing.
So with the fortress, like, so how many roughly passives is there on that core Atlas tree that you want?
It's more than 300, I believe.
Okay, so that's like 300 maps within the fortress.
No, but it isn't because some of them give you more than 1 point.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah, so we actually initially had it, so
True.
the number of
Just
points on the
do a
tree
Red
was the
Bull
same as the number
IV
of points
drip.
in the fortress.
Oh.
But
My
the problem
heart
was is that we
explodes.
found that
That's a ton of maps.
Yeah. Like the number of maps that was too many.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we need to do some like things here so that the Atlas tree can be bigger than what the fortress
many
is.
people
Roughly know what it is, like 100, 150 or something?
I actually don't remember what the number in there
I
is.
can't remember the exact number.
But yeah, like we sort of wanted to make it so that it wasn't onerous.
There's
to
a
get
few
through it.
options there as well if we want.
Yeah.
If we want. We haven't yet, based on testing really, is what is technically.
Yeah, no. When my heart
it doesn't have
explodes,
to
I'll
be
just be
every
like
map gives
taking
you
a little
point. It
desk
can be
nap.
the first
Just
X
chilling.
map give you point. Like as in technically you can fully allocate the tree
And then you
and
could avoid
complete
some
it.
layouts or whatever you don't
It's
like.
just
a little
if we
dose.
needed to do that, we've got lots of levers to be able to flexibly just go, okay, this is
Yeah,
like
okay.
way
We
too
don't want the
long.
fortress to feel like a chore, though. That's like really important.
Well,
so we're
that's
very
what I was going to say. Is
careful
like
about
I was
it. Yeah.
a little worried that would be
Yeah.
the case, but you showed me that there's like there's little icons over the top of the maps, and that wasn't all of them. Like what was shown in the footage was actually you hadn't done the list yet. It was like half of them or
True.
something.
Maybe
but
I'm
what
contracted
surprised
by
me, so
Big
these are
Water
adding,
to
like,
remind
things
you
like,
guys to hydrate.
Oh,
no, it's
every
empty
rare
and
monster in the
cold,
map is an
just like my
instance,
heart.
or monstrous treasure, or rogue exiles are fighting each other and you're hunting them down and stuff like that. So all this other cool stuff. And what I was surprised to learn was that these are actually all individual, unique things. Like there's they're not being repeated inside of the fortress.
Yes.
There's
Yeah,
one
I
each of
couldn't-
those
Yeah,
things.
exactly. So
I've
all
left
of those
my water
mechanics
bottle on
are
set for
things
this
that,
thing I was
like
filming
just
for
there's
the
one
other
off. And so
day.
if
And then I
you
couldn't
if you
find a
auto-complete that part of the
matching
fortress, you're
cold water
effectively
bottle with
losing
lid
that
here.
for this run.
So I yelled
but
at
they do
my
appear
boyfriend,
out
and
in
then he
the
brought me
infinite as
that.
well sometimes to kind of make the infinite farm part like kind of more interesting.
But this is like really interesting. So like even in PoE1, as good as that end game is, which is really, really good, is it kind of takes like 30, 40 maps before you start getting like stuff to being in your maps all the time, right?
Right,
Like you've
right.
got the scarabs, you've got enough points. But here you've almost created like
know,
an
but
end game Atlas
it's
area
kind
of maps that you can do,
gross.
but that's
I don't wanna
preloaded with
use
Yeah,
scarabs almost.
effectively
Like,
yes. And then as you do that,
There's, like,
you're effectively
shared
then loading it
communal
more
ones,
with
but
the
I don't
Atlas
wanna use
tree,
his.
so
Yes.
that when you do the infinite farm, you've kind of got more of that stuff there.
so when you run out of that, then you've got your passive tree
top.
Yeah, of
filled
course.
out and everything.
And
it's
the
juiced up.
passive tree does add a lot, and of course you allocate all of it now, so it's like
But I
changed
left
quite
my
a lot. like,
TwitchCon
how
one
the
on
passives
set
work.
at the Zach Justice video I filmed the other day.
We have had to do some work to the on the level design side to make it so that the maps can support more of the of those kind of mechanics and so on as well, because like the people, 'cause, you've got like especially after juicing and everything,
The
like
juice
that
was
can be quite a
getting
lot.
A bit too much, was it? So-
Speaking of things like the completion, there's a few other little bits where people are like, oh, I've got to do every league tree. Like, that's a lot, right? Because that's the same thing. You don't want to be too chore-like. But reality is, there's a few changes around this. So let's say you do the fortress or you do the infinite and auto-complete it after doing the quest line, and then you do just delirium. Now, you can run 3 delirium tablets, and it will scale all 3, and you can just go do that for the rest of your life. And the thing is, people will be like, oh, but breach can randomly spawn, and then I have to get the breach tree, otherwise I'm not invested
So
in
yes,
it.
we have changed how this works.
And once you're so effectively your area can support 3 leagues, and juice versions of it. And so when you force 3 delirium tablets, it won't spawn other leagues.
So effectively, by putting a tablet, but what putting a tablet in does is lock what that league will be, thus preventing the other leagues from spawning, which means that you don't have a situation where
where you
by
wouldn't
not
have,
doing
like,
a certain league, you're losing out
everything
on,
all in one map.
like on potential juicing, because you've effectively made sure that like you're going to get the specific content you want. So you can do that, or you can still leave it wildcard by using the generic
irradiated. Or it says will wildcard the leagues.
Yeah.
Can you still mix and match? Like,
of course.
So we could get rid of the dumb stuff.
You could do breach
yeah,
delirium
I think I like
if you want
too.
2/3 breach, 1/3 delirium. You can do whatever. You combine it.
Like a greater level of control over this than previously.
But what it means is that if you just want to all in on one, you can. If you want to all in on two, you can. If you want to go three, you can. And if you want to get them all on wildcard, you can do that.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah. And part of this that I was a little bit worried as well, that you were like the physicality of the map is really cool, but I was a bit worried that the downside of that would be that,
I agree.
Yeah, you'd be removing this ability to focus on
more
things.
Deterministic.
Can.
Yeah, okay. And in particular, I was worried about the breachstone thing, because I was like, oh, so if you want to use a breachstone, you have to find one of those things on the map to put it in. Does that mean you can only farm a boss if you physically have one of those locations?
That if you don't put any if you don't put any targeting, it'll be a wild
card. And if you
card.
have 20 of those keys, you can just do the boss 20 times.
Yeah, exactly. So
it could be whatever on the map. It could be everything.
So effectively, each of the
could be both
leagues
at the
has a
same
kind of hub
time.
that where the league, and that happens like in its physical location, right? So there's the and the hub is where you use the pinnacle keys in order to fight the pinnacle boss. So that means that if you want to do them back to back, you just go to the hub, run 120 bosses. That's fine.
Once you've done the quest line one, you can then farm it as much as you want if you trade. The other thing that we've done is, so Breach is unique in that regard, because in order to kill the penultimate boss to get the ticket to the ultimate boss, you do need the biome. Now you can buy the key after. Right, that's completely fine, and you can buy the breachstone, but that one is unique in that you do need to go find those biomes, or someone has to go find those biomes. So that one is a bit unique in that regard. But for some of these leagues also, for example, simulacrums, like you do deliriums, you get this grand mirror, you apply the fog, and there's a simulacrum in there. We do still drop simulacrum splinters. And a lot less of them. And once you finally get that item, instead of that item now just going in the realm gate because that's gone, what that does is allows you to
the realm gate is
turn
gone.
a map into a simulacrum on your atlas. And so that will give you an extra key. And so there are some ways, the expectation is that you complete the quest line and experience all that before you complete a simulacrum, but later in the game when you're farming, there's actually alternate ways to get access to more of these. And so we have that for a few of the leagues. I can't remember exactly which ones do and don't because it's asymmetric, but some of them are like trying to counter that. So it's a thing with Breach where if we're finding a Breachstone versus Breach biome imbalance, we can do a thing where once you've finished the quest line, you can start getting splinters towards
need a counter for how many times he
necessarily
says
having to do that, or maybe there's some other mechanic where you can create a Breach biome, in the fog of war that way. So mechanically create it, reveal one that definitely was there the whole time, and go over there and do that. So there are tools we have to be able to do all this, but Breach is relatively unique in that regard. The others are less problematic, but just trying to have different ways.
One of the things that is fun with those ones though is that there's reasons generally to pick one area of the Atlas versus another. Like they're kind of subtle, but like we should have tried to explain that with the Delirium one, where there's certain emotions that only come from certain map boss classes. So what that means is that you're like, okay, if I want to be able to get like this emotion, then I'm like, I want to find this type of map to put it on. So then that I get that. So there's little hidden things like that the
biomes actually matter.
Yeah. So there's stuff like that we can do too.
Cool.
And so picking where to do the Rite of the Nameless.
I know. I'm actually terrified of this hantavirus thing. Not even
something
gonna
you
lie.
actually do have a little bit to think about.
I ain't even gonna lie to you,
because it can affect
man.
the rewards a little bit.
It's terrifying.
Right. Wild. Okay. Yeah. Now, it's
I never got it. I didn't get one this year,
actually.
It's tragic.
Path of Exile, because it's like you said, it's so variable. But how would you say some of the endgame milestones?
That does remind me, Celiac. I gotta order
maybe
food
the milestones
before
from Period 1 that we're more
closes,
familiar with. So,
like,
for example, getting to the Fortress Pinnacle boss, unlocking your full tree, so getting that full clear of the Atlas, if that's the clear goal. Filling up those nice new progress bars for the league mechanics. Like, where do those kind of pan out?
So it's definitely intended that the kind of like completing the fortress is supposed to sort of be analogous to doing Atlas completion in PoE 1.
I know. Maybe I'll do a cooking stream where we make
the similar type of goal.
It is
where
almost
we
like
make
Atlas on the map.
A little bit like that. So
if you can get enough tiers,
it's like peppermint and vanilla.
45, 50 maps to kill the pinnacle if you can.
Okay.
Right, which is honestly not that out of control. No, that's not Fortress complete. That's that main quest line complete, right?
Yeah.
Like it's, you think you've got a big square with 2 ramparts. You're just going up to this thing, up over this thing, up, and then to the middle, and then out to the back. Kill this, kill the thing in the middle, right? And you just follow this path, the shortest path to it. If you can do it, go for it. It's fine. It's entirely up to you. Which again, good players generally will be able to. So 40, 50-ish there. And as you said, the ziggurat to the fortress wall, pretty short distance. Like it's right there and then right there. Let's say Breach. I'm just giving some examples just to give some people some context. Breach is the closest biome to the ziggurat, the closest start. So you just, if you went tower, what is it?
It's
5 maps over to Breach.
Nah, it's less than that.
And
4, sure. Then you do a few breaches. You don't have to do that many. She gives you the first breach stone. You use the breach stone. I
gotta go buy some sweet
you
potatoes.
can probably minimum 1 hive, 1 sky hive, and then
Hey Freygar, how's it going?
Now, this is the problem that we run into a bit here.
I know the Huntavirus stuff is so scary, especially because
I was gonna say you can actually do
I found out yesterday that they let multiple people disembark from the ship a couple weeks ago, and it's got a 2-week-long incubation period, so they've gone everywhere. And I'm pretty sure they confirmed that there's a case in the US already.
But if you know what you're doing, you can obviously get pretty far pretty quickly, and then you can kill the breach lords, and then you can immediately do the pinnacle as soon as, because we've level waystone tier restricted the penultimates. But that's like breach in the fortress, whereas over to the left of the ziggurat you've got breach, slightly further across is delirium, so +5 maps, even that maybe ritual +5 on that, +5, and then the 8. Honestly, it's probably only 8 maps you have to do, 9 maps or something within each. And I'm talking absolute. If you're just zoom into the end,
So, the early versions of the end game, the thing definitely burned
me
out.
But why would you want to fly through it anyway?
I was even coming up
campaign,
with theory crafts for ideas of what if there was one of these travel maps really fast? So it seems like there's just so much less of that now.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that's the experience you're going to get if you know what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
If you don't, it's going to take longer because you're okay, I need to be able to put up this. I'm not juicing it as much. I'm not doing all this.
Well, at that point, when you're in that position, you're focusing on the actual content you're doing, not your goal so much, because you don't have the experience of that anyway.
Yeah.
King's March is a bit further away.
It is. Being on the coast, it kind of, if it had put it too close, it would have restricted the other things that can go there. So we've got a sort of slightly longer lines that to shorten the distance to get to King's March.
Oh yeah, so it's not as many maps.
Yeah, so it's not as many maps as what it would be for the normal conventional distance.
Right.
Hell yeah, we love shorter lines.
There's a couple of extra maps further than some of the others.
I know.
Because it's now quest line.
Just
as soon as you
cruise,
get to
man.
King's March,
people were complaining about no endgame. Why would you seek to blast
So you just
through
instantly reveal a whole section of ocean, start mapping.
Islands.
You're getting 15 to 20 maps per logbook, give or take. You can, if you did just want to explore, let's say the logbook you placed didn't spawn the chase thing you're looking for, you can just shortest path
it looks like they made Expedition not
the edge, and then reveal another, and
anymore.
you can go
check another logbook and
up
go
sideways. It's just a big grid of squares.
A logbook's tradable thing, if you want to blast through that.
Yeah, the quest ones are not
obviously.
Which, by the way, you get your first logbook, it spawns a guaranteed island with a quest marker. You complete that, it gives you your second logbook.
Because the start's questified, right?
So the first
therefore you get through those bosses and stuff like that with the first 4 logbooks.
So it actually takes you all the way to the boss as part of the quest.
Because, as I said, because now what we're doing is every single quest line takes you to the pinnacle boss. Right? There's no randomness in the ability to do that,
Because it is the active league, in particular, the Runes of Eldur pinnacle is more maps than some of those other biomes. Because it also it doesn't have a tree, right? Because it is the active league.
Right.
And it has just a lot more generally going on in many different ways. So it itself is a bit more, there's more going on.
But then when it's not the active league, we can then, get that to be more in line with the others and that kind of thing.
Oh man, I'm so excited for this to play it so much. But funny thing is though, I heard you talking about very recently this idea of it's actually good to have a quitting point. Stepping off point, and this seems to be tackling that problem.
So
too.
that was another big thing when we were designing this initially. Is and at this point we were literally just looking at Steam reviews and being what on a more meta level, like why do you get a situation where someone's like game is terrible, 400 hours played? But like what leads to that? You know what I mean? And honestly, we're like one of the big problems is like there isn't an obvious point to stop. And like eventually any end game is going to get boring eventually, right? And if like you didn't have a point where you felt like you were done, like if you've got a place to leave, then yeah, you're gonna then the game's gonna eventually suck for you. So like we have to be like, we want to actually get you to feel like you're done. And part of the way that you do that is you add more
it takes
objectives
forever
that
to
like
get there,
have
but
progress bars where like you finish them and then you're like, okay, I'm done with this now. And so whether or not you want to do all of them or not, the key thing is that there is a point where you finish the fortress, you've got all the points there, and like there's progress bars, and like there is a point where you do, you know, you finish the league. There is a point where you finish, you know, all of the other league mechanics around, and then, you know, and then there's, for other people, there's challenges, right? Like part of the reason
they're basically saying get a hobby.
Was to see,
they're saying
like,
be done, dude, be done.
Their goal for the league is finish the challenges.
Just make roll a new character.
And so it's like it's just another one of those things that PoE1 had that can give you an objective for yourself, so that you know when to quit. Because ultimately the goal is, you know, like we want you to play when you have a great time, but we want, when you decide to leave, that you come back with a plan to play again next league.
Yeah.
And so long as we can get you to that point without burning you out, then you're going to be wanting to come back and play again. So yeah, it's like that. It's just one of those really important things that PoE2 just didn't really have, because it just kind of petered out into like into nothingness. It didn't really have like this.
Yeah,
I'm done with this now.
Ultimately, it's just about having cool core goals to shoot for, like, and then you've got nice clear goals for that now. It's probably like Fortress plus like a specific league mechanic.
Or maybe you want to do all of them, or maybe you don't, but the key thing is like you get to that point, you know when you're done with it, and you know we've got those progress bars that can pop out the side, so you can sort of see at a glance, like, here is my like in-game completion of like how much of that stuff they've done. And you also know, by the way, that when you do finish that progress bar, that you have seen all the major content that the league has to offer in terms of, like, you know, you fought the pinnacle boss, and yeah, there's more uniques you could get and more things you could farm, but you know, like that stuff is really extra stuff. It isn't really the core of the experience of that. So yeah, that's part of what we want to do.
And at the same time, for the people who never quit, the the infinite Atlas.
Of course, we want to make sure that stuff is better, of course. But you know, like at the end of the day, like it is still important that
Infinite Atlas significantly better.
Well, it is way better. Yeah.
Way more chase drops to get.
Yeah.
And Mage Blood.
The crazy Atlas is crazy.
You know, like, there's so much more crafting
huge.
that you might want to min-max.
And you can get every
like,
node.
Just a ton. And you could be like, I'm gonna go and farm the land. The not ocean.
Okay.
You're gonna go
farming the category first.
Nice.
Is that what we're talking about?
You're gonna go farm the infinite land.
Time to retire down to a nice life of farming.
And then the next day, I'm gonna go explore the ocean and just logbook, and.
I want to do the
all of those,
ocean
you know,
bit.
like
I feel like that
choices,
part will make
axes, that's also
Expedition
important
fun.
and cool.
And
I'm
it's
gonna
for a
go do
cause. We're
Breach
helping
this
him
day,
find
and the
his
next day
wife.
I'm gonna do Delirium, and the next day I'm gonna mix them all. You know, like.
It seems super easy to change, like, whatever it is you want to do if you want to mix a match now. So if you are focusing on Expedition, like, there's nothing now to stop you from going and focusing on Breach for a while instead.
And of course, the fate of the Vile Temple, right? Like, it actually is unique amongst the others in that it doesn't have an Atlas active mechanic, because the temple is its own whole building a dungeon vibe, and so it still is a tree, it still appears in maps, it has a tablet, all of that, but you know, instead of now like doing the progression on the Atlas, the meta progression layer, you're doing it in the temple, right? Just with less snakes.
Excellent. And the new Atlas tree design supports this idea as well, where this core full tree is like a full completion thing, which is cool, but also like your initial reaction to that might be to kind of like worry that, oh, it seems like it kind of removes some player decision. But you have some specific things.
So that is something we're really worried about, and but I'll explain also why we did it in the first place. So we had this problem where designing the Atlas in a way where you don't want to constantly respec really handcuffs you in terms of what kind of nodes you can add. Because if you want to add a node,
so they just
which
gave
is
us
like,
everything.
Oh, this cool
they were like, here, take it
all.
all.
It's like, well, now if you're not in a forest, you're like, it's a waste of a point.
I gotta let them
know. So
know.
effectively, by doing full allocation, you can now say, okay, well, I'm not wasting any points. Like, they do different things at different locations, and it means that we can just be more interesting with the bonuses.
And they can be way punchier.
Yeah. Because we're not like worrying about so much about the balance of that. So then when you're doing your initial progression, when you're picking stuff, it's more about like, you know, what stuff do I want now versus later. But the issue with that is you can't add difficulty if you've got a full tree. So we're like, and you still wanted the idea of having a build for your character. So then we're like, okay, we're going to solve this in two ways. One of the ways is we're going to add multi-choice nodes to the regular Atlas tree, so that those ones can be like, am I going to go difficulty, or am I going to go like more difficulty, more rewards, or am I going to go less difficulty, less rewards? So that example in the stream of like, okay, for shrines, like, do I want the shrines to go on the bosses, which is going to make it so that they're harder with more rewards? Do I want to make it so that when I go into a boss fight, I get an extra shrine effect, thus making the bosses easier? So you've kind of got that tweaking you can do. And so on the regular Atlas tree, you'll find things like that where the design space there is that they're decisions that you're going to want to make, but not very often. Right, so it's like, you know, as my character gets more powerful, maybe I'll flip that node
thank you
from
so
one
much
mode
for
to
the
other,
raid.
But it's not something you're going to be changing all the time.
Welcome in.
So that's that design space. But then for the Atlas Masters, this is the design
Appreciate
space
that.
of things
Welcome
that I
in,
do want to
Zarkady
change all the
friends.
time,
Hold on,
because
let
it
me turn
depends
it
on
down
what
for a
like maps
second.
I'm
Hi guys, I'm Vivi. I mostly play Path of Exile 2. I'm hooked on Diablo 4 right now. We're currently watching the update for the announcement for 0.5 for Path of Exile 2. I'm very, very, very excited. Welcome in. You guys PoE 2 enjoyers? I see you were playing Diablo 4, but yeah, what's up? Thanks, Zarkady. I appreciate you.
Okay, yeah, that thing. Yeah, exactly, right? So
we're talking about Endgame. They basically revamped PoE 2 entirely.
Yeah, it's kind of more analogous to that in a way.
The Endgame is amazing. There's so much going on. It's nuts.
And like depending on what it is that you're doing.
Pull up a chair.
So that's that design space, and so those things together. But that thing there also has like, you know, like the choices that you're going to make. Your sort of Atlas build comes out.
Or are you guys playing D4? And if so, what are you doing? I'm doing a Dreadclaw Warlock,
and way better
and
than
it's
that
very
because
fun.
like if you want to respec one of those, it's only a couple of
doing like
nodes.
cascading
And you can do that
Dreadclaws.
freely.
Yes, exactly. So it's no longer the, but by making that not be on the giant Atlas, it actually simplifies that quite a lot in terms of being able to see that. So like at a glance, you can see like
same brains. Zarkady, did you play Last Epoch too? I've basically just been bouncing between Last Epoch, D4, PoE 2, and then I've done some stuff like Slay the Spire, Eugenics here and there, but it's been a long 6 months. I'm so excited for this update. Evermax, thanks for the follow.
There's still choice of how you get there.
Yeah, Last Epoch is so fun. I wouldn't call myself a master crafter. I think I probably have like 150 hours in it. But I got to endgame for the first time, and it's so fun.
Like there's still Atlas strategies. There's what tablets you're doing, what multi-choice you've taken on your league trees. There's, I mean, even just what league you're running is in itself a build. Like, I guess you have this kind of like, you could be, it's more of a meta strategy, but you'd be like, I'm going for forest biomes because this league with these nodes on the Atlas tree equals, you know, some certain benefit.
Well, I mean, isn't that the whole point of designing it that way, so it can be exploited?
And then you could be even doing
anyway, yeah,
like,
I really enjoy Last Epoch. It's so
said,
fun.
all the
I was doing like a
multi-choice,
Blade Storm
maybe you run this master when fighting bosses and this master when
I really think that I'm going to start 0.5 with a minion witch because of the crow raven thing. I think it'll be really fun to just have a swarm of black evil birds flying around me.
Fully allocation, you're like, oh, there's no builds anymore, and then it's like, hold on, there's like,
there's a lot there. But effectively, the complexity there has been moved into a much more tight
there's
place
a
where you
lot
can sort of,
happening.
do all of that in one go.
I feel like we
so
should
it's
just
a lot
start a
more
new
manageable.
character
It feels a lot better, I think.
Now, just to get like leveling and campaign practice again. I'm a bit rusty. I haven't logged in since February.
No. So each of those tabs is a master.
Oh, okay.
So basically, so like one master is one of those tabs, and then you pick like the things you want for that master. But then when you change to a different master, that's like that's the choice of master you're making for that map.
Right, okay, yeah. And it's just whatever master you have that's selected is the one that's active.
Is the one that's active, yes, exactly.
Yeah,
so it's really
each has the 4 rows, which is their quest line unlocks. Each unlocks one row and 1 point. You can take all of one row.
What up, Y-Dog? How's it going?
They're just all kind of keystone things.
I'm hooked on Diablo 4 right now, for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of, even within that, there's obviously a ton of permutations of things you could do.
So. Yeah, right. So we've got our Atlas Ascendancies and all of that lined out. So the kind of like the equivalent to your tier 16 plus endgame juicing now is like go do the fortress, maybe complete like the couple leagues that you're going to focus on, get your masters done, so they have their quests. I guess they appear kind of at certain points.
Well, it sounds like all the farming and crafting, deterministic farming that you're going to get in this update will be very helpful for SSF.
Pick maps that are like a few maps away from the map you just did as like the place
Last
where she's going to set
where
an
you
objective.
can determine like what sort of gear will drop in different areas. The prophecies, that's pretty cool.
You do have to visit her campsite first to like get to get her. So there's like a place like right really near the starting point.
I'm happy about the end game,
then her mission can kind of be completed as you're doing other things. Whereas like other ones have kind of like, you know,
Or do you mean because of the crafting?
Doriani's tracking down the corruption.
Yeah. So effectively that quest of what you had as like the quest
I like how they
before
removed life
is now
but
just
kept,
like
kept energy
Doriani's like
shields.
master quest.
Breach tree's crazy. The endgame
the
Atlas
places where
tree's
the
crazy.
corruption biomes are is like hard.
I don't know, man.
Like in the starting zone, we
I'm
put
rusty.
them
I'm
in
gonna
like
need a
specific
practice
places
run.
that we questify going to them. Like so, Doriani can be like, "I'll go to this one," and then go to that one, and so on. So like we've kind of got that stuff that so his quest line is kind of that.
Seeing Doriani's quest kind of like minified into his little master thing now makes it seem like it'd be pretty easy for you to in the future make other leagues into masters like that as well.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say next. I was immediately like, someone who's looking at this damn well knows we're going to be adding more of these.
There's going to be more of them for sure.
Effectively, more Atlas classes get added over time based on different new themes. Like because we've tried to have Jado, Order of the Jinn. Their whole thing is like, you know,
oh yeah, I forgot about those
powerful
people
artifacts
too.
out of the hands of the villains.
The like ascendancies
so
on
you get
top
a
of
vibe there
ascendancies.
about what the types of nodes could
oh
be or
my
should
God,
be. Where
there's
you've
so
got
much
Doriani,
stuff.
who's like a powerful thaumaturge
There's
scientist,
so
you can
much
get, you know, you have all these
stuff.
different characters, and you have just the classic. I want to kill bosses. Hilda, who's just trying to like kill powerful beasts, and so you immediately can
no,
go, okay,
I'd like to
well,
go, but
you know,
unfortunately tickets
not that
are
this is
sold out,
confirmed,
and
I'm
I don't know
making
what
this
to
up
do.
as we go, but
My
it's
partner
like,
said
well,
he'd
you
be
got
willing
Pharaoh,
to
who's
take
the
us,
Runeseeker,
but
trying to learn
tickets are
blue
already sold
shapes.
out. So
Maybe that's a master
yeah.
when he's not
What up,
if
pay
it's
attention to
core
me?
or not core, depending on how things go.
Yeah,
you know,
or
like
it goes on the Atlas is a big thing. Like you've got these options now for how to integrate things, which as exciting as this is to play now, I'm excited for the future of this as well because it seems like
it'll be a lot more.
It's much easier to see
I mean, we
how it
designed
expands.
we
oh,
designed
good. I'm
more
just at
than
my
the masters
partner's
that we've been
house
putting in
now
here. We just
in the
didn't get time
Midwest,
to
so
do
I'll be
them.
here for like a month, and then we leave
We had some ideas there.
May 30th, and then we're
excellent.
Then we're
Good to hear.
abroad.
So
how are you? How's everything?
yeah, it's like you guys could scroll down a little bit more.
I'm excited for you to go to ExileCon wide. I'm excited. I'm
So,
jealous and excited of everybody who's going.
With the,
I really wanted to
traveling
go, but I
around the
didn't buy
map,
tickets, and then now I
Star Wars
have a
still
way
kind
to
of
go in
exists
terms
scattered
of flights and
does
hotel,
the Grand
but
Project
there's no
still
tickets
exists as the
left.
way to kind of like teleport after
So-
you've done a tower.
Should I just fly out there and
it
try to get in somehow? I'm just kidding.
How does that
Unless-
work now?
I can't believe it's sold out. I mean, I can, but it's
It
crazy.
works some way. There's a bit of a change. Not
I
to
feel
like
like tickets
nerf it,
just
it's
went
just
on
like
sale.
there's a way about how it needs to work that I can't remember the exact specifics of, but yes,
They've
ultimately,
gotta
Excellent,
let
okay.
you.
If you guys
That's
ever
literally
use it,
what
like,
I
making
do with my
towers work like that in
boyfriend.
general?
I go
I
as
kind
his
of love that
assistant.
thing.
maybe.
Maybe. Might
Which,
help
but
with some of
literally
the
I am
discussions
assisting because
around. I know
there's
you're
like
a big fan of, like,
you know, I'm
having,
holding the microphone
nice
doing the
variety in
thing.
the Atlas, and certainly there's going to be a lot of that because if you're doing like one of those breach areas, you're going to be like doing a variety of maps in them. But for some people, they want to just avoid certain layouts ultimately if they can, and so in a way, like you can path around maps a lot of the time.
Actually,
but
I
guess
pretty
Grand Project
much.
is one of those ways that you can
I'm
kind of dodge those
negotiating
things too.
some
so
stuff.
something worth considering. Has there been any look at layouts for maps for like unlocked layouts?
There's
perhaps?
always some of that work that's been done. I'm not entirely sure how much of it there's here, but there's definitely some. There's also a bunch of new maps, just new maps in the pool as well. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, there's always work on layout stuff, and they address that stuff typically. Just like the level design team just tends to sort of address that sort of stuff.
Hell yeah.
Just always
like over
happening in the
time.
background.
just
Good
happening in
night,
the background, they
Sarkety.
just
Thank
address
you
the
so
things.
much for the
But
raid.
that being said, I don't want people to believe that we're just going to devolve into just like every map is just a simple layout without any like resistance at all. There does need to, on some level, be some maps that are just like have like. Maps should have some level of identity, and like I wouldn't want to just erase it all and just turn into a pile
all
of slop,
gorgeous all
you know?
day.
Exactly, you know what I mean? So like, I don't want people to think that it's like, oh yeah, everything will eventually just become like a freaking circle or something. You know, like you do want to have some level of interest.
You want some interaction with some maps are better with certain leagues than others, and
that kind
others,
of thing.
you know, different things like that. So,
But yeah, obviously, if there's maps that are just like nobody likes, like not a single person is ever keen to run ever, you know, then we might want to consider changing that.
Well, you did get
Delirium.
rid of the slow
It's
levers in Augury,
delirium.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever liked that ever. Why aren't you considering
Rogue Exile's
changing
a fun
it?
idea, and there's some cool things for them here where you've got this like nemesis system where they can come back and hunt you down. It's not. It's the patterns expired.
I mean,
on
they
that.
did kind
Okay,
of,
we're
but not
so
enough. Not enough changes.
That have Exiles been made more substantial in general because they kind of push overs. Like
Yeah, it seems like they buffed
to
Exiles.
make that a bit juicier.
How you can like
Excellent.
send them into a portal to the
'cause I
next
was- I
map
was,
and
like,
then
very
fight them
excited for
again.
but they were like, they're kind of lame.
Yeah.
So that's good to hear.
Yeah, I
co-op
never have
progression,
gotten
I had,
decent or
like,
good,
grim
really truly
expectations for how
usable
co-op
loot
progression
off
would
of
work
an
with this, but
Exile. Maybe
you've
stuff
reassured
with
me
like
that. It seems like co-op works well
a couple,
here.
So the
but
way that
just
it works
nothing really
basically
worth
is that for the
using.
fixed part of the Atlas,
Did
when
they
you
not touch
complete
on
a map that
Simulacrum
would-
yet?
give you something like a passive point or something like that. It actually completes it for everyone. And because the layout is fixed for the parts of the atlas that are important for quest stuff, it means that, yeah, effectively you can all progress and co-op the atlases at the same time. So you don't have to worry about that part. But as soon as you're in the infinite farm area, now you're effectively working on your own atlases just like how you were before. Yeah, like...
so party play would
some
still
don't,
give you a
and
buff,
I'll
though.
give some examples because, so the general just random map that gives, gives a passive point. It completes for everyone. Now, if that's disconnected, like let's say I've been mapping and you join me on day 2, and now I'm just completing
Illegal
maps. You have
Godgasm,
a
thanks so much for the
disconnected set of
follow.
completed maps. You cannot path from those. They have to be connected to your home to be a path. So you still got a path there, right? But they are completed for you.
Oh, interesting.
So once you connect it up, you can skip over them. But the other thing is that... let's say you get to the Delirium tree, you get to the hub, you do some of the maps
like
of
the
Delirium,
tiny
those will
hands.
complete in multiplayer. But then you get to the Grand Mirror. That one does not complete in multiplayer because it applies a thing to your atlas that if it were to just complete would rob one of those players out of some sort of either quest or meta progression, which ultimately yields a reward. So some maps shouldn't complete in multiplayer because then you have to split up, you have to run them each in your own, and then you apply your own miss to your own atlas. And then you can run all those, and those will complete together.
Well, the flip
People are
side
mad
is
they're
that
not
the
talking
entire
about
party gets to go
totems
around
yet.
and do everyone's pinnacle bosses.
I'm pretty. I want to start
Yes,
it's good.
So,
Raven Witch.
some do, some don't. We're just
But,
really
but almost all do. Like, it's just a few cases where
I
we
need to
need
look at his
judgment
emotes
calls
and
where
get
we don't want to
inspired.
rob you out
I
of
wanna
rewards,
redo some of
right?
my
Like
emotes.
because you happen to
Or
be
just
playing
add
in a
more. I
group
have
and
so
you're like,
many
damn it,
open
we
emote
should have split
slots.
up. Or I should have left the instance before you did that so that I got it twice. You know, we're trying to make it that's not just stealing loot from you.
We've got some kind of rapid fire random chat questions here.
I have
mixed
11
in.
out of 39
some people have been
standard
asking
emotes,
about
and
like
then
the
22
portals
out of
for maps,
38
so like the portal
animated.
restriction, one portal for 6 modifier maps. Is that something you're like
More.
looking at or reevaluating, or how do you feel about that for change now at this point?
There was some discussion with
I think we now have it be -1 portal per 2 modifiers.
Oh, what's
No,
the...
but wasn't there something where the tablets did something as well?
Oh my god, I don't remember.
I can't remember. There was some
They
change
can't
here.
even
Oh, this is
remember.
actually... I wasn't expecting
There was a
changes here.
change here. I just...
We've changed some stuff, but the whole thing of like we don't want you to run 5 mod maps all the time because like just of an happenstance of dying. Like we've done some stuff around this. Maybe we undid that though because now we have like Atlas nodes and the master for additional
There was
revives.
something. Yeah, there was something about that though. I feel like we did something in. There is an Atlas node that gives you an extra.
We have the master for an extra revive.
Oh, the master does it. Okay, right.
Okay.
There was something here. I just don't quite remember.
some
We
ways of
have
getting
one
you
that
that buffer.
removes
Yeah.
all the
That-
revives.
That's
and
often what's
gives you a
mentioned
bit
is like
bonus.
people are like, one portal just feels like, oh man, like some BS gets
like,
me, and I'm like...
we are doing things around it. I just can't remember exactly which decision we landed on, but we did show it. We did show, well, at least,
like a note or something, was there?
I don't know if we put it in here, but on the I think on the website when you're looking at the announcement page, there's a few nodes on there that you can
cool.
and one of them is an additional revive.
Oh, great. So, there's some stuff
so
to
it's
check
like
out
you
there.
could at least turn that on if you're running a certain class. But I think we have some ways to do this now. But I can't remember how much we baked into the inherent behavior versus just putting via the tree and or masters because we went through like 5 iterations here.
Yep. There's a question for Ascendancy Trials.
To plan and
so I guess
implement
there's 2
this
questions here.
update,
One
I
is
can't even
Trial of the
imagine.
Ancestors, or the third mystery.
The third one's not in this expansion.
No, but
a little bit too much content to do.
But I assume that's one of those things that you want to have absolutely in and good for launch. And I guess the second question is the existing ones. Is there any kind of plans to improve them?
We
and
do want to
overhaul
improve them. They're not good enough.
Right.
But
They're not
we didn't
launch
get
ready.
time this time. Yeah, like there's a lot that needs to happen.
But all 3 of those are on the cards for before 0. Before 1.0 or
Should
1.1.
be. But look, I wouldn't want anything. Put it this way: anything that's in the game right now, I don't want anything that's in the game to be bad at 1.0. So certainly, I would want to fix those other 2 trials before we get to 1.0.
Nice.
The third one, I want to get it in for 1.0. We'll have to see how that goes.
I would say that's a coin flip.
Yeah. It's gonna there's quite a lot to do there to make that good.
Doing that would compromise something else. It would 100%. And
They've
I don't
said that
think we will.
before.
Fingers crossed for you. I'm very
They've
excited to
straight up-
see
they've said
this
that straight up.
mystery
But
third
that
trial.
might be afterwards. But like it's really
As
hard
long
to
as
say.
they add
of course.
shadow, I'll be good.
It just depends. See how things go. But The other two, we had a plan for. We were like, oh, we're going to fix everything in the end game, and those two are on our cards as well.
Welcome in.
Because technically, we want to improve the in-game farmability of them as well.
In particular, they're not really they're not something players really play in the in game.
Better be Shadow.
Better be Shadow. Like, we want to.
They said they may not even add all of them to 1.0,
but
you
wanted to stand alongside these other in-game mechanics as a thing that you'd actually want to do.
We wanted to do the core Atlas stuff first, and then because we were like, okay, we can't do this and this and this and this, and we already did. We did that, and then the and this kind of tapered off, and those were two things we're like, let's do those in a separate patch, a separate time, and give them the justice.
I have not played a Shadow Trap build yet.
You guys seem to like doing that anyway.
I didn't play
kind of fun topic for us
I have like
is
$100 maybe.
bosses. I cannot overlook bosses. Always one of my favorite things.
Like 90.
You guys are getting a little bit cracked with bosses. They're getting crazier and crazier. I've seen like a bit more than I think what was teased in some of these boss fights.
Dude, yeah, 30 new bosses is insane.
I guess my first question is, who is each of your favorite of the new bosses? Because there's 15 new bosses or something?
Or 15.
I mean, I reckon just conceptually that the one that's the ritual one.
Is he trying to get a spoiler for another one?
Yeah, the Bodak under the ground is just like really cool. The light, like just with the darkness and the like.
Yeah, the beams on that thing.
Just and it's just like it's just really cool. Just like conceptually, as I said, like with the the way that I mean, I don't know how much to spoil about that, but like the way that you bring.
I enjoy Peculiar.
Entities to help you with that.
I'm going to start with Witch and
playing with the mechanic of the lights and all that sort of stuff. Like it's just pretty cool.
The tale of light versus darkness.
Yeah, exactly. So that's just a really cool one.
Yeah. Favorite. I never pick favorites. They're all.
You must pick a favorite of your children.
They're all my children. I love them all equally.
Which child do you love more than the
Miller?
Miller. I mean, that Delirium boss is.
I mean, it's good. Finally having the is that spoilery?
Yeah, I knew he was going to try to get a spoiler.
Having the strange voice has a thing now. You know what I mean? He's not so strange after all. Or he's more strange, I guess. One of the two. Anyway, but like it's nice that from a Delirium's been in PoE 1 for so long. So it's like, holy, it's been this long.
This update already fried your brain. Ooh, martial artist.
A new pinnacle out of Delirium.
The new monk
in the
class?
same sense,
yeah,
so is Ritual.
Friggin' sick.
See, it doesn't really have any of the way of bosses and anything really so much. And at some point, King in the Mist became it, but that honestly wasn't. That came with the Affliction League, and so it's like this.
He's just a little guy.
It's just interesting, finally getting some new capstones to some of these stories that have been around for like a decade. Which I think is real cool, and honestly, it's just nice to be able to like the King in the Mist. Come on, you fight him in Act 1.
I know he went from being like a pinnacle boss to a campaign boss. Now it's so good because your bar has elevated that much.
And then you get it again, you're like Pinnacle of Ritual, and it's King in the Mist again. And didn't they kill this guy in the first act of the game?
He's a side boss.
He's got a new skill. It's like it's just not good enough at all. Obviously, it's more than I'm underselling it, but it is clearly just not good enough.
Did you make it safe?
Yes, I wanted to be more.
I have regarding PoE 1. I know
primordial
nothing.
with it, like things that are just beyond your comprehension of power, and just like holy, we're on
a couple of them look a bit mind bending in that regard,
but not also just like OP human. Those are cool. Like technically, Tang Mizu is just a OP human. And there's such a cool little storyline there, and. People. I can't wait for people to see that, because there's actually a cool story link between Ritual and Delirium.
Yeah, I did. I installed my update because I'm probably going to hop on in a little bit.
Some of the
I may not stream it, but I might hop on.
Of how he came to be.
I think I actually want to grind some Diablo 4, but more importantly today, I need to get fully unpacked and organized, because I
see crazy demons.
I got midnight last night, and I feel so messy.
But I just love all of that. Like, I like that we're finally.
Good question. They haven't touched on that yet.
Finally getting to the end of these. Well, I wouldn't even
I'm
say
excited for the bosses, and I'm excited for the ability to fight 5 bosses at the same time. You just get to go Super Saiyan on them.
Proud of.
100%. It's like, it's a bit sad that just Olroth guy that who as a character is cool, but as a boss fight, it's just it was clearly just a rip from PoE 1, and it's like.
here's this new thing in PoE 2 with this new epic new how we make bosses has obviously evolved over so long, and we're just taking this thing from several years ago and it's just the pinnacle, and sure, we redid the effects and gave it a fresh coat of paint, but it's just not the justice they deserved. And so
yeah, that's I would love like a mini documentary, honestly, on like the process of how you make a boss now. Like, how does it actually go? Like,
yeah,
how do you
totally.
Get from, like,
that
the original
would be
concept
sick.
or whatever to the
if
boss now that has like 40 skills and just crazy.
Because there's so much balance required. Like
sometimes
the ability
it
to
can be
balance
driven
all
from
these
3 points. One can just be
nuts.
purely like narrative. Let's see what we can come up with.
I don't know.
Like
brain
the campaign
power
is way more
required.
narratively driven design of bosses.
Right.
Like we kind of know who is going to be the final boss in story before we develop the boss, and thus then it goes to concept and through the art pipeline. That's probably a more standard pipeline. But honestly, I would say a good half the bosses, and for example, and you're not going to know this, and it almost undersells it in a way, but the Expedition Pinnacle boss, like the Runes of Eldur Pinnacle boss, right?
Well, like, you know how in PoE 1, early supporters, you could like pay to get an item.
That thing is like this giant, massive, horrific creature that's just like, you know, resembling a spider, and you know, that was initially just a random mini boss in Act 5 that we were going to do.
Yeah.
And the area kind of evolved to the point where that boss didn't fit anymore. And so we were like,
well, whenever we're looking at the we're doing league design, we're often looking at some of the assets that we've got around, and then like it can actually inspire design for some of the stories as well.
Yeah, you like look at this cool
so we
thing,
sort of
like,
look at this thing, we're like, oh man, like what if we
probably
looked
a
at
scepter,
the mix between what if Verisium and Corruption were to come together and mix, and like what that would sort of result in. Like you see this thing, oh maybe that could be, and then once you've got that, you're like, okay, maybe if we change this model to kind of be more in line with that, we can then like, you know, like look at this and be like, okay, like and sort of create something. So having those constraints when you're designing a story, and then like seeing like some other stuff can actually really inspire quite a lot of creativity as far as like designing the storyline as well is concerned.
You go back and we're like, you know, like partly it's also like it's too epic for this just random Act 5 area. And in between, you know, it's not a key story boss, I guess is what I'd call it. And not that those shouldn't be epic, but then you take it and you're like, all right, let's make the limbs out of Verisium, let's add this, let's add this, add some magical power, we can do this blue glow here, add some more flesh, and by the way, and then we tell the modelers, like, by the way, we're going to 3x the scale of it, and they're like, oh geez, the resolution of the textures might not hold up. So they're like, you know, there's all kinds of stuff like that where we have to do, and then all of a sudden you've got this like, and obviously when you make something that big, you have to, if it's already animated, you probably have to reanimate it, right? Because the way it will move needs to be different.
With the revivification sweater, scepter.
Especially if you want some
I can't even
telegraphing
talk.
that matters.
The revivification
scepter. It helps. But honestly, the way it comes about can just be honestly just out of nowhere. You just
summons
have this
an
thing
additional
and
crow.
you take it from somewhere else. You have the narrative driven, and other times you just have like.
Plus one
our
crow
artists
skills.
are just working on stuff. Like normally we're very, very reactive to player demand for what they want from mechanics and balance and stuff like that. We try to be. And so we don't generally design leagues significantly ahead, right? And generally, honestly, we do not know the next league. Just, we've said this many times before, we do not know it. So,
we do
but
not
obviously
know
you need time for the artist to produce all that art. And so they're just making stuff.
They're just in there making cool stuff.
They're just making lots and lots of cool stuff. And it can be sometimes we have a mechanic we want and we want art to support it. So we look through our library of just ruckus and we find something that fits. Or sometimes we're like, damn, we're like struggling to come up with a theme for a league here. We look through and we're like, what do we do? All this, and this is the boss and this is that. And then we just piece some stuff together.
Once you come up with a concept,
the, like, maybe some, you know, and it just can come together in that regard as well. And so we have this just insane backlog library of art constantly being made for stuff that we don't necessarily know. And sometimes they give some direction. Like, for example, I know, and Jonathan's mentioned it, we are going to do Delve again at some point, right? So that's as soon as I hear that, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna tell the, you know, concept artists, the character artists, and sometimes even the environment artists. It's just like, we are going to do this at some point. Make sure it's there. Make sure we're experimenting and thinking about what does it look like. Who is now all of a Crystal Knight, or maybe his friends, or his siblings, or his father, or his, you know, you just start expanding and just let them start coming up with the real epic stuff, and then it's like, what does the underground now look like? Are we still, you know, they might want to experiment with things that's like, do we want to change how Azurite is represented, because it might just look like Verisium now, and you know, stuff like that. So we kind of have just stuff like that going, where it's sometimes directed, sometimes completely undirected, just going constantly.
And it just allows us to just really quickly then just grab some stuff out of the hat and chuck it in and start, assign it to either a mechanic or a theme and just unify those 3 threads, which is the art, the mechanics, and the narrative, which, either can come first is kind of the thing. Either could be the chicken or the egg, and it's kind of awesome.
Chickens
and it
and
allows us
eggs.
to just be like real fast.
Yeah, people who want swords can just get a
you guys
supporter
are
pack.
absolutely cooking with this. Can't wait to check some of it out. We do unfortunately have to wait a little while, but I suppose you might have a few teasers and things like that for us over the next couple of weeks to help make things worse, maybe, while we agonize over this wait. But very much looking forward to it. Thank you both
I'm so excited for
the extended amount of time for a very large Q&A.
Woo! What a doozy that one was.
Good stuff. Enjoy this
First intermission. Lots of
first intermission. Woohoo!
Real cool.
League, right?
Very excited.
Couldn't make it. All right, we'll see you guys next time. Thank you very much for watching.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
See you on launch.
Oh my goodness. So much going on. That's crazy. I don't even know where do we begin? I mean, there is like everything. There is so much. I feel like I need to like process and like read the patch notes or rewatch the first part. Oh my god, there's so much. But for now, I must go. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you all. When I come back tomorrow, let's start with rewatching the announcement, not the interview part, but the announcement part. So we can reprocess that. Sleep on it, gather info from other streamers, and let me know what the consensus is. I don't know, man. It's a lot. I feel like Endgame is gonna be so lit. It's gonna be so fun. Anyway, let me send you over to Day. I haven't rated her very often, but she seems really sweet. So yeah, send Day our love. Here's some fun little raid copy pasta for you if you want. You have to be a subscriber, unfortunately. All right, yeah, send Day our love, and I will see you guys tomorrow.